Um, Thank you. I'll call the meeting to order, and we'll start with our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very
The
much.
municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. So, good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to see that we have a number of members of the public joining us today. I'll start by introducing uh, the members of council. Um, everyone is on, as you realize by now, everyone is uh, participating today via Zoom. No, no, there are no people in the community center. So this is a Zoom only meeting. We have with us today Councillor Janice Bray, Councillor Joe Lamb, Councillor Scott Nash, and Councillor Brian Woods, and I'm Mayor George Comrie. And we also have several members of our staff today. We have our CAO clerk, um, Nigel Black. We have our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. We have our planning assistant, Paula Macri. And we have our planning consultant from MHPC, planners, Jamie Robinson. So those are the folks that you will see and hear on the screen for most of the meeting. And so that's, I don't think I've missed anybody. And welcome again, as I say, to all of you who've joined us for this meeting. I will ask now if any member of council has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. All right, thank you. We can let the record show that none was declared. So our first item of business should be to approve the agenda. Could I get a mover and seconder for the following, please? Whereas the members of the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone have been presented with an agenda for the January 29th, 2026 special council meeting for the official plan review. Be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented.
I can make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
I'll
Councillor Nash.
second it.
Thank you. That's Councillor Nash moving and Councillor Lamb seconding. Any discussion? All right, I'll ask all those in favor, and if you're on the screen, please put your hand up, and if you're not on the screen, please speak up.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. We have an agenda. Because we won't have any motions on the floor related to the content, what we're going to do is we're going to go through this. Today we are going to go through the second half of roughly the second half of the plan that we started to review back in October, the draft plan. So we should go into committee of the whole for that. Could I get a mover and seconder to move into committee of the whole, please?
I can move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
I can
you, Councillor
second.
Woods.
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods,
Nash.
yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
All right, thank you, everybody. We are in committee of the whole, and it is 10:09 approximately.
Could I ask a quick question through you, Mr. Mayor?
You may.
Okay, perfect. First of all, yeah, hopefully our meeting doesn't go till 4 o'clock. I totally agree with you and understand if you have a hard stop, and I hope we don't take that long. But if you have a hard stop, I'm in total agreement that we shouldn't go on without you today, just so that you're aware of that. And also, I just wanted to make sure I understand the formality for today. We're starting on the page or wherever we left off at the last meeting. This is time for council to make comments, if I'm correct. It's not open to the public for commenting, but it's open to the public for anybody that might want to listen. And we're not going back on anything we spoke about at the previous meetings. We're simply starting from where we left off at the last meeting, correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, that is the plan. You will notice in the package that there is a memo from our CAO clerk, and he has suggested to us that that's the way it is, and he separated the draft plan into two sections, one of which we discussed back in October, and the other is the remainder that we have to look at today. And I think the thought was that we would not go back and look at previous items unless, for some reason or other, there's a conflict between something that we come to today and something that we talked about before. And if you see that, I guess we might have to flip back through the first appendix to what we talked about before, or maybe we have to find a definition for something or whatever. But the idea was that we would try to go through the balance that we didn't get to in the previous meeting. And
I'm sorry.
And you are correct. It is not. It is not my intention to have public participation in the discussion today as we go through this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah. We went through basically 50 pages before. Decisions were made, and I understand what Councillor Nash is sort of saying, oh, we're not going to go back there. There's a couple things that may or may not be coming up from page 51 sort of onward. But when it came to the 90 meters for a lot, for lot creation, and we had, Lorimer asking for 150. Since then, they've sent an email in asking for 120. I know Wawashkesh, the north end, if I'm not mistaken, was 100, and the south end was 90, and there was quite a kind of debate on that. And ultimately, I guess it got set at 90. And I probably voted for that. I won't say 100%, but I think it did. I'm bothered by that. Okay, so I'm going to ask when we get to that, that we go back in the first 50 pages, if that's where it is, and look at it. Because I think that the solution to that is to cut it off at 100 meters for everybody. Just plain make it 100 meters instead of 90 meters. It applies to everyone. And I think it's a solution that I would much rather go to the province with than the 90 meters. So I know in the first 3 or 4 pages, it says something about 90 meters for waterfront properties, I think. But I'll be looking for a blanket 100 meters on that. The second thing, and it may be coming up, and maybe we didn't cover it in the first 50 pages, but I want to discuss at some point the 25% shoreline, because at one point, I think one of the associations asked for, you can only sort of clear cut or whatever 25% of your lot, and I think I'm simplifying there. And then after we made it to 25, my understanding was they asked for it to go back to what it was. And I don't know what it was. So anyway, that's the second clarification that I want. And I understand that if these things are in the first 50 pages, those two items that I would have to seek the majority of council, say, a straw poll, do we want to go back and just deal with those two items? And if I get 2 other councillors that are in favor of that, then I guess we can go back, is the way I see it. But I don't intend to go back through everything in the first 50 pages. So I don't know, Jamie, whether you have any comments on that or.
Through your worship, in terms of from my perspective, I'm in council's hands on how you want to navigate today, but I would suggest we carry on where we left off. Try to get through the entirety of the document. If there's if we have time and there's other specific items that councilors have put some more thought into since we last met about the stuff we go over, I have no idea, no issues going back through any of those items, but I think we should focus on getting through the document once first, and then
Yeah, that's fair ball, Jamie, and hopefully we'll be done by 4, and I can talk on my 2 items. So thank you.
And
Yeah, yes, okay, Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would certainly be in agreement with Councillor Lamb on going back to talk about especially the 90 meters. That was something that I was a bit concerned about as well. Thanks.
Yeah, I have some, and I'm basically still trying to reinforce the suggestion that we simply pick up where we left off and go forward through the document we have. But I would point out to you 2 things. First of all, I have some general comments like the ones that Councillor Lamb made that are, and in some cases, they're things that I think are missing from the document, and in other cases, they're things that I don't think should be there, and so on. I was going to make those at the very end if we have time, but I want to suggest this to you, that if you look at the appendices, the first appendix covering what we did in the October meeting does not reflect all those discussions, according to the note from our CAO clerk. So I think we are, in fact, going to have another meeting when this is finished, at which we get a clean document that reflects all of the changes that we've discussed in October and today. And we will have to have another look at some of those issues. So if we don't get time to them today, I don't think that today, once we're finished, we get something that's in shape to send to the government. So we still are going to have another look at this. That's my view of it anyway. So, but
yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, that's fair ball. It's going to come back another time. So I mean, is discussing my 2 items or anything you have, a hill to die on today? Probably not, right? But as long as particularly the public realize that, at least those are my thoughts on those 2 issues, and I will be talking about those when it comes back a month or 2 from now for kind of a final review if we don't get a chance today. So thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, just now hearing what others have said there, yeah, that's why I asked that question at the beginning, which was really, are we supposed to be giving our thoughts on what we did in the past, or just give our thoughts going forward? And I think if we all go back and start talking about the last meeting or what we object to that we did at the last meeting or agreed to at the last meeting, we're going to be 5 hours before we even get started on this. And I do think that once we get through this today, that I just assumed our planner would take all the comments that were both at the last meeting and today's meeting, incorporate that into what I would say would be a final draft. There'd be a really quick council overview of that, and then it's going to be submitted to the province. Now, with that said, because I know 3 councillors have commented on the frontage, I think would be foolish to go back to 100 meters, to be honest. When I read this, we took it back to 90. It was voted on by 3 councillors. Yes, that can be overchanged by 3 councillors. But why I'm saying I don't agree with it is we have waterfront 1 designations in our zoning bylaw, waterfront 2 definitions in our bylaw, and waterfront 3 designations in our bylaw or zoning bylaws. And those range from 90 to 150. So right now, I think we've changed it and said 90 unless less otherwise, which is exactly what our zoning bylaw says. A waterfront 1 is 90, a waterfront 2, I think, is 120, and a waterfront 3 is 150. So we're just putting back into the official plan what we say in our zoning bylaw. Then if we as council, when we come up to the zoning bylaw down the road, which I understand a number of council don't want to address the zoning bylaw before the election and want to do that after the election, that's when you could say Lake X is a waterfront 1 lake, Lake Y is a waterfront 3 lake. But you need to start at the point of every lake is 90 unless otherwise noted, and that's on the description within your zoning bylaw, WF1, WF2, WF3. That's how I look at that. And when it comes to the shoreline, I don't disagree that I think it was a number of lake associations that asked for the 25% instead of what we had now. And I think they're both similar, but I think that's something that can be up for discussion. But just when we get going, I guess I'll just ask Jamie that one question. If it is worded the way it is now, that it's 90 unless otherwise noted, we would have time in our zoning bylaw, if I'm correct, Jamie, when that comes up, when we talk about WF1, WF2, WF3, and which of those might be on which lakes. Would that be correct, Jamie?
Yeah, you can. So yes, you can establish your minimum lot frontage requirements in your zoning bylaw, and they'll be addressed at that time. Some municipalities choose to also establish minimum lot frontages within official plans, and I know you've done that historically.
Yep.
It's not a requirement, or you could have an overarching number in your OP, for example, and then have different numbers that are less than what the OP has in your zoning bylaw, depending on the specific lake or specific area. But
So through you,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Could I'm just wondering.
We're
I think
doing
we're just
exactly
doing
what
what
we said we weren't
gonna
going
do,
to do, right? We're going to discuss this whole thing if we have time at the end. I don't want to, I appreciate Councillor Nash's comments and his feelings, but I have different feelings, and I guess that's the essence of democracy. And so let's carry on with what we have, and if we have time, we'll come back at, before 4 o'clock and address, I guess, those 2 issues. And if we don't have time, then I guess it goes off to it comes back one more time, and I'll be addressing it at that time. So can we move on and start with page whatever?
Yes, that is what I was hoping we would do today, please. The first page in the for review section of our package is page 51 of 94. And it is actually talking about, because that section's starts on page, well, I don't know. It was in the other part, page 48, but it's section 13, waterfront policies. And there were a couple of general things on
Well,
the previous page that we discussed, and I can see that there were some edits there. So we're really going ahead with waterfront policies. That's what section 13 is, and it starts on page 51. So can I ask if there's anything in what's left of 1303 that
Well,
was
Through you, Mr.
that,
Mayor, yes,
yeah,
I
I
have-
think it's earlier than that. Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a comment on that, but could I ask if possible, because I think people might be looking at, and it might even be the public as well, looking at different printouts. Like I'm using my printout from the last meeting to continue on. When we're referring to page numbers, could it be possible to refer instead of to the agenda page item, like that we
Yeah.
refer to the policy page item? So I get, like right now, I'm looking at page 46 of the policy, which is, I believe, what you're looking at as well, Mr. Mayor. And I have that we ended at section 13, like right at the beginning of page 13. So my first comment is kind of one page before where you are. And it's at 13.02.1. And that is, I'm not sure if you can scroll to that, whoever is running the
Uh,
pages there.
Scott,
Yeah.
could I kindly interrupt you for a
Sure.
second? Thank you. I don't think we got that far. The last I remember was we were talking about the elevation on Wawashkesh. So I think that's 4 pages before. Now, I don't have any comments on those 4 pages, but that would start at page 43 of the document instead of page 46 or 7. And I called Paula yesterday, and I think she agreed with me. So I have us starting at 12.05 or 12.08.7, page 43 of the document, but maybe I'm wrong. And again, I don't have any comments on the first 3 pages, but maybe others do.
And through
Well-
you, Mr. Mayor, I have, like after my last comment, which was on the septic elevations, I had no comments until this next one, Councillor Lamb. So if others thought that we stopped at page 45, do we, like, Mr. Mayor, would it make sense just to start at page 45 then? I don't think there's going to be many comments.
Well, we can do that if you want. I took the package at face value and didn't go back and look to see how far we got at the previous meeting. But so where do you want to start? Page 45, and I will use the document pages. That's fine. That's easier for people. That's fine. 12.09.4 brownfield development is at the top of page 45. Is that where you want to start?
Sure.
So is there anything on that page 45? It says the brownfield development is there, land use change and land use compatibility is there, and compatibility between land uses, establishing influence areas for industrial land uses. That's what's on page 45. Anybody have anything on that?
I have nothing on the whole page. So
If not, then that takes us to page 46, which is a major section 13, waterfront policies. And the first one is a definition and then form of development. So anything on page 46?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is where I'd started off there. So under 13.02.1,
Yeah.
we had crossed off access facilities. And to me, I just don't understand why we crossed off access facilities. And I think that should still be there. So that's my comment. Like, I guess we'll just do one comment at a time. So that's my comment on that I think the cross out of access facilities should be there. I guess that's, and I'm not
where's
sure.
the 1301.1?
13.02.1, item D.
What
There's
what
been-
happened is that access facilities got renamed to waterfront landings, and I don't know why that was, but perhaps Jamie can answer. I mean, it's still there as far as I'm concerned. You just changed the name of it. No?
Well,
Yeah.
and I guess my question is to Jamie, could we not say waterfront landings and access facilities or slash access facilities? And then I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just a question.
We can call it whatever you want. The typical language that municipalities use for places where people park their vehicles and then store their boats and get into their boats, that sort of the common name for those now are called waterfront landings. I don't know what is an access, is that what an access facility is in your minds, or is it something different? Like, and we can call it whatever you guys want to call it.
Yeah, and Jamie, to you, I don't want to belabor or go on too much about this, but yeah, even if in our definitions of what a waterfront landings are, if we say they're access of facilities to the water, that's fine. To me, waterfront landing access facilities are very similar, but I know in our some of the previous areas we've talked about access facilities, and in our zoning bylaw we talk about that. That's why I thought it was important to be there. I'll leave it up to you, Jamie. So that was
Okay.
the only question I had on that. But um, yep. So that's my comment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple.
On that
First of all,
page, yeah.
13.01.1, the very first comment on the right is about the lot sizes being 90 meters of lot frontage for all lots. So that's where it's coming up again. So again, I'll push it off to 4 o'clock, but I would say no to that. But I guess that's for a future debate again. So anyway, the second thing is,
I'm sorry, where did you see the 90 meters?
well, I'm looking at the October document because it's made big for me. This thing is ridiculous. I can't see it. The one that came out, right? A little tiny print. So I, like Councillor Nash, am working off the October document, and it's called section 13.01 definition.
Yeah.
And definitions dot over on the other side, it says commented JR 21 90 meters lot frontage for all lots. That's what I have on my paper.
Oh, okay, in the comments, yeah.
In
But
the
it's
comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Lamb there. Would it make sense, instead of getting in, like you said, talk about it later, but instead of
Yeah.
getting into a big debate about it now, because I think it will be a longer debate, that
Yeah,
maybe
that's fine.
under definitions somewhere that we need to, hold on one second.
I just don't want to get bogged down in 90
Well,
meters or 100 meters now.
I agree, but what I was saying is just know that for Jamie, that at some point in this definition section, that I think we'll need a section that talks about, what frontage is. So I think that's why Jamie put it there. And that could be the WF1, WF2, WF3, 100 for everything. Jamie will know there's a placeholder there to put a definition in for us, I think. Does that make sense, Council?
That's fine, but we'll deal with it later.
Is that the purpose of the comment? That sounds like a note that Jamie made to himself about something, correct?
Yeah, we did discuss this last time, and it was a note from last time that I had made.
All right. Okay, but if the comments that are on the side of the thing are not, they're not part of the text unless they
No.
got put there. So we don't, again, let's leave it off till a bit later.
Well, when I read the document, I read the comments too. So anyway.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
Anyway,
You had another one?
yeah, just quickly, the trailer bylaw, section E, which is 13.02.1. It says a trailer home, tent, that sort of thing. But at the end, it says if applicable. Right now, we don't have a trailer bylaw. So I guess that language is okay to say if applicable. So if we end up with not having a trailer bylaw, that language is still good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have on that, please.
Okay, can we then move to page 47? We're in section 1303. Are there any items that you have?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have one, or I have a couple, but I'll do it in order here. 13.03.2. I have the word existing as, I think that should be removed. Again, we talked about this at the last meetings, and again, it was several months ago, but previously at the other meetings, we talked about existing commercial versus new commercial and what's allowed. So I think we're just catching up to what was previously discussed, that the word existing tourist commercial uses, the word existing should be removed or replaced back to occasionally, or I have the word some or limited tourist commercial uses. Like just the word existing should be replaced with either the word occasionally again, some, or limited. That's what I feel. I'm not sure what others feel about that, but I know we talked about allowing some commercial uses on lakes still, instead of saying it's only existing. So just catching up to what we talked about the last time.
What's
So what
again?
was the
What section again, Scott?
13.03.2?
Okay, thank you.
And the word occasional was replaced with the word existing. And existing, I take to mean, and I think we'll get, as we go along, we'll find later on that it basically says we're not doing new ones. Am I correct in that?
So
Yeah.
maybe I can just help here, Your Worship.
Yeah. Yes, please.
The approach in the draft OP was that new commercial uses on the waterfront would require an official plan amendment. And then the discussion through the last meetings with council was that I believe you didn't want, as a group, didn't want official plan amendments to be required for new commercial uses. So I anticipate that's the reason for Councillor Nash suggesting existing be removed, that he doesn't want official plan amendments for new commercial uses and wants all commercial uses to be permitted in the waterfront.
But
You're 100% correct, Jamie, in the sense of that's what was talked about at the last one. That's why I thought putting back the word occasionally, or the word limited would make more sense than the word existing. So because of the
but
previous
they would still require a zoning
Yes.
amendment, correct?
100%. Yeah.
So I don't know. Is there not more detail about commercial later on? Do we not come across more detail, or is this my?
Yeah, there is more detail later on. Again, this is just the principles section. So I think if you want to allow them new ones without an OPA, I think what Councillor Nash is saying is, do we need a qualifier or not? So your option is shoreline density together with tourist commercial uses, like as much as you want, or do you want some qualifier in there about occasional or limited? If you do want a qualifier, I'd suggest use the word limited tourist commercial uses.
That's what I would do if.
And I'd be okay with the word limited there. I think that would be a good compromise.
Yeah.
Anybody else on that one?
Sounds good to me, Mr. Mayor.
Does anyone not want to replace the word existing with?
Sounds fine to me as well.
All right.
Then through you, Mr. Mayor, the next comment I had was 13.03.5. Does anybody have any comments before that? If not, I'll continue at 13.03.5.
Well, 13, uh,
Or sorry,
the point I was going to make is that 13, the whole subject of sorry, the whole subject of natural heritage comes up in section 15, right? So that's where the detail around it is,
and I
if I'm
mis
not mistaken, right?
I
So
misquoted my number, Mr. Mayor. It was .7, not .5. Sorry about that. You're it
oh,
was
all
point
right.
0.7 I meant to bring up. Sorry about that. And I just have, and I'm not saying I have the word why here. So right now we have the municipality shall consider the degree of obtrusiveness of built form to ensure the compatibility of any new development. And I think it should stop there. To this end, boathouses and boat ports are not permitted over the water because I think that gets talked about later. I just think here is kind of the definitions to say we consider obtrusiveness in built items and leave it at that because boathouses comes up when we talk about boathouses further along, if that makes sense, Jamie. Um, Further in the document today will come over as part that says boathouses and boat ports.
Just while you're thinking about that, Jamie, I had that beside that section, I had the words how, which is how do we consider the degree of obtrusiveness? And in a sense, obtrusiveness is like I'm not sure this is more a building issue than a planning issue, is it not? Like, I mean, I don't know. Uh, anyway, I'm having trouble on understanding like what that what that thing means. Now I realize it says no boathouses and boat ports will be permitted. Um, it's a practical matter. I don't have a problem with that because we don't have any now, and I don't see many cases where it would make sense to do it on the lakes we have.
I'm
But
gonna offer a suggestion here. So
yeah,
the language that's there is what's in your plan currently. I
oh,
would
okay.
suggest that you remove degree of obtrusiveness and say, because I think what this is getting at is saying, in considering compatibility of new development, what do you have to consider? So the first item it says is the degree of obtrusiveness of built form. I think what you should replace that with is the scale of built form. So it would say the municipality shall consider the scale of built form to ensure compatibility of any new development.
I'm happy with that, Jamie.
Can you explain to me though what you mean by scale of built form? Is that
I
how
think
many buildings there are, or is that what?
it could mean how many, it could mean the overall size and massing of the structure that's being proposed. So basically, how this would get applied is that let's say someone needs to do a zoning bylaw. They only get like, remember, this only gets applied where people need Planning Act approval. So if you're applying to make a dwelling, for example, that's closer to the lot line than what's permitted by the bylaw, or closer to the front lot line than what's permitted, or taller than what's permitted. It's saying one of the things you need to consider is the size of that overall building to ensure it's compatible with what's surrounding it effectively. So
Could I
if
say
you
one
don't want
thing?
that to be a consideration, then let's just get rid of the whole section.
And if I could say one thing here, Mr. Mayor, it's going to be really quick. It's probably a minute. Following last meeting, I had a really good conversation. I just wanted to point it out with Jamie. And he just brought something up there that I think is important for when I understood it a little better. I think it'll help all of us on council, but certainly help everybody listening today. And Jamie, if I'm incorrect in anything I'm saying here, when I finish what I'm saying here, please correct me. So that conversation was about I was asking for things to be put in, and I was being told things couldn't be put in. So we had a nice dialogue after that meeting. And when Jamie just mentioned it's the Planning Act, so this is talking about if somebody has to come up and do, like for this item, if somebody has to come and go to the committee of adjustments or something, that's when this will take effect. Otherwise, it's under our zoning bylaws. So what the official plan is really talking about a lot of the time is when new development or items that need to go through the Planning Act. That's what a lot of what we talk about in the official plan talks about. Whereas if you already have a lot, it's under the zoning bylaw. Um, so I think that's really important for us to know. And as soon as I heard that from Jamie, I said, in the follow-up meeting being today, if I say, can something be there? And I'm thinking about if somebody's going to be building a cottage or building a new driveway on an existing lot, just reminds me that can't be in the official plan, but that comes to the zoning bylaw part. Am I right in what I'm trying to say? And Jamie, I'm sure you'll do it in a much better way, but I think it's important for everybody to understand that, if it makes sense, Jamie, what I'm trying to say there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm clear on what you're saying, but I think the important part is that whatever this official plan applies in sort of two general ways. One, public works have to abide by the official plan on undertaking projects. And then two, any Planning Act application that's considered by council has to be considered in the context of these policies. So they really only get applied through council decisions, public works that are getting undertaken, or Planning Act considerations. So if what you're doing complies to the zoning bylaw, then you don't need to look at the OP, and it's irrelevant. I don't know if that helps.
Okay, are there other items that people have on this particular page?
You're page 40.
We're on 47. We haven't got to water quality protection yet, but
Okay, you're on 47 still. Okay,
And-
thank you.
just in the section we're in, the
Then-
1303.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the next comment I had was under 1303.9. And it's at one point it speaks to council shall ensure, and I think that should just be municipality shall ensure, Jamie. It's the first sentence there under 09. In consideration applications of waterfront development council, and I think that should be municipality. And that comes up in a few spots today, so I'll just let you know I'm going to be saying it throughout where I see it. And then the second last line, it starts with the municipality will require satisfactory measures to mitigate any negative impacts. Again, we're talking about cultural heritage, and I think it will be may require satisfactory measures, or is it required no matter what, Jamie? And the wording there that you have is law on the based on the Planning Act. Does that make sense?
No, I think it's a will there. Like you need to, if there's cultural heritage resources identified, then there's legislation under that, for example, the Cemeteries Act that says that you've got to preserve the stuff and certain steps you need to take. So I think will's the right terminology there.
Perfect. That's why I had the question mark and a word there. So perfect. Thanks, Jamie.
Any, in 1303, anything else? So I have
I
one.
have,
and-
oh, sorry.
oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I don't have anything. I'm on 1304. So.
Okay, all right. Just before we, 1303, 13.03.4 introduces a concept which is called carrying capacity, interestingly enough. And one of the issues that I was going to raise at the end of the meeting is that, and I have raised this before with our planners right at the beginning of this exercise, we don't have a carrying capacity. I'm assuming means is the room on a given water body for future waterfront development or not, or if we exhausted the capacity of that particular water body for development. And we do have some lakes already in the system where that assertion has been made that they're at capacity. My issue is simply that we don't have a definition or a model of how we would determine what capacity is. And I think we need one. And I think there needs to be an actual, in the definition section, there needs to be a definition of carrying capacity. I don't believe there is one, unless I missed it somehow. So I'd be sort of flagging that as an item to be revisited at some point. And I don't think, I have provided to the planners a long time ago some suggestion as to what could be in that definition. But since we don't have it anywhere in the document so far, I would rather it get looked at offline and not spend a day on it today, because I don't even have my definition in front of me right now. I sent it, Jamie. You'll recall seeing it, I think. And I'm just saying it's not. We got the concept. We've captured the concept here, all right. But we don't say what carrying capacity means or how we would determine it.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, are you referring to, like, I'm a couple pages ahead of you now. Under 1305, we have recreational capacity, which I'm guessing is another word for carrying capacity. Is that where you're referring to, Mr. Mayor?
No.
We have two sections on recreational capacity now, which I know that's different.
But again, this is, but if you look at what it says there when we get there, you'll my comment would be exactly the same as the one I just made. Maybe I should have waited till we get to 13.05, but this is a cleaning up thing, but what's in 1305 doesn't satisfy what I think should be there.
Okay, so
yes, you're right. It's the same subject, though it comes up again. Will come up again.
Could we talk about it there? Because I did have some questions on it
All
as
right,
well.
let's leave it till then. I don't want to. I want to get to the next phase. So what about, if there's nothing else in 1303, can we move to 1304, which again starts on page 47. This is water quality.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Lana.
13.04.6. So this is where we talk about the buffer. And again, I'm not sure the metamorphosis of all this, but what's in there in blue in my copy, is that's what's suggested, or is that what's in there now? Or so that's a question, Jamie. What's in there now in blue that I have?
So the track changes that are in there, that's what's suggested. The stuff that's in black, the traditional writing, that's from the current official plan.
Okay, so this is where you get into this 25%. I think Wawashkesh had suggested that the association up there, that it be 25%. And then I think they retracted on that, if I'm correct. And maybe Paul or someone can correct me on that. But as I read 1304.6, I read the word reasonable. And I guess I question, what's reasonable, and how do who interprets that, and what's the process? Because I never remember us in my 19 years on council ever going to someone and saying, you've taken too many trees out. So explain all that to me, I guess. And lastly, or the second question is, explain the last line, because I don't understand it. The width of the buffer should be the required front yard set out in the zoning bylaw, or larger should dwellings exceed the minimum required yard. So I want you to explain that to me too.
So the last sentence where it says the width of the buffer should be the required front yard, So the required front yard is typically, let's say it's 20 meter set. The front yard is what your setback for development is from the
50
shoreline.
feet,
So
I
if
think.
it's 20
Ours is 50
meters,
feet.
so it's saying if you're set back 20 meters from the shoreline in the zoning bylaw, then your buffer, the width of the buffer should be that entire area.
Oh, okay. But right now, Jamie, is there
So
not some sort of law or bylaw or provincial thing that says you can't cut a tree from X amount of yards from the lake? Because I know I had a tree or two taken out years ago, and the person taking it out said I would never take that or that or that tree out because I can't. Right? So is there any truth to that, that there's any provision now? George is shaking no. Is that
no, there's no
okay?
provincial legislation surrounding tree clearing. Like municipalities under a municipal act bylaw can enact tree cutting bylaws, for example, but there's nothing provincially that.
Okay, I mean, I don't mind it the way it is, but I can tell you that enforcement, I mean, answer the second part, but how do you enforce this?
And I,
So what this would mean is it is difficult to enforce, but what you could do is you could then in your zoning bylaw establish a minimum buffer requirement in the zoning bylaw. And if somebody clear cut their front yard, you could take them to task and take them to court for not meeting the zoning bylaw requirements.
Okay.
and through,
So that's what you could do. I've seen it happen in the past, but like in all honesty, the wording in some sections of this plan, such as this, it's more stewardship based than anything, but it does give the municipality the option to include it in their zoning bylaw if you want to.
So
and
what's the type of fine we would get through the zoning bylaw? You're talking hundreds of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars?
Through a zoning bylaw. So
You said you
if you
could
were
take
to,
them to court or for not, uh, for being against the zoning bylaw. So what would the fine end up being?
I don't know exactly what the fine could entail, but it could include remediation and there could be a monetary component of it.
through
Okay,
you,
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think here's a perfect example of what I was trying to say about the zoning bylaw versus official plan. So the wording that we have now, I have no problem with this wording. Um, I accept one word in it. But with that being said, again, this is only for new development. So if I have a lot that's 50 years old, I don't need to listen to this, Counselor Lamb. That's why you'd need to put this
Oh,
wording into your zoning bylaw, and then it would be for both new lot development and existing lot development. Again, this is only talking about what somebody could do when they're creating a new lot, not an existing lot. And I think that's what we need to think
yeah.
about. And with that, I agree the word a reasonably wide pathway. Well, is that 2 meters? Is it 10 meters? Is it 30 meters? But again, hopefully that can be addressed. Like Jamie said, this is more of a stewardship. The only word that I suggested, and I'd like to get feedback on it, is this second word of this section, Jamie, the area between the shoreline. Can we add the riparian zone? Because I know a lot of the time people talk about the riparian zone or that buffer. Would that be all right to insert the word riparian zone there so people understand? Because I think a lot of people now understand the word riparian zone. Would you have an issue adding that in there?
The only like you could put it in there. My only hesitation to do that is it's the principle of to define as to confine in some respects. Like the area within 20 meters, maybe only a portion of that's the riparian zone in some instances. So
Okay.
like I hesitate to involve a scientific term in language that when I don't think it's necessarily needed. Like it's the policy's pretty clear. It's the area between the shoreline and development on the lot.
Perfect.
So
You
I think you're confining yourself somewhat by including that. That's my only hesitation. But
no,
I will
perfect.
do
Makes
whatever you
total
guys suggest.
No, makes total sense what you just said, Jamie. My next question, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go back to two sections. So Councillor Lamb brought up 13046. I'm going to go back to 13.04 I don't know, it's kind of under point one, I'll call it, or point two. And right now we talk about in point one, the last part we say is the lake capacity assessment handbook, and recognize that the science on lake capacity is evolving. And then we talk about in the next section about development, the very last sentence on point two. Development on or upstream of any of these lakes that are deemed to be at capacity shall only occur in accordance with the Lakeshore Capacity Handbook. And I think this will be a longer discussion on this point. So following our last meeting, Mr. Mayor, you'd spoken to the MNR, and I've spoken to them as well. And the lady confirmed about put in and take out and these types of things. And in that, I'm gonna pull out the email from her. The lady had also mentioned, and I'm gonna read it just so the public is aware of it. I just gotta find it here on my email. And the M&R lady had said about 4 additional items. And I'd forward this to everybody yesterday when I heard back. So she said the dissolved oxygen, this is right from the M&R. The dissolved oxygen criteria applies to all lake trout lakes, whether naturally self-sustaining or stocked, and M&R continues to recommend through the official plan review process that no new lot creation or other Planning Act approvals be granted for lake trout lakes at capacity, except where one of the 4 criteria listed on page 37 to 39 of the Lake Capacity Assessment Handbook attached is met. And the M&R followed up with me to tell us all what those 4 items are, which was sent to everybody. So I think it's really important. And she said that a lot of official plans have those 4 requirements listed so people understand a lake might be at capacity. However, it doesn't mean that you can't do anything. And I'm going to read from part of that page 37 to 39. And it says, the following additional site-specific criteria can be applied where new development is proposed on at-capacity lakes and where certain municipal planning tools and agreements are in place, such as a development permit system under the Planning Act and or site plan control and site alteration bylaws. And then it goes on and explains the 4 points that you can do. So I think it's important, and I know, Jamie, you were copied on that email, so you have the highlight from the ministry. I think it's really important in this section that after point 2, we include that so everybody knows, under the lake quality protection, even though something might be deemed at capacity from the Lakeshore Capacity Handbook for lake trout lakes, that these are the 4 items that can be done if it is considered at capacity. Does that make what I'm trying to say? I think you'll understand, Jamie. I believe this is where you'd put it. But I think from what M&R said, a lot of the municipalities have those 4 criteria listed so everybody knows them, and it's at capacity, it's not at capacity. Is it 300 meters back for a septic, or is it 300 meters back plus a whole bunch of language after that wording? And that's why you spell it all out. So could that be added in here, Jamie? Those 4 criteria?
Yeah, I can take a look at it. I think what you're getting at is so people don't have to go and look at what the criteria are in the handbook, that they're put right in our document. So yeah, I can take a look and see if
And
this is the right place for it.
Yeah, thanks. And I think that just helps it adds transparency. So people don't think we're saying it's closed if it's not, or people don't think we're saying it's open if it's not. It's closed unless these conditions are met, but here's those conditions, right? So thank you for that, Jamie.
Okay, before we jump off the cliff on this, there's a couple of things. Okay. First of all,
No, I can't.
this discussion is about lake trout lakes. The material that Councillor Nash is quoting came from Samantha Jeffress, who is the fish biologist at MNR, and the issues that she's talking about and those criteria and so on. I mean, the criteria are in the LCAH, but they're that's an argument that MNR has used to use about whether a lake was at capacity, specifically with respect to lake trout. My first point is that there are other reasons why a lake would be at capacity for development that have nothing to do with lake trout. There may not even be lake trout in there, in that lake or that river or whatever, but it's at capacity. So we need to keep that in mind. Second thing, the LCAH is a guideline. My question to you is, who's going to enforce it? Because it doesn't get enforced at Planning Act time. It gets enforced at the actual building time. So unless we have site plan control, and unless we have staff who our building department is expanded to have staff who are going to go out and actually look to see, did people put up a silt fence? Did they cut down too many trees? Did they, did they plant grass right down to the waterfront or whatever? Like, I mean, I don't object to saying the municipality encourages people to do these things, but if we are going to, it's not going to be very meaningful, and if we're not going to enforce it. And if we are going to enforce it, we are looking at increasing our municipal resources in order to, because we don't have resources to do. We've never done this before, and we don't have the resources to do it. I assert at the present time. So, I think we have to kind of think about what we really want to say. The final comment I'll make, and I've had this discussion with a number of people at MNR, the assertion in the LCAH is that the thing you are trying to protect is phosphate or phosphorus getting into the water. And phosphorus is probably the worst thing that, it's at the top of the list of things that you don't want getting in the water. I get that for any number of reasons, including to prevent algae blooms and other such things. But lake trout requires a whole bunch of other things like dissolved oxygen, and you can stop all the phosphorus from getting into the lake, but you might still have no dissolved. If you don't have enough dissolved oxygen for other reasons related to what's going on in the lake bottom, then you're not going to have lake trout. You're going to lose the lake trout anyway. So, I mean, then we get into an argument about whether that in and of itself is a reason to stop development or not. But I think we're confusing just a whole bunch of things in this, and I'm a little like, my suggestion is simply that the document should give people reliable advice as to what they do and don't have to do, and I don't see us enforcing LCAH unless we're going to say, unless we are going to implement site plan control or have some other site, site alteration bylaw or whatever.
Mr. Mayor,
so that's my issue with this whole discussion.
Yeah, if I might, Mr. Mayor, I agree with a lot of what you're saying there, actually. The reason I brought up adding this under 1304.2 is because it talked about cold water lakes, and cold water lakes are lake trout lakes. That's why I suggested to add it here. So just because we say it might be deemed at capacity doesn't mean it's at capacity, even to the MNR, if you fulfill 4 additional criteria. But what you're saying, again, I'm going to refer back to what I was trying to say earlier. This is only for new lot development. This isn't for existing houses or existing lots. You know, in here, we go on and talk about septic and filtration bay. Sorry, I lost you there.
Yeah.
We talk about a whole bunch of different things there, which is all important. But again, we need to make sure this isn't just for new lot development, but this is also for existing lots. If somebody has a 5 acre lot and they want to build a 10,000 square foot boathouse, whatever it might be, well, they should do a soakaway pit, or they should do um, erosion control. But we talk about it for new development, whereas our zoning bylaw we can update so it also takes place for existing. So again, this comes into the existing versus new development. Again, what this document is talking about is new planning act applications, not existing ones that have already been approved. That's why we need to address that in the zoning bylaw. But the biggest concern I have, not with what you said, because I agree with a lot of what you said, is our municipality is famous for not writing tickets. We don't write tickets. Our bylaw officer doesn't write tickets. Last year, I don't think we wrote a single ticket. It's up to the public to phone. My neighbor cut a tree down. My neighbor doesn't have sediment fence control up. My neighbor didn't do this. It's a bylaw officer going out. But again, we don't have standard operating procedures for a bylaw officer. We don't have a lot of what we're talking about or concerns here in our zoning bylaw now. We only have it for new development. So I agree with you full-heartedly that maybe we need bylaw officer to be engaged more often or to pay a little bit more, but that's not the discussion today. The discussion today is about what we want to do for our official plan and not for our zoning bylaw or existing bylaws or how we ticket existing people. That comes up later. If that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for
Well,
listening.
well, yeah, I just have one issue with what you said. The zoning bylaw applies only to new development. The zoning bylaw does not apply to historical development. Jamie, could back me up here. Doesn't apply to existing. You can't change the zoning bylaw and go back after people who built something before the municipality existed. You
No,
can't do
but
that.
no, but Mr. Mayor, you can have it that if you change your zoning bylaw to say you can't cut trees down at the lakefront, well, if they cut a tree down, they're going to get in trouble. They're not going to get into trouble for something they did 30 years ago. But if they apply to put in a new garage, they'll have to put sediment fence up, or they'd have to put a soakaway pit, or they'd have to
Yeah,
use
but
lights
if they
that,
don't apply, I just want to be clear. If they don't apply to do anything, they're not building anything. They haven't applied for a building permit. They're just going to in your example, cut a tree down.
no, but Mr. Mayor,
They
no. Mr. Mayor, no,
they
because
can cut the tree down. You'd
Mr.
have to have
Mayor,
a tree cutting bylaw for that.
no, Mr. Mayor, in our zoning bylaw, if you had a law that said maybe it's a tree bylaw, but if in our zoning bylaw, not our official plan, if we had a rule in our bylaws that said you can't have a personal dump on your site and somebody has a personal dump and we pass that law, the bylaw officer can go out and ticket them for that. If we have something to say you can't, cut your trees down at your shoreline in a new zoning bylaw, and somebody goes and cuts a tree down, they can get ticketed for that as long as our bylaw officer reacts, but you need it in your zoning bylaw. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about today, which is why I think we've kind of said this is going to take some time to go through our official plan. We have to wait for comments. And by the time we get to that, it's going to be hard for us as council to get through a zoning bylaw before next fall, because it's going to be a very large task to update our zoning bylaw for everything we might talk about, right? So, but of course, if we have, unless I'm totally wrong and somebody correct me, if we put in a new zoning bylaw that says somebody can't cut down a tree over 30 centimeters and somebody goes and cuts the tree down at the lake shore over 30 centimeters and somebody takes a photo and phones the bylaw officer, I'm sure the bylaw officer is going to investigate and could charge that person for doing that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, look, I think we've kind of exhausted this subject. Do you have any comment on the discussion, Jamie, and before we move on to something else?
Nope, I don't have anything to add.
I would just point out to you from an editorial point of view that in 1304.4.5 and 0.6, the verb is missing, or the will make, I don't know. This looks like it was copied out of some point form thing from somewhere else. And I get that most of it is our old bylaw, but they don't read correctly grammatically. You should just look at them. And there'll be lots of other places, so I won't say this again. Is there anything else that people have on page 48? We're still in.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do. And sorry for all the
Yeah,
comments.
just, can I, sorry, Scott.
Go ahead,
Just
Mr.
wrap up
Go
on
ahead.
this point. Unless you're still on the point you and the mayor are discussing.
No, go ahead, Councillor Lamb.
I just want it to be clarified publicly about our bylaw officer. While it may be true that very few tickets are actually written, our new bylaw officer, in my opinion, is doing a spectacular job, and the tickets aren't necessarily written because she does a really good job at solving the issue, and that's what we should be looking at, and not spending thousands or tens of thousands of dollars trying to get a $500 fine from a judge 3 years after the fact. So you're right in what you say, Councillor Nash, but I don't want anyone to think that our bylaw officer isn't doing a really good job. And all one has to do is look at the report from a couple of months ago that came to council, where she talks about all the issues and things like that. And I think people will find out that what quality that we have in terms of our bylaws. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor Lamb. Just to finish, I fully agree that I think our new bylaw officer is doing a good job and her reports are very good. But with that, I think the public does know that sometimes we, the municipality, do spend tens and tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars going after people and ticketing them for small things, and spending tens upon tens of thousands of dollars going after people. It's public knowledge, it's court cases that we've had. So we do it sometimes. We should treat everybody the same. And I'm sure everybody on council would agree, and everybody on the public, that every single person in our municipality should be treated the same, and everybody should be investigated or ticketed the same. No special treatment for anybody and no negative treatment for anybody. But with that, on page 48, item 1304.11. Again, 130411. It says the municipality may establish a water monitoring program for lakes to guide future planning and development. I think, and I believe we'll have the majority of council on this, I think it should say the municipality should establish a water monitoring program instead of may. I think it's really important. We've talked about it before, so I won't get into the semantics of it, but I think instead of may should be should, and hopefully we'll get a majority of council that would agree on that. We can just move on to the next item.
What section is that again, Scott?
13.04.11, last line on page 48. Instead of using the word may again, I just think it should say.
Oh, I see it.
should.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's a better word because I think the majority of council agrees that we should be doing it. So
I'm good with that.
Anybody else with comments on those two sections? Well, sorry, that section. I was just going to say 1304.10 also says it talks about the same thing. Well, it talks about two things, I guess. It says undertake independent lake capacity studies, which I mean, I would put the word should on that too, because I think that's there is a discipline associated with assessing lake capacity, and we're not there today, but we should be trying to get there, I think, in terms of and looking at again the broad definition of what lake capacity is, not just lake trout or not just phosphorus or whatever, but I also think we should have water monitoring programs, uh, and the Lake Partners program, which is a specific program that the province supports. Um, so you probably should put a capital letter on Lake and Partner, uh, but uh, that's just the start of a water quality program. So I don't know. That stuff all goes together, but I think I think it is important. Anything else about this? What's on page 48? We're still on page 48.
So,
And
Mr. Mayor,
finally,
through you,
yes,
just to be clear, we are going to change 130410 and 130411 from may to shall or should or will. I agree that we should be doing water quality testing, and
yeah.
I think everybody
I
does.
don't know. I mean, I was just gonna say, I I don't want to get hung up on the semantics of this. If we say will, then I guess we should, by the time this becomes law, um, it'll be another council, and I guess the other council could turn around and say, you know what, we we think this is a good idea, but we have to figure out how to put it in the budget, right? So
So
uh,
could we go with,
maybe will the word will, um, and by the way, the word shall and the word will are the same, and shall is obsolete. You'll notice through the document both words are kind of used interchangeably in various sections, and I would argue that in an edit you should take out the word shall wherever it appears and replace will. There's no difference in meaning legally between those two, but may at least allows the council the flexibility of of doing it. If we say we are going to do it, then at some point in time in the future we have to
and
we
Mr.
will have to
Mr.
budget.
Mayor,
We'll have to budget for these things, right?
yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think it's been updated to the word should here. And I think the should gives a little leeway if it takes a year or two. I'm in support of doing these things, as I think many people on council is, but instead of will, I think the word should is a little bit better than the word may, but gives a little bit of flexibility on when council will
Yeah.
start that. So the word should is better than will in my eyes.
I'm okay with that. I just want it to be clear so that everybody on the call actually gets our intentions.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm in agreement.
So am I. Let's move on.
How about page 49? There's a little section here on recreational capacity.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I had this circle, like I said, I think you wanted to talk about this item as well, but if you don't mind, I'll start on it. But so I had next to it recreational capacity, and I had the word carrying capacity next to it as well. So, and I think this is where, as I said, you were trying to say something earlier. You have the carrying capacity from I'll call it a water quality point of view, but you also have the recreational carrying capacity from boats or canoes or people swimming in the lake. So, a lake might be too busy, but the water quality is good, but it still might be considered at capacity because the lake is so busy from boats. Or you might have another lake that the water quality says it's at capacity, but is not at carrying capacity from recreational. So I think that's where you're talking about maybe a definition. And recreational carrying capacities, there are some government modelings that were used, and there's a lot of private modeling. And one is the Ontario government utilizes the specific model, such as the Lakeshore Capacity Model. So maybe under the definitions or somewhere, Jamie can look at what others have said about that, but maybe we use the word Lakeshore Capacity Modeling, um, or something else. Um, but I think I do agree that you might want a definition in there, or to say it's a recreational carrying capacity. So just add that word carrying between recreational capacity, because I think it is an important item. And there's a bunch of mathematical equations they use, and you know, how far from the shore you should be before you start calculating the water. These are all things that are already out there for the professions that do these types of things. And that's based on, again, this um, Ontario lakeshore capacity modeling, I believe. Thank you.
Okay, other comments about these two sections? Subsections? Okay, so my comment about the way 13.051 is worded, this is what it sounds like to me. It says, while it is recognized that this aspect of a water body use is an extremely subjective analysis, and I wouldn't use the word extremely, by the way, but it is a subjective analysis. I think we can agree on that. Then it says the municipality may require an assessment of the development on the present users of the lake. So what that says to me is that somebody comes along one day and says, I want to develop this piece of property. And it sounds like we're going to say to that person, you know what, the lake might be at capacity. So we're going to require an assessment, and I'm assuming that's an assessment by somebody else to come and decide if the lake's at capacity or not. And if I would argue that this should not be triggered by one person's application, because you know what'll happen. You'll get into the situation that Councillor Nash was concerned about a minute ago, which is that all of a sudden we decide, okay, this particular development we don't think is a good idea, so we're going to trigger the capacity analysis. I think the capacity analysis needs to be done in advance, and in advance of specific applications, and then the application, if it's at capacity, then regardless of what applications come forward, we say, sorry, there's just too much. You got this little section of river here, and there's just too much boat traffic in that river. So we're not going to allow any more lot creation in that section. And we would do that on the basis of having an analysis done, and everybody would know up front, okay, don't bother putting in an application because that section of the water body is at, or that water body or that section is at capacity.
So
So that's my only comment about this. I just,
so Mr. Mayor, am I
not
correct?
should we do it? It's just how and when should we do it?
Yeah. So Mr. Mayor, if I'm correct, you're talking about doing lake-specific studies on carrying capacities, I'll say, which again, I don't think is for our official plan, but for our zoning bylaw. And I think we just need to know as a municipality, if we are going to start doing carrying capacity studies for, let's say we have 20 major lakes in our municipality, we're going to be spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on these studies to be done. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just know it's very expensive and each lake has to be studied. But again, that's not really for this part. That would be if we as a municipality want to do it through our budgeting process and start engaging lake capacity specialists to start doing those studies and reports, and bring it back to us. But I don't think that's for our official plan. But I do agree with what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, at the same time.
Can I ask a question here just for clarification?
Yeah,
Your
go ahead,
worship,
and then you can answer one. Yeah, go
is
ahead.
what you're getting at that you'd like the official plan itself to contain a trigger for when these studies are required, and you would like the official plan to provide an overview of each lake and whether or not the lake's at capacity or not. And I'll give you an example. In the township of Seguin, they identify in their official plan, they have a table at the back of it that says that if a lake is at capacity or not from a recreational carrying capacity perspective. Because when they did their official plan back in 2005, they, like, I was involved in it, so I did the exercise, but we did a GIS exercise to basically determine if a lake was at recreational carrying capacity or not. So that table sits in the back of their official plan and it goes along with the policies. And the policies basically say if new law creation would exceed this carrying capacity, it's not allowed, for example. Or you could take the approach if it exceeds that number, then you need to do a study to determine what the impact is. Like, is that what you're getting at? That you want the municipality to have that done up front, or I wasn't clear. Because we can structure the policy, if that's what you want, then the policy could say that the municipality undertake a review to determine the recreational capacity of each lake. Like, that's not a big exercise. It's a GIS exercise. It's not that costly, but I just don't know what you're asking for here.
Am I right?
Well, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say, am I right in saying, I think the section before when we said should, and
Yes.
we talked about doing some stuff, I think this is something, Jamie, that's going to take us some time because we're a smaller municipality. And if we're going to do it, be it carrying capacity from a water quality point of view or carrying capacity from a recreational point of view, we'll have to do that lake by lake when we have enough money. And I think that's why I was, and then Councillor Woods, and then the mayor said, well, what about the item above? So by using that word should for getting people to do some water quality testing and getting people to do some lake capacity studies, we know as a municipality would like to do it, but we're just giving ourselves a little leeway knowing it's going to take some time. And in a perfect world, to me, over the next 5 years after this is passed, you'd be able to gather up that data on water quality and lake capacities. And then when this official plan comes back for the next update, you'd have some of that information you need to then put in what you're talking about, if that makes sense. That's where I come from, at least, Jamie. I think we're just one official plan ahead of ourselves because we need that datum first. And I think it's going to be hard to budget all of that in a short time. Where I think if we can span it out over the course of this next official plan, I think the majority council would say that's why we're using that word should, because we know it's important going forward. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I agree with should. I always remember when we did the official plan 10 years ago, I guess. John Jackson was around, and what I learned was that the official plan is the guiding document, and the zoning bylaw is the implementing document, if you will. So I think that's why I agree with should. And we'll do whatever we can, I guess, in the zoning bylaw when we get to it. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you. To answer your question, Jamie, I think I could see that down the road we would want to be where Seguin is, as you described. But we can't get there. I don't think we can get there in the short run. But recognizing the concept that, like, I think this should be in the official plan because the official plan contains the policy, and my understanding is that if the official plan does not contain the policy, then you can't go stick it in. You can't stick new policy items in the zoning bylaw. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, you need policies in the OP to
Yeah.
trigger.
So I think what we should do is we should anticipate in the wording of the carrying capacity section, we should anticipate the fact that we should develop these models, and that will assist us. And then I don't have a problem with the wording of it, because uh, other than the word extremely in the subjective analysis, because I think we can do an analysis and come up with a carrying capacity for individual water bodies, and we could put them into a table like that. So if we can just have wording that allows us to get there as we go, and then we don't have to come back and we can make what would be a relatively minor amendment at some point in the future and add an appendix, right, for where we have those locations for which we've done an analysis. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
So anything else under 1305? If not, 1306 is our commercial development section. And there is some new stuff, and it talks about continuation of existing tourist establishments and other such things. What do we have? That's page 50. What do we have there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, following up from our previous meeting in October and previous discussion earlier today, under 13.06.3, the
Yes.
first sentence reads, the resort commercial uses permitted in the waterfront designation shall be limited to existing. Again, that's not what we'd spoken about at the previous meeting or earlier today. So I think the word shall be limited to existing should be taken out, and it would therefore read the resort commercial uses permitted in the waterfront designation are appropriately zoned tourist establishments. So just again, I might have a word missing there, but the word shall be limited to existing needs to come out. Because that's what the majority council had already discussed at the last meeting and again this meeting. That if somebody wants to come and apply, they'll have to go through all the proper applications and zoning applications. And instead of going through a whole official plan amendment, can do it through a planning application, and then council can decide on that outcome instead of saying it's only limited to existing.
Is this something that we should do because I wasn't part of that discussion, as you know, and I don't remember what was said previously, but I guess the starting point of it was, if I'm correct, that it was supposed to be limited to existing. So my question to you is, should we do a straw poll on this and see where we're at
I think that'd be a great idea, Mr. Mayor.
today? I mean, anybody else want to speak to it first, or?
Yeah, just, I mean, it's very limiting to say it's limited to existing, right? So all our lakes, all our situations, all our, I just don't believe in closing it off like that. It isn't like someone just comes along and says, I want a resort, and away you go, and we say yes. They have to go through all the hoops and planning and studies and everything else. And then, of course, you get council making a decision. So I think to just say we're not going to have any more existing commercial development on our lakes, if I'm reading this right, I think is wrong. Also, you have what is commercial development. I guess someone puts a garage up and wants to make candles in their garage or something. You can't do that, right? I don't believe that. So anyway, okay, so I'm in agreement with Councillor Nash on this one.
Okay, so I'm just gonna highlight this whole section because based on sort of the change in approach on that, I think I need to take another look at this and come back to you guys with it.
Okay.
Yeah, we should continue this straw poll. Is there anyone I'll ask, is there anyone who feels strongly that it should be limited to existing? Okay, I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing anybody say that. So, and I look at it this way. I mean, we could have, down the road, somebody could come along and say, I want to establish a marina on Shawnee Lake, for example. Well, there isn't one there. Maybe there's a demand for one. Maybe there's a place for one. I don't know.
Yeah.
We did this not so long ago with Bolger.
Yeah, or
Yep.
even Mr. Mayor, I
So,
agree.
so maybe I would hate to draw a line in the sand and say, sorry, we're not going to have any more marinas if they're, yeah,
Yeah. And I agree, Mr. Mayor. Like, it might even be so simple as somebody wants to open up, like, take Lake Wawashkesh. Somebody wants to open, like, it's a very large lake. Somebody wants to open up a convenience store. Nope, can't do it. It's closed to development. Can't do it anymore. Right? Like, and I think that's what came from that first meeting was, and what Councillor Lamb said is very important. It doesn't mean it's an automatic green stamp. You still have to go through rezoning applications and whatever reports you might need to do, but we're just saying it's not close to it, right? You still have to go through
Okay,
things. Thank you.
sorry, we've beaten this to death. Let's move
Yeah.
on. We'll never get through it by 4.
anything else? So there's nothing else. Then you're gonna revisit the whole of 13.06, Jamie. Is that the understanding?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and
All right.
the one thing, Jamie, when you're looking at it is even if I think a lot of what you've written might stay, it might get reworded, but item G in that section where it talked about 300 meters, I had that as being crossed off. So maybe just look at that when you're looking at that in specific. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure that needs to go, but anyway.
Oh.
So we're at on page 51, we're at 1307, which is shoreline structures and modification. Anything in there? Goes on to page 52.
Through you,
And
Mr. Mayor.
that's where boathouses and boat parts are there, but it's mostly all cross out. It says there.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's what I was about to say. This is where the boathouses and ports are mentioned. And I think it's easiest to say here, the boathouses and boat ports are discouraged and just leave it at that. If somebody comes along and they're building a special place and I don't think a lot of our lakes, as you said, I wouldn't want to have a boathouse or a boat port on Lake Wawashkesh because of the water going up and down. But if somebody wants to have a boat port with a set of rails that goes right to the shoreline, and you do have that, there's some historical buildings with that on. I think I know they're on Wawashkesh. There's even one on Gooseneck. They're on Bolger. That I think if we just leave it as discouraged, but if somebody really wants to come, maybe they're going to have to come in front of council and we're going to have to decide. But just to say, no matter what, you can't have them, I think is not the right way. But I think it's perfectly fair to say that we discourage them, if that makes sense.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't agree at all. I don't want to change us into Lake Joe or Rosso or anything like that right now. And this is my opinion. So I guess, Scott, you and I'll have to agree to disagree. Right now, because I own right down to the shoreline on Whitestone Lake, my understanding is I can put a boathouse, but I can't put it in the water. I can put it on the land that I own in front of the water. And I've had, and maybe others have had lots of calls on boathouses. I've had very few over my years on council about putting up boathouses. They tend to block views. They tend to get into neighborly disputes. I don't think it's an issue. If you have a boathouse, you're grandfathered and you can replace it. And I think what we have now is fine, but obviously, I guess maybe we need a straw poll on this one. I don't know.
One thing just before that, I think you might be incorrect in that you can't build something right at the water's edge right now. You'd have to be set back however far, and boat a storage place for a boat along the shoreline isn't allowed, whether it's in the water or further back right now. That's why I'm saying you might have some areas where,
No, I don't think that's true. But anyway, I don't know, because I put a gazebo up in front of my place and it was within the zone I'm talking about, and I got a building permit and closed it off and everything. So,
and
but
I
anyway,
think
maybe
gazebos
wrong, but
and
anyway,
gazebos.
we can discuss that. From really what we're saying is, do we want boathouses to be erected? And all the language we have in the official plan is we discourage them. Someone comes and said, well, thank you for discouraging it. I encourage it and I'm putting it up, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want that. I don't
Yeah,
want
but-
to.
and
This had turned into a free-for-all. So you had your opinion, Scott. I have my opinion. I don't know what other people feel on it, but they
no,
should
no,
get a chance to comment, right?
and
Before
that's
we go back and forth.
no, and
Other
that's
people
fine.
think on
Yeah,
boathouses.
that's
Excuse me, I
fine.
had the floor, I thought.
Well, actually, I had the floor and you took over,
No.
Mr. Counselor Lamb.
No, anyway.
I was talking about boathouses, and then you spoke, and I didn't interrupt you.
Well,
But
well,
Okay,
where
well,
I
I'm
was
not getting
gonna,
into
but where I was gonna go is if you say boathouse or boat port, but then you say, but you can have it on shore, it's still a boathouse. That's the problem. You'd have to define what a boathouse is. You can't just say, well, it's okay if it's on the shore but not in the water, because it's still a boathouse. So it's simple to say I don't want it in the water, but on land it's okay, but it's still a boathouse or a boat port. So then we have to change the definition or use the word discourage or say no. But then if we say no, nobody can have that one on shore to pull their boat up into in the winter because it's still a boathouse. It's housing a boat. That's the issue. Sometimes we look at this with the lens half closed instead of fully open and say, what do we want to define it as? Instead of what are we going for? Right? And that's where I was coming from,
Okay.
Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, let's find out what the other two councilors and you think and move on. Again, we're not going to get through this.
okay, well, I think the question is, I guess I'm now confused because what I see here right now, 13073 says boathouses and boat ports, and it doesn't say what they are. There's no definition, but it says are not permitted. These have the impact to impact the character of the lake. So you're not allowing that basically says you can't have a boathouse at all.
So
I mean,
here's the
people need it.
consideration, if I can just help here, the
Oh,
consideration of you folks, I would suggest is this, is do you want to allow boathouses as of right through zoning, that they're permitted anywhere? That would be question number one. If the answer to that's no, then that's fine. And then the next question would become, all right, do you want to allow boathouses, but only where they've gone through an OPA, and list specific criteria where you would consider a boathouse to be appropriate, for example? Or do you want to just full stop in the OP say boathouses are not permitted, full stop?
Yeah. If
Like,
I
I think
might,
those are the three questions that council needs to ask themselves.
and currently through you, Mr. Mayor, right now in our zoning bylaw, we do have the definition for boathouses and boat ports. Except where permitted in the tourist commercial C2 zone, no person shall use land adjacent to or on a navigable waterway for the purpose of a boathouse or boat ports. Full stop. So you can't have a boathouse on the shore. That's why I'm saying maybe a boathouse on the shore would be okay, which is why, Jamie, I think your three questions are very pertinent here. So under our zoning bylaw, you can't. So either we say just aren't permitted, or maybe we need to change it in both our zoning bylaw and our official plan that one on land might be okay sometimes or might not be.
Earl, are you done? Sorry.
Yes,
Yeah,
Sam.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor Knapp.
So yeah, I mean, I always understood that I could have a boathouse in front of my home here, as long as it kind of was on my property. And in a case, for instance, where the two stakes are out here, in the front of the property, you can put a gazebo. There's something in our zoning bylaw, gazebo, a boathouse, or maybe it's called boat storage or something, right? But it is in there now that you can have a boathouse. Now, you can't put it in the water, certainly, and I'm not sure between where my property stake is, because I own them all the way down. I don't know what that is. But to simplify this, I'm for option 3, Jamie. So everyone else, please vote so we can move on.
Well, so I'm just to be clear, option 3 was what?
That we don't allow new boathouses, right? And the second question I have is, what is a boat port? Is that where people put up a cloth thing and hoist their boat up? Is that what that is?
Boat port is a boathouse with no walls.
So that is, people buy these structures that they put and they pull their boat up and then they crank it up, and on the top there's a canvas top to it that sits there in the summertime and then is usually taken out and put on shore in the wintertime. Are you saying that we're suddenly they can't do that?
Well, that's a question for you guys, whether you allow
Well,
for those
you
sorts of-
added it in, I guess. So why did you add it in?
because boat ports are a boathouse without walls, and they're a common structure that you see on lakes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want someone to say, if you guys decide we're not going to allow boathouses, and then some guy's like, well, I'm not building a boathouse, I'm building a boat port. Just doesn't have walls on it. Looks and smells like a boathouse, but doesn't have walls. So
this would only apply, because there are these on there, this would only apply to new people, right? If you have a boat port now, you're fine, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Okay.
what's the difference?
I don't mind so much a boat port because you can see through it. You can, but I think someone going out and putting a crib, or not a crib, but building full stop a crib and a full boathouse with walls and a ceiling and everything else that they'll turn into a family room, by the way, in many cases, right? But anyway, I'm not for that. So I've made myself clear 3 or 4 times. And again, I don't hear other people what they want. Let's move on. Are you for it or not, or what do you want?
Can you please repeat, through you, Mr. Mayor, could Jamie please repeat number 2 and 3?
So I see if I can capture these correctly again. But so 3 was just not permitted, full stop. 2 was establish some criteria in the OP that would say you're permitted, you need an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment to have one of these structures, but here's the conditions or criteria you'd need to meet in order to establish one. And then I think option 1 was just that they're permitted everywhere.
So okay, thank you. Did you want to say some more, Councillor Bray, or?
No, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on the 3 options, and I look at it and say that I misunderstood what boat ports were. I thought they were sort of the thing out in the water. I'm torn between 2 and 3. I think that I'm not really for them being permitted, but it may be that there's reasons why I should, or why we should allow a certain amount through an OP amendment and zoning bylaw or whatever. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be for number 2, Jamie, to have some qualifications on it. And then at least we can see what it looks like when we come back, and then take it away if we need to, or add more conditions to it. That would be mine. I'm not sure what other counselors
Yeah.
want. We have two for
Councillor,
number.
okay, thank you. Councillor Woods, do you have any opinion on this?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, one thing I could say is I don't know of too many lakes that I've been on up here that don't have them. I mean,
Grandfather.
there's dozens of them, legitimately dozens of them in the municipality, right?
I'm afraid that there's there's a little bit more complexity to this than people realize. Let me start with something that is common in Wawashkesh, and it's been common since I've been here, so for a long time. People would build boathouses. I have one actually. People would build boathouses close to the water, on their shore road allowance, if you will. You know that.
Hmm.
And the boat, but it would be high enough so that it didn't flood, and there would be a ramp that ran down into the water. And the folks who had the bigger boats, like any Muskoka boats, for example, those nice mahogany ones that you see, we used to have 3 or 4 of them on the lake. That's how they got them in and out of the water. And you know, they couldn't, if you said, well, you can't have it except back behind where your garage is, then of course you're going to have to trailer the boat in and out at a landing or do something like that. So people would do that, especially because there were very limited roads onto the lake in those days, right? So so there's quite a few of those around, and I'm not sure that they're a problem. They were exposed to the lake at the shoreline, so people can see them, yeah, for sure. We also and we don't have any on, especially on a lake like Wawashkesh, because the water level changes. But there are also floating boathouses, and those of you who are familiar with this legal decision in court, the Lakes versus Glassbow back a few years ago, will know that the judge in the question decided that docks were structures, which was really an error on his part. In that particular case, in the Glassbow case, it was a structure because why? Because it was a floating dock with a boathouse on the top of it and sleeping accommodation on the top of the boathouse, in the top of the boathouse. So it was a structure like any other structure, but there are no such ones. There are some on, like if you go to Amick and Sasib, you'll find them, but you won't find any on, I don't think on any of our lakes, of these floating boathouses. Or floating docks that are boathouses, or ones that are on cribs over the water that people can drive into. Why? Because the fluctuations in water level and so on, well, they're expensive to create and so on and maintain. And if you have any fluctuation in water level, of course, it makes it very difficult. And you can end up like when they had the flooding on Muskoka a few years ago, people's boats, the water went up so high, people's boats went right up through the top of the boathouse and broke right out, floated right up and broke the roof. So, you know, do we want to have floating boathouses? No, we don't. I would argue we don't. Do we want to have them with accommodation on them? No, I don't think so. But I don't think that a boathouse itself is necessarily bad. Here's another thing that, again, I actually have one of these. Okay, so what do people do? They have a floating dock with some sections, and then they put a canopy. They put, they attach a canopy over top of it so that the boat is not sitting, if it's a wooden boat, it's not sitting out in the sun all the time, getting blistered. Is that a boat port? I don't know. But again, I don't think there's anything wrong with people doing that if they want to. That's, they protect their boat when it's at the dock. So,
So I think the answer is number 2. Let's go on.
Why don't we just go with Why don't we just go with number two? I can work up some
Move on.
policies, and if you guys don't like them, we can go another route next time. But at least that gives you options.
Yeah, number two, I guess it is.
Okay.
Sounds
I
good to
vote
me.
against number two, but I got outvoted, and that's the great thing about democracy, isn't it? So thank you.
Well, okay, if we are done with that, then we're at section 50, we're page 53, section 14, commercial and industrial development. Do you got any comments on any of those? Looks like there was a fair amount of editing there, but anybody got anything in 14?
Nope.
Okay, well, all right. So how about 15, which is cultural heritage? We touched on this before. My reaction to this, and I'll just start by saying, is that yeah, I'm sensing that this is something that Jamie, that you consider as mandatory to be included for various reasons. But by and large, we don't have any of this. Like, it goes on and says, well, we could create a heritage committee. Well, and the heritage committee, um, will decide what's compatible with the historical look and feel of a particular area. And with all due respect to my friends from from places like Richmond Hill, I just don't see that happening in Whitestone. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess if we're putting something in there that we have to have, then I guess we should put it there. But I can't see us establishing a heritage committee and starting to
Yeah.
get into all that stuff.
Through you, Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Mayor. Oh,
Sorry, maybe I should let Jamie just answer. Is it something we have to have? Are they going to tell us no? You got to put it in.
Yeah, like it's something we need to include here, and it's something the province is telling us to put in here. It's not
Okay.
saying you have to establish a committee per se, but it's standard language that needs to be in here
Okay.
now.
And through you, Mr.
Well,
Mayor, what I was
sorry,
going to say.
Counselor.
Oh,
Yeah.
Did you have your hand up, Counselor Lamb, first, or?
oh, sorry.
I did. It doesn't matter to me. I'll just make a quick comment if I may, Councillor Nash, or no?
Yeah, of course. Go on.
Yeah. So 10 years ago, when we did the official plan, it wasn't mandatory that this goes in, but it was put in. And I remember the discussion very well because I said, you're going to have committees, you're going to say, and I said, I would love to see the day that someone goes down to Jim McPhee's place on Canning and tells them that his farm's a cultural asset in the community, and we're going to tell him whether he can put a new roof on or he can do
Yeah.
whatever. And I said, when you do that, I just want to be there because, and it was someone from Oshawa, actually. And I said, have you ever been up north? Do you understand anything about rural life, right? I said, I just want to be there, watch it, because you'll be going out at the end of a shotgun. So this came up 10 years ago, and I guess it's coming up now because I guess we need to put it in. But I think people do a pretty good job on our cultural assets in this community. So anyway, that's just a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I had more grammatical items in here, Jamie. There's a few spots that it says the word council. I can let you know where they are. So example 15.01.3, the word council is there. I think that if we're going to have it, it should be municipality. And that's the same in a couple spots. 15.01.5 says council, as does 15.01.6 says council. I think both those spots should say municipality. And under 15.01.7, it says the municipal clerk. I think it's just the municipality. If something is done, that it wouldn't be the clerk necessarily, it would be the municipality. But with that said, I can see that this is here in case at some point there is a committee that is set up to say that maybe there might be one, and I could use a couple buildings, maybe it's not now, but if it's 75 years from now and somebody wants to knock down the church in town, somebody might say, well, that's been there for 150 years. It should be historical. Or if somebody says, let's knock the Grange down, maybe the Grange would be a historical building because it was the first fire hall. So, I think this just having it here just leaves the opportunity that a committee could be set up if wanted without having to change our whole official plan. That's all.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Grange will fall down before that.
I would agree with you, Councillor Lane.
I was going to use that as an example, but what did we do? We turned it into a historical artifact by putting those pictures on of early days from the Historical Society on the outside of it, thanks to Councillor Matthews, and that I think there was broad support for that idea from the longtime residents of Dunchurch. So anyway,
Mr. Mayor, are we able to take a break?
well, yeah, we could. Is there anything more on this? Because this will take us to section 16, which is on page 56. I don't hear anything, Jamie, so I think
The only thing I had, again, was more grammatical than anything. Under 15.04.1, Jamie, again, it says council recognizes within the boundaries of the municipality. I think it should just be municipality recognizes that within the boundaries of the municipality, there will be marine archaeology, right? So again, just changing the one word from council. Thank you.
okay. So if there's nothing else on this section, maybe we could take a short break. I'm suggesting that we go actually till about maybe 1 and then break for lunch. But if anybody needs a bio break or wants to get a coffee or something, we can do that right now. And then
I do for a couple minutes. Thank you.
all right.
Yeah, I'd like a break as well. Thanks.
Okay, so let's take no more than 10 minutes, please, if we can.
10 minutes or 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor, just so I know when to come back.
Five would be fine with if that'll work for folks. 5 will be because
Perfect.
we're gonna have lunch at 1 by about
Hard to
1.
make a cup of tea in 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
I'll see you in 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right.
The decision before council is, you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yes, I
sorry,
can.
we just got the recording.
The decision for council is this, what do you want to require as of right? What do you want to require by zoning? And what do you want to require by official plan amendment and zoning? So the way I've drafted this is that if you want to establish a pit, for example, so existing stuff is allowed and grandfathered in. If you want to establish a new pit, it's permitted by the OP. It depends what the zoning says. The zoning's likely going to have to require you to go through a zoning amendment to establish a pit. If you want to establish a new quarry, the way this is set up right now and drafted, you would need an official plan amendment to establish a quarry, and then you would need a zoning bylaw amendment as well. And that's a typical approach that municipalities take, is that pits require zoning amendments, quarries require official plan amendments. The reason being is that quarries have blasting and it's much more noxious historically. But you're free to take whatever approach you want. If you don't like that word existing in there and you just want to say pits and quarries are permitted, then you'd be basically saying we would like a zoning amendment for both of those. We don't need an OPA for a quarry. So that's
Okay.
the question.
That
Could I
explained it.
just? Oh, sorry, Councillor Nash. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that explained it really well. So if we use the word existing in front of pits and existing quarries, that would mean if somebody wanted to start a new sand pit that they might be hauling 50 truckloads of sand out of a day, they'd have to go through an OP. But right now it's only a new OP for if it's a not an existing quarry, but if we wanted, we could add the word existing in front of pits as well. That's why I had existing in front of pits listed as well. I I thought that what you were going to say is what you said. So I would propose that if somebody wants to start up a new sand pit or fill pit or whatever it might be, that it should be have to go through a more rigorous process. So it should say existing in front of pits as well, would be my take on it, Jamie. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I came in late. What section are you talking about now?
16.01.2, which is permitted land uses under the rural designation, and we're talking about item A, which is resource
Okay.
extraction.
Okay.
And I have a question for Jamie. There is provincial, like if I have a chunk of my property that I see as sand, and I decide I want to take the sand off it and use it for something, there's still provincial requirements for you to do that, are there not? Or
Depends.
what are the provincial requirements for you to have a pit or a quarry?
So there's two considerations here. If you're a farmer, for example, and you want to have a sand pit on your property to build a road or do
Yeah.
something on your lot, that would be an accessory use effectively. So you can do that sort of a thing because it's accessory. If we're talking about a commercial operation for a sand operation, gravel operation, or an extraction operation that would involve quarrying of material, then you're into some approvals. So to your point, Your Worship, there's a piece of legislation called the Aggregate Resources Act. So you would need a permit and a license under the Aggregate Resources Act. And then you also need to meet the municipal planning documents. So there is a process to obtain an aggregate resources site plan and approval through that. And then there's a separate process for the municipality. So it's basically what do you want the process to look like for as a municipality for someone that wants to commercially extract either sand and gravel, which would be a pit, or quarrying, which is a quarry.
But we don't require them, we do or don't require them to rezone, is the question. I mean, and I'm talking about commercial ones now, because you just said if you want to do it for your own use,
Well, yeah, my suggestion is you require them to both you require them both to go through a zoning process. And how I've constructed it is that a quarry would also have to go through an OPA. What Councillor Nash has said is that he would like an OPA and rezoning for both a pit and a quarry.
okay, well, I guess we can ask the other counselors who haven't spoken to this what they think should happen.
And Jamie, that would just be for commercial purposes, right? From what you'd explained before, right?
If you're using it, if it's your own property and you have a sand pit to build a road on your property, for example, that would be what I would consider to be an accessory use that would not be subject to, like that would be permitted because the zoning bylaw permits accessory uses.
And that's what people have done historically, I would point out. I mean, there's a lot of, you go around, you'll see there's a lot of properties where the sand's been taken off, and I don't think those were ever licensed quarries or anything, or licensed pits. I mean, they were just.
Yeah. And I wouldn't want to see them affected either. So that's why I just wanted to clarify.
Anybody else on this? Do you agree with Councillor Nash, or do you, or do you think the way we're distinguishing between pits and quarries in this case? Pits are just rezoning, and quarries are, or am I right? No, they're not. Pits.
Yes, pits are just rezoning. Quarries are proposed as
Yeah,
it's written
because
would
this is
be
existing
OPA.
quarries are okay. Well, all right. Who wants the word existing to be moved in front of pits? So it says existing pits and quarries. Can I get a show of hands? Councillor Nash has advocated, that's what he's advocated for,
Yeah.
is there, can
So-
I get a,
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor? Because
Sure.
I'm not as familiar with these kinds of areas as maybe the rest of you are. So the resource extraction, so permitted uses, so it would be all pits and existing quarries, and all pits meaning even new pits?
Yeah, so what this is saying again is it's, do you want anything would have to go through a zoning amendment. So what's important for council to understand is that involves a public meeting, it involves opportunity for comment, right?
Okay,
That's the zoning piece. The added layer of an official plan amendment, it doesn't change the statutory requirement for a public meeting. That's there whether you have a zoning amendment or not. What it just does, it's an elevated approval that the OPA goes to the province actually for approval, right? It's a provincial,
okay,
it's an MMH approval for the OPA as opposed
Okay.
to a township approval for the OPA. So it's just an elevated type of review for a quarry application. And you may just decide, you know what, we don't need that. We're fine with the zoning amendment because it's the same public process, and that's fine. I'm letting you know that most municipalities I deal with have the approach that I've outlined here, but you can go whatever way you want to go at it.
so that pits
And
are okay, and existing quarries, but we don't have to worry about new pits. Just new quarries need to go through the whole OPA as well as then zoning amendments. Is that correct?
how this is
Yes.
worded would require, yes.
And the OPA MAH approval can take quite a while, can it? On
It,
something
it could,
like this?
it could take some time, yeah. And the main difference for the added step, I would say, that other municipalities require for the OPA is because you're into blasting studies, there's
Yeah.
more noise studies associated with quarry, there's potentially more impacts than a pit, which is basically machinery digging and loading trucks and truck traffic versus the whole blasting and crushing and all that other stuff that goes on at a quarry.
Jamie, if I might hear through you, Mr. Mayor, a good example, Councillor Bray, would be right now on the 124. I won't say the name of the company, but there's a large sand pit just out of town when you're going to the west. Everybody will see it there on the north side. We're saying that if somebody wanted to make a new pit like that to extract thousands of loads of sand, that would be fine. You wouldn't need to go through a new official plan amendment only for new quarries. And what I'm trying to say is if somebody's going to make a very large commercial practice to making a very large sand pit or gravel pit, being gravel that just comes out of the ground naturally and doesn't need to be blasted, you should have to do the same thing as a quarry that might have blasting. I'm not talking about, somebody that wants to build down their own private road, but this is only for commercial operations. And I look at that one as an example because that's been in the municipality for decades.
Mhm.
And I look at it and say, if somebody is going to build that next to a rural area, a new pit like that, I think we need to do our due diligence and go through many channels because there would be a lot of public comments. That's where I was coming from, Councillor Bray, on it.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Jamie, for the clarification.
So where do you stand on this, Janice, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I think that if we're going to have any new big ones, I think it certainly would be good to have it go through the whole process. So I could see existing being put in front of pits and quarries as well, but I'll go with whatever everybody else thinks.
Brian?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be okay with it, I suppose. I mean, To me, it's going to be a big commercial operation, right? As many guardrails as we have would be a good idea, but at the same time, I don't know, we need to remember that if someone's trying to open something and it's just a zoning bylaw amendment that we do, we're still going to ask for multiple different studies to be done and lots of investigation to be done.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one more question, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Jamie, through you, Mr. Mayor, Jamie, does a pit have to go through the aggregate, whatever that was that you had mentioned, the aggregate?
Yeah. Yes, it does. They have to be licensed too.
So they still have to do all of the studies and things like that that would be required for them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And,
Okay,
and again, I would point out that this is if it's a commercial operation. But
Yes.
if a farmer wants to
Oh, yeah.
extract some gravel from the farm, then they can do that for their own use, right?
Mr. Mayor, I want to
Or
just
flats.
point one thing out when it comes to that, when you're using it on your own property, that if you own multiple properties side by side, you can't take sand off of A and put it on B. So you can't push a road through your two properties, even a trail, and take the sand off of A and use it on B. That I know from personal experience, unfortunately.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think people are agreeing with Councillor Nash, so let's move on.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Good,
Um,
let's move on.
Oh, so anything else on that page? I see we've got forestry, we got home industries, we got a trailer, motorhome, or tent, etc.
Through you,
You're
Mr.
at it.
Chair.
Yeah.
The only other one I had there, and again, it's access points. You might have somebody that wants to access a trail system. It doesn't necessarily need to be accessing a lake, but I think sometimes you may have access points, be it to a hunting camp or whatever it might be on rural areas. So I think the word right now, I'm going to say there's a blank for I, just as I with some dashes on mine. And I have written there access point.
Where are you, Scott?
Just on the 16.01.2, just on the list of items,
Yeah,
I'm just saying we might want to include access points just above K for trailer. And I'm saying, you might have somebody wanting to access a trail system, a hunt camp, different things. So it's okay if somebody has an access point on rural land. It doesn't necessarily need to be an access point to water is where I'm going, right?
So I just want to make sure I understand. So are you talking about somebody that would have other people park on their private property? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, in a way, like right now, through you, Mr. Chair, right now we say you can have bed and breakfasts and home occupations and residential and agricultures and pits and utilities. And I'm saying that yes, or motor homes or trailers. And I'm saying yes, in some points you might have somebody wanting, and I know there's many of them in the municipality, might want to park a vehicle and then use that rural land to go to another piece of land. So it's being used as an access point to access another piece of land by somebody other than the landowner, yes. Or possibly the landowner as well.
So like an example would be hunt camp on Crown land. They buy a piece of property that's adjacent to the road and they use that piece of property to park their vehicles and access their hunt camp, like that kind of a thing.
Perfect example, Jamie. Yeah, that would be a good example.
Yeah.
So is that?
well, if Jamie thinks
I guess I'm wondering how that would come up. They've got agricultural land. They don't happen to be farming it. They're just parking their vehicles on it. Is that precluded by what we have written here?
Like
They're not building anything on it.
let me just take it back. It's a unique situation. I'll decide what we need to do with that.
Okay.
Good. Let's move on.
Anything else? Anything else under
Just,
these?
can you clarify for me where we ended up on the whole pit and quarry thing?
I thought we agreed to move the word in 16.01.2A. We agreed to move the word existing to out
Yeah.
in front of pits. So existing pits and quarries, it would
Okay.
say.
But and through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be both existing pits and existing quarries, right?
Yeah, I
So-
got
Yeah,
that.
that's why I'm
I got
moving the word existing in front of the two. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Existing pits and existing quarries. All right.
Um,
What else? What else have we
Mr.
got in
Mayor,
this?
I,
Yeah.
I was looking down the list and we have forestry, but it's not, I'm not sure. It says comments, update. I'm not sure what we're doing with forestry, home industries. They're not included as a letter.
Yeah, there's just a typo there. It's a formatting thing. I'll fix that.
Okay, thank you.
It's just identified as a permitted use.
Thank you.
And just below this, Mr. Mayor, if I might, I have a question under 16.01.5. Like I know, so I'm gonna flick back a page. I know what this section is land use policy areas for rural designation. And then I know we're talking about farms, right? Which I have no problem about. But again, this is just saying that you'll have rural designations and there'll be farming that may take place within that rural designation, right, Jamie? Which I have no issues with, but I just wanted to make sure that's kind of what we're saying for those next couple bullet points.
Was that a question?
Yeah, it was. I just wanted to make sure I understood it correct. I'm not sure if you heard the question, Jamie. 16.01.5 through
Mm.
16.01.7, we speak about farming. And
Yeah.
basically, the way I read this is we're just saying that in a rural area, you will have some farming, which is allowed, which I'm perfectly fine with. I just wanted to make sure that's basically what we're saying, right?
Yeah, the 015 deals with minimum distance separation. If you have those facilities, future development needs to comply with them. 016 allows for on-farm diversified uses and ag-related activities shall be permitted on farm properties. So those are items from the PPS that are required. I'm going to take off the on-farm properties shall be permitted. And then
Under the point-
the 7 just talks a bit about the history. It's kind of a motherhood statement there.
So it was the 0.7 that I didn't understand, and it's the last sentence of it. The first sentence I totally understand. Whitestone has a rich history of agricultural uses. But then it says agricultural lots shall be protected from incompatible development, including lot creation that would remove agricultural lands from the operation, which I do not agree with. So if there's an existing field that somebody did hay with for, I don't know, the last 30 years, we're saying that always has to be farmland. You can never do anything on that, which I don't think is correct. Again, I'm not talking about somebody getting rid of a cattle farm, but I'm sure there may be some times down the road that some people might say, I have a 100-acre parcel, 20 acres of it was for haying, the other 80 acres was for wood, and I want to create 2 or 3 lots. Like we just had it happen last year off Balsam. I think somebody went and did a couple lots off of Balsam Road that was kind of like a field, a farm. And now we're saying that you can't do that. So I don't agree with that last sentence.
What
And I
section is it, Scott?
16.01.7. So the
Yeah.
first sentence, Councillor Lamb, reads Whitestone has a rich history of agricultural uses, period, which I think is good. After that, it says agricultural lots shall be protected from incompatible development, including lot creation that would remove agricultural lands from operation. So basically, by adding this, we wouldn't have been as council allowed to approve anything off Balsam Road where there might be a field going forward. That's a good example, I'll call it, because that just happened a couple times over the last few years, which I think should not be the case. I think if somebody wants to develop it and there's a good reason to developing it, be it into 2 lots or 3 lots or something different, that we can't say no matter what, you can't take farmland and turn it into something else. Like when I look at this, I'm getting a little political here when I say this, but I will. You look in Toronto or Newmarket or Aurora or Brampton or Burlington, and what happens? There's an old farm, it's bought by a developer, and a new subdivision goes in. But basically, what we're saying is no matter what, you can't make a new lot on a piece of farmland. But everywhere else in the province, that's what they do all the time. Right? So I'm saying that that sentence should come out and it should be the municipality's decision if a lot creation is granted or not. And we don't say that you can't do it if you're taking away farmland, because somebody might say, well, that was a hayfield. Somebody else might say, well, that farmland was a sugar bush, or that farmland is a forest and it's for farming of whatever they might get off the forest for timbering, right? I think we just really stop ourselves. So I'd like to get a straw poll, if I could, on what other members of council think about removing that last sentence. It's one of the most important sentences I have circled thus far today, to be honest. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Just if I could get clarification here, suppose you do have a piece of farmland and you do want to build housing on it. That requires a rezoning, or this says you can't do it at all? What's your interpretation of this?
This is not dealing with an existing lot of record necessarily. It's dealing with two circumstances. One, if you're going to propose a use that's in proximity to an agricultural operation, it's saying we're going to take through a rezoning, we're going to take a look at it to make sure it is compatible with the agricultural use that's there. Point one. Second point, what this is saying is that if you propose that this official plan doesn't support lot creation that would remove agricultural lands from operations. That's the way it's drafted. So Councillor Nash is saying he wants that last part taken out.
So you would, but the way it's worded right now, you would have to do an OP amendment to get to do it. Is that correct?
To create a lot?
To create a building lot.
Yeah, to create a new lot, you would have to
residential
do it. And the OP wouldn't support it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm siding with Councillor Nash on this one. And I'll tell you why. Okay, if you look in our community, you will see some pieces of property, and there's some of them along Highway 124 south of Dunchurch. You can see some. And they were originally probably deeded as Crown Farms. I'm pretty sure they would be zoned agricultural. Somebody took some sand and gravel off them, and they probably at one time, maybe they might have farmed it, or they might have, but right now there's nothing happening to it. It's overgrown with underbrush, or it's collecting water where the sand was taken off, or it's whatever. And some of those would be, in my mind, quite suitable places to create very small subdivisions of housing at some point in time. And I would hate for us to have to go back and open up the official plan to do that. So, I mean, I have always argued and still argue that we should not be trying to solve the housing crisis on productive agricultural land. I don't think that's a good general policy. So if somebody is in fact actually farming it, they need that for their farm operation, then then it's, I wouldn't support rezoning, but I think we can do it by rezone. I think we can control that by rezoning. I mean, if the land is not being used productively for anything, than agricultural, then why would we not agree to rezone it without saying, sorry, we got to do an amendment to the official plan?
Okay, so that's three of us that agree with that. So I don't know how
Yeah.
the other two feel, but let's move on.
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you hit the nail right on the head. Because if you look at Whitestone, the vast majority of the land here at one point was farm, right? And now we got cottages strewn everywhere and houses and built up areas, but most of it was all farm. So I agree with what you said there, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with what Councilor Nash had said.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I agree also. I do know that there's farmland, or used to be farmland, or sometimes used still as farmland, but is owned by somebody who is not farming, just renting it out for farming. I think that there is farmland that may be able to be used, and if they can, then I'd say we don't restrict it,
Okay, it sounds
especially
like
with an OP. Like, that's a lot.
yeah, sounds like we're in agreement on that.
Yep, let's move on.
Anything else under agricultural? If not, we're at 1602, which is waterfront.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
That's on page 58.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So first off, I just wanted to mention this to everybody listening and to council. I think this section here, this next section 16, will take us some time to go through, because I think it's probably one of the most important sections, and certainly a lot of people on the phone I know would feel that way. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get through it fully before lunch, Mr. Mayor, but where I'm going on this is, at previous meetings, it was discussed about, right now, we have the waterfront designations, but then we also have lake-specific policies. And I think in some instances, when we're going through waterfront designations, but then further down when we get to lake-specific policies, is kind of combining some of them. Where I mean that is waterfront designations that, everybody wants to see the septic's done right, or, the lot sizes that was brought up earlier, or the riparian zones, things like that. And I think some of those things, and Jamie might come back with the new draft when it's done, with more things in this section that might be pulled out as we go on the lake specific policies for a specific lake, and it comes into this as more of a general definition. Or I think it was talked about, like a best practice section was talked about at the last meeting. So I just wanted to mention that in some cases, if some things get taken out down the road on lake specific policies, maybe they go into the waterfront designation policy, I'll call it. Just so we don't need to say the same thing on every lake specific policy, that it's under this section. So that was just an opening, Mr. Mayor. And then the first item I had was the second bullet point, 16.02.2. And on the second line of it, we changed the word single and added detached residential dwellings. So I guess my question is to all of us on council, be it a single residential dwelling or it's a detached residential dwelling, I look at that and say, okay, it's a detached family home, I'll call it, or a seasonal home. But what if somebody wants to build a semi-detached home that has two houses on it on the waterfront? As Mayor had said in the last section about affordable housing, and there's new rules that you can have 3 properties or 3 buildings in residential areas, which I think was passed by the government. And I just look at this and say, should we be thinking here that we need to use the word single or detached And should it just read residential dwellings? Should a townhouse be allowed on a lot or shouldn't it? I know it's going to be a discussion point, but I just was bringing it up to say, I think the word that's been changed to should merit some discussion from us all here. So I'll get other counselors' take on it.
Let me just jump in there first before
Mhm.
hear from council to give you the background. Doesn't matter to me whether we use the term single detached or just detached residential dwelling. They both mean the same thing. The historic context is that people used to refer to dwellings as single family dwellings. And because of the nature of the family unit, we've got rid of the single family component of it. And traditionally now, many municipalities have just gone to calling what used to be a single dwelling a detached dwelling. Semi-detached is something totally different. So that's just the reason why I made that change, or just sort of an update in nomenclature and modernization piece, but we can go back the way you had it. That's fine. Secondly, there should really be no discussion around waterfront and whether you're going to allow different dwelling types other than the detached dwelling type. Those allowing multi-unit residential dwellings on waterfronts have impacts on lake capacity and a whole bunch of other things. And that's a reason why in shoreline areas in the province, typically the only permitted type of dwelling is a detached dwelling. Unless you're in a settlement area, then there's other considerations. But that's the background on it. So I was
So
hoping maybe we can cut that discussion short here.
yeah, you might have actually answered my question. So if somebody wanted to say they wanted to come and build two lots with two semi-detached houses, this is saying based on our official plan, you couldn't do it. They'd have to come to council, come to the municipality, and would have to go through an OP amendment if it was to be approved, right, Jamie? Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah, they need an OPA, and to me, it's a fundamental
Yeah.
change to the land use concept in the OP, which
Yeah.
is to
So
only provide. Like,
based
there's
on
no
what,
way I would ever recommend approval of that.
yeah, based on what you said, I support what you're saying. So you've answered my question. Thank you, Jamie.
I, I guess I'm slightly confused about this. We're talking about waterfront designation, but then we have some commercial uses that are mentioned in this section 16.02.2. Um, that they would require rezoning. So waterfront to me is a zone, right? You're using waterfront in a generic sense of something that you're just talking in general terms. Well, what could you do on waterfront? But is 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 the assumption that that it's we're talking about property that is zoned waterfront?
We're not talking about properties that are zoned waterfront. We're talking about properties that are designated waterfront in the official plan. So that ribbon
Okay,
that
all right.
follows that follows a lake, the permitted use section is saying in that ribbon, which is the waterfront develop
Mm, yeah.
designation that surrounds the lake, these are the permitted uses: residential, detached residential
Mm,
dwellings, marinas, tourist commercial uses, and waterfront landing. So in those areas, you can have these permitted uses. So you are going to have zones in the zoning bylaw within that waterfront designation, which you may have areas that are zoned only to permit dwellings, and you may have other areas that are only permitted to allow for commercial uses. But it's saying if you want to establish a dwelling, if you want to change the zoning to allow for a dwelling, or change the zoning to allow for a waterfront landing, or change the zoning to allow for a marina, you don't need an official plan amendment.
okay. All right. So I'm good with it the way it is.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody have other, we're on page 58. Anybody have any other?
If nobody's speaking up, Mr. Mayor, there's just two little grammar things I'll bring up to Jamie if I might. 16.02.6, the second last line says to the satisfaction of council. I think that should be to the satisfaction of the municipality. And again, that might be through way of a council motion, but it's really to the satisfaction of the municipality. And again, on 16.02.7, it says it will be the policy of the council of the municipality to obtain public access. I think it will be the policy of the municipality. Again, the word council comes out of it. And I'm going to ask a kind of a redundant question here, but again, I talked about earlier about the official plan versus a zoning bylaw. And I agree that this item is good to have in here, Jamie, like what we had in our old official plan about 0.7, that if it's updated, it would read, it will be the policy of the municipality to obtain public access to each of the recreational water bodies where none currently exist and where available and appropriate. So basically what we're saying there, as you said, the municipality or the works department needs to follow these things. This is basically saying if there's a lake and there isn't an access point on it, the municipality may go and put an access point there or a waterfront landing without needing to go through a big OP amendment, right? That's basically what that's saying. Am I correct?
Yep. Yep.
Perfect, which I'm fully in favor of that. So
Okay, so anything else on page 58? On 59, I have a couple of things here. And the first one is it's actually 16.02.
Talk into the mic, George.
Sorry, well, I'm right in front of it. Sorry.
Yeah, but when you go off to that side, it tapers off.
Sorry about that. I apologize. It says 16.02.8 because it's what it actually is. It's the first thing that's not crossed out on page 59. It says all lake development will be reviewed in respect of the natural heritage and biophysical features of the lake, including slopes, sensitive areas, soils, Individual site constraints will be considered during the review of any development. Now, we don't do that. Now, that says to me that you have to have a biologist and you have to have natural heritages in there. So you have to have a natural heritage consultant if you want to do any development on a lake. I don't think that's what we're saying, is it?
that's currently what we already have in there, Mr. Mayor. We're not adding it. That's already in our existing official plan.
But we don't do it.
But that's what I've been trying to say whenever, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, whenever a new application comes up, I always say, should we do a fish assessment or should we do this and should we do that? And we say, no, we don't need to. And then we carry on. That's why I've always been saying that, yes, we should do it. But so I'm agreeing with you. We say it, but we don't make anybody do it. So I think we either need to just scrap that whole line. I must have brought that up since I've been on council 50 times. And every time it's, nope, we don't need to do anything.
Well, I guess I want to get clarity around, and maybe I should just keep going. 16029 says that they are all site plan control areas. And once again, I'm asking you, I mean, if council wants to do that, but I'm saying, okay, who is going to do it? Who is going to implement this? We say it's a site plan control area, which means that we're going to ask for everybody who's at the development. Well, it won't be at the development stage. It'll be when they actually decide to go do something with the property, I suppose. But we're going to put it under site plan control. And we have the ability to do that. But this says we're always going to choose to do it. And well, anyway, let me stop with those two. I guess what I want to find out is does council want to continue or not continue? Does council want to leave this the way it is, and then do we intend to require this? Do we intend to require those assessments and the site plan control? Because that is a major change from our current policy.
Can you not put the word through you, Mr. Mayor, in 1602.9? Just take out will and may? That's what we've done in other cases today.
Well, I think that's a great compromise, Councillor Lamb. Myself, I'd be in favor of that.
I think that's what I would do. Is anybody that's and so you're doing that in both 8 and 9, are you? Lake development may be reviewed in respect to the natural heritage.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only problem I have with that, like, I think yes, but if I'm correct, Jamie, is natural heritage not something that always need to be looked at when we're doing development planning?
Well, so yes, it does significant natural heritage features in accordance with the PPS do need to be considered and reviewed. There's different. I use the term significant versus non-significant. So the PPS requires significant heritage features to be considered, where it's up to the municipality whether or not they want to follow the PPS and require significant heritage features to be considered, or do they want to go beyond the minimum requirements of the PPS and require other natural heritage features to be considered that may not be significant? Like, for example, the PPS only requires provincially significant wetlands to be protected in this ecoregion, whereas many municipalities' official plans would require all wetlands to be protected, for example, or other wetlands to be protected. So,
And okay, that
but
explains
like,
it.
to me, you have other policies in your official plan that deal with things like slopes and sensitive areas and tree cover and natural heritage features. Like, I don't think you necessarily need this policy in this to be here. Like, if we deleted it, I don't think it changes the functionality of the OP.
And you're talking 16.02.10, right, or 10.
This one right here, yeah, the one I've
Well,
highlighted.
yeah, it's actually 0.08 because we crossed out.
So
Okay, whatever.
might I consider then from what you're saying, Jamie, I'll take your advice and I'll suggest, why don't we take it out because we have those things listed in other areas of our official plan where it needs to be. So instead of being too redundant, if we remove it here, we already have a lot of those policies in other spots.
If Jamie's recommendation is to take it out, I'm okay with that. And what about 1602.11 or 9, I guess, sorry. We're going to change that will or will to may, or is that?
Yeah, I already did.
Okay, thank you.
That takes us to 16.02.10, and it simply says we might do lake specific studies, or planning programs for lakes, and it said they would result in additional lake specific policies as set out in section 17 below. Oh, that's just saying there may be something in the lake specific sections. Is that all it's saying?
Yeah, it's really
Okay.
an enabling policy that says that if you want to establish lake specific studies and do lake specific review, you can. Oh, and by the way, there already are some lake-specific policies further on in the official plan. That's what it's saying.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, this is kind of in addition to what we already said in the previous section where we talked about that we would that we should do some water testing or we should do some lake planning. This is just another add-on to that in a way, right, Jamie?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think it's great. The only thing is, instead of the council of the municipality, again, can we just say the municipality of Whitestone? Because I think it's all of council, but the entire municipality or municipal office recognizes that this is, something, right? So.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Does anybody have any issues then with, we have new sections 11, 12, 13, and 14 in this.
So I think through you,
The
Mr.
pro-
Mayor, section 14.
Yeah,
Obviously, as Councilor Nash says, we've debated, I think, these environmental studies for new lot creation. So I'm in agreement to it. So I think it's time we enshrine, I guess, after the zoning bylaw or whatever, that if you're creating a new waterfront lot, that you need to do this study or these studies.
And
And in many cases, of
does-
course, when
can I
people are
just-
creating lots,
yeah.
these lots are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in today's world, right? So a $3,000 or $4,000 fish assessment and things like that are more than correct and proper. Thank you.
Does
And-
anyone disagree with that? Anyone?
I don't disagree, but I had another comment to add on to Councillor Lamb, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think exactly what he said. It's about time that we had it there. The only thing is, I'm just suggesting, I don't think the last sentence needs to be there, right? If we're saying you're going to do these studies are going to come with recommendations. Instead of saying the study shall also make recommendations on building envelopes and dock locations and identify any mitigating measures, I think there's a way within that new worded part that there's going to be a study done that will include recommendations, and we just leave it at that because there may be more recommendations than what are listed here or less. So I think if we just say recommendations, that should be sufficient. And the other part I was going to is I think this is important. Again, I'm getting back to our official plan and our zoning bylaw. So when we do our zoning bylaw, that this is for new lot development. So if somebody wants to create a new lot, this is what they want to do. But if somebody wants to tear down their old little bunkie and build a massive new cottage, they don't need to follow this. Whereas I think we should have something similar in our zoning bylaw when we get to our zoning bylaw. So this doesn't just affect new people doing things, it's for everybody that wants to make major changes, if that makes sense.
Jamie?
Okay, but you're not suggesting any change to what's,
The only change, Mr. Mayor, was just
well,
instead
you
of
want to
saying the
take,
study should also make recommendations, and it lists a bunch of things. I think it can just be the study shall include recommendations because we don't know what those recommendations may or may not be at the time, right? That's all.
well, why don't you just change shall to may and then,
Water's down, but if that's what people want, that's fine.
well, I'm just talking about the making recommendations on the building envelope. I mean, that's a very,
Yep.
Yeah, you might not know it at the time, right, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor?
that's correct.
that's my concern. And all we're doing here is we're approving a new lot creation. So,
Yep. Okay, May.
and we got, and it sounds like, well, I don't know. Anyway,
Change it to May and let's go on.
I did. Yeah, it's changed.
And I'm going to
Good.
back up, if I might, a little bit through you, Mr. Mayor. Under 16.02.11, again, like I said at the beginning, I think this section is going to take a while. So I'm going to read it out. It says, in order to protect the quality of the lake environment and to ensure there is an appropriate balance between the built form and the natural environment, the zoning bylaw shall establish a maximum shoreline area, activity area of up to 25%. So I think this is what Councillor Lamb was speaking to earlier, and it's in some of the specific lakes. So I think, do we need this here, Jamie, if we already talk about it in the other area where, you know, it says what you can do? And I know you said you might look at it in a bit more detail. And then Councillor Lamb, if I'm correct, Councillor Lamb, you'd said we'd asked for it to change because some lake associations wanted it to, and then we heard after the fact they want it back to the way it was. So when I look at that, I don't think this section needs to be in here because it's being addressed in section 13.04.6, or I think we just need to use that exact same wording here, Jamie, as we have in 13.04.6, because we're saying two different things,
Yeah.
but the same thing, if that makes
Okay,
sense.
I'll take it back and look at it in that context.
Perfect.
That's
And
a good
then,
point. That's a good point, Councillor Nash.
yeah, and then 16.02.12, where it says septic systems shall be set back a minimum of 30 meters. I think we spoke about this at the previous meeting and the first meeting, and the building code says 15 meters. And I think it's, if we're gonna say 30 meters from the high water mark, it's where possible, or we leave it at 15 meters, right? So I'm okay if it's 30 meters where possible from the high water mark, or we just change it back to 15 meters. And then we don't need the second sentence. Reductions to this distance shall not require any amendment to this, but shall only, we don't need that whole part. Because we're just gonna say septic systems should be 30 meters where possible and just leave it at that. Do I have majority of councillors that agree with that? We can
I
move
think
on.
that's through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's what we agreed at the previous meeting.
Yeah.
Someone may have a small lot in a subdivision area that we have, and they may not be able to do something for 30 meters, right? So that would allow them at 15 meters, which is the provincial standard, I guess. So I'm okay with that. Yeah.
I had the same question to that and comments as well, Mr. Mayor.
Not,
Okay, I've
Yeah,
made
I
that
did.
change.
Okay.
I did too, because it is possible to create, I mean, you can 15 meters, it used to be 50 feet. That is the provincial standard, but you still have to, in the approval of the septic system, which by the way, we don't do.
Yeah.
North Bay Mattawa does it or purports to do it. They make sure that it's not that, you know, regardless of how you put it, you arrange the bed in such a way that you're not getting, you'll often need to put it closer to the lake than 30 meters, but you can still arrange it in such a way that you're not putting any effluent into the lake or any nutrients into the lake.
Yep.
Otherwise, it shouldn't be approved at all. For the septic system shouldn't be approved. So
Yeah, my
that's,
concern through you, Mr. Mayor, is not necessarily new modern septic systems, which are state of the art. My concern more is with existing ones throughout the municipality,
Yeah.
but that's a discussion for
Well,
another point. So
yeah,
thank
but the thing is, this we're talking about about a factor. Well, keep in mind we're creating a policy that gets executed or gets implemented or applied not at planning time but at building time.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I mean, the purpose of this document is, can you create a lot or not? And I think it's a good idea to say, you know, this is going to be a requirement for you, because theoretically you could create a building lot that somebody could not build on. And I'm opposed to that. I don't want somebody to come back to the municipality and say, well, you let us create this lot, now you have to let us build on it, right? Because I think it's good to say, wait a minute, if you're thinking of building on this lot as opposed to just tending on it or something, then maybe you're going to have to maybe you're going to have a problem here. But I don't think 30 meters is
Okay,
And
what do we got?
a lot of
the
systems that we already have, so
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the next bullet point, I had some more comments on through you, Mr. Mayor. Um,
Which is
number
what? What
13.
number?
Number
13.
13.
Okay.
But again, I think it relates back to what Councillor Lamb was saying at the beginning and what I said. Right now, it says new lot creation and waterfront designation and on rivers in the municipality shall generally have a minimum lot frontage of 90 meters. And then it says lesser lot frontages shall only be considered where specific justification is provided. But again, I'm not disagreeing with what Councillor Lamb said at the very beginning. I read this and says shall generally have 90 meters, but maybe somewhere in here when you look at it, Jamie, again, if we do a WF1, a WF2, a WF3, it might be considered 90 meters, but it won't always be considered 90 meters. Maybe, Lake X, we decide during this process that it's 100 meters or 120 meters. So just remember that when we're looking at this one, that I think maybe we come back to this at some point, or we say something that there might be different waterfront designations with different lot frontages or something. Does that make sense, Jamie, what I'm trying to say there?
Mhm.
Okay.
I think the whole 90 versus 100 meters is a discussion if we have time, and I doubt we'll have time, or at another day when it comes back to us. Thank you.
okay, so are we're just about lunchtime, I think. Do we have any more comments to make on this particular section 16.02? The next section is Crown Land, starts on page 660.
Why don't we take a break?
All right, how about half an hour then?
How about
If you
20
don't-
minutes?
You know what? If you don't mind, you know what I was going to say? I think the next section is going to be really, really quick. It's just on Crown Land designation. And then after that, we start on the lake specific policies. And I think the lake specific policies will take some time. So if we can get through the Crown Land designation in 5 minutes or something, would that be appropriate to everybody? And then we're going to start after lunch on the big
Sure.
discussion
Well,
point.
There's
Let's do
two
that.
things in here before lake specific policies. There's environmental protection designation. I don't know.
What?
Not,
We're on page 60 now, right?
we're on page
Yeah.
60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have nothing on page 60. And or until we get to lake specific policies, I have comments. So I have nothing on 60 or 61, all the blue area. I have no
And
questions.
The only comment I had on those 2 pages was 16.3.5. It says the township instead of the municipality. And that's the same for the bullet below that, Jamie, for point 6. It
Yeah.
says township instead of municipality. Other than that, I again had no additional comments for anything in
Yeah.
6.
Well, I'm afraid I do 16.03.2. And I suppose I should start by saying I'm not really sure what the purpose of talking about Crown Land designation is, because the reality of it is this is not our land. It's land that happens to exist within the bounds of the municipality, but we don't control it. And 1603.2 implies that we do control it, and we don't. The M&R can lease Crown land for somebody to do things that would not be compatible with our with our planning documents. We don't have any control over it.
Jamie, what are your
I
thoughts?
don't believe we do. I don't know where you get this idea.
Well, I don't get it. It was in your plan currently. So
Yeah.
but
So, but it shouldn't. Do you agree with me that it shouldn't be there?
so my take on include, like, I agree that you don't have jurisdiction over Crown land or to control land uses there. Um, so I'm fine removing it. I think that's perfectly fine. Um, just, yeah, this policy could go. I like the idea of other policies related to Crown land because I think it talks about the other policies speak towards if you're asked to comment on uses on Crown land, then this is what our comments are going to be about them. This is what we think about these uses, right?
Yeah.
So,
And if I might, Jamie, and through you, Mr. Mayor, isn't it just saying, like, I have no problem with number two being there. All we're saying is under Crown land designation, then it reads environmental protection area lands contain features such as locally significant wetlands, watercourses, habitat of endangered and threatened species, significant wildlife. All it's doing is saying this is some of the things that are in the protected areas within Crown land. What's wrong with saying that? It's not saying we have anything to do with it. It's just simply saying this is what environmentally protected lands are within the Crown land, which I'm guessing comes from the environmental protection of Crown land anyways. It's not saying you can or can't do anything. It's simply telling people that, there may be areas of Crown land that have wetlands, watercourses, habitat of endangered species. Really just a definition in a way. So I have no problem with it staying. I think it would be a shame to take it out. We're not saying we can do anything with it. We're just simply saying that's what is in it.
Well, is it true that, through you, Mr. Mayor, Jamie, is it true that we can do 16.03.2? We can't
no,
do it. It shouldn't be in there.
I agree. It shouldn't be in there.
Yeah, I mean it's saying that the municipalities planning documents will be applied to these lands. Well, if we can't apply them, then why do we have it in there? So if that's the case, I agree it should come out. But if we have some input or some thing that we can do, then keep it in. So that's my position.
Yeah, like, if I was writing this document from scratch, I wouldn't have included this section, but this was in your current plan, so I left it in there for discussion.
Perfect. I vote for it to come out.
Okay, and then wouldn't we then take out permitted uses? Because it's Crown land. They're the ones that are gonna say what you can and can't do on Crown land. So why would we talk about 04.3 permitted uses include? Not up to us to permit a use on Crown land.
Where are you looking at here? Sorry, I'm not.
1604.3.
Yeah, there's a list of,
Permitted uses, yeah. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
under the environmental protection designation.
Yeah, and then like this is where I
That's
get.
that's a different designation you're into there,
Yeah.
Scott.
yeah.
Okay, so
And I
which
think,
one? Which one were you talking about? Maybe I was looking at the wrong area.
Crown land.
Yeah,
This
but
is-
which bullet point under Crown land?
1603.2. If Crown land, it says if Crown land should be patented or leased to private landowners, municipalities' planning documents will be applied
Sorry,
to these.
I was reading it 4.2, Jamie, so I totally understand taking it out. Sorry. I thought we were saying we wanted to take out 4.2, which didn't make sense. Sorry
No,
about
no.
no,
We
that, I think
wanted
those
it out,
things can stay.
Then you wanted it in and I wanted it out. And now you're saying, okay, it's a different section. It's out. So what section are we on now?
Well, I think we're done with 16.04 unless, it's just talking about environmentally protected areas in general and.
Yeah.
Okay, not
Okay.
Crown land specifically, but
So we're into section 17 and we're going to have
we're gonna have a break right now.
can we do it in 20 minutes? I mean, I'm an old guy. I don't eat that much anyway, but again, you've got this looming 4 o'clock deadline that I appreciate, but we got to get on this. It's 1:20 now.
Well, this is, the thing is, this is lake-specific policies where, that might be a bit of discussion. I'm
Yeah,
trying
there
to,
will
I'm
be.
trying to put the break somewhere close to the middle of the meeting. We've been going for 3 hours already, so.
So
um,
let's have a break.
Let's
And
have a break.
I'm in agreement with 20 minutes if everybody else is. And I don't know whether we should be asking staff too. They need to have a break.
Yep,
Yeah,
they
I was-
That's fine with us.
How about 1:45 we come back? So that's 25 minutes.
Yeah, and
Okay.
when we come back,
1:45?
Mr. Mayor, I might have a question as to point 16.4, but I'll leave that until after lunch. I thought 16.4 had to do with Crown land designation, but when I read environmental protection designation, I did have some comments if it's not talking about Crown land environmental protection.
No, it's
So
not.
I'll leave that until we come back if that's okay. So we
Yeah,
can go on
okay.
break now.
We're gonna
Okay.
break and we come back in 25 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're now back in session, and we were about to start section 17, but Councillor Nash had indicated that he had something with respect to section 16.04, which was the environmentally protected areas. So Councillor Nash?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, when I was reading this section at first, I was reading it as part of Crown land designation, so I apologize from before lunch there. But I have a fairly big concern with the first bullet point, 16.04.1. And it's because of the consequences that it will establish throughout all the rest of the 7 bullet points. And right now it says environmental protection designation is land and water areas containing natural features or ecological functions of province and locally significance as identified by the province or the municipality. And to me, we need to take the word municipality out of this. It was talked about, I think, at the very first meeting, like not in October, but the time before that. And if we have the word municipality here, we're going to be saying, oh, well, that lake is significant, or this little piece over here is a significant wetland, or over here this is. And like item 2 says environmentally protected area lands contain features as locally significant wetlands, water courses, habitat of endangered and threatened species, significant wildlife habitat, fish habitat, land prone to flooding, steep slopes or erosion lands. And we have things in here. If somebody's going to do something, they already need to watch out for endangered or threatened species. If it's in a wetland that's deemed significant by the province, they have to follow certain aspects, be it type 2 fish habitat or type 1 fish habitat. To add the word municipality here, I could just imagine if we went and said to, Mr. Smith, you have 5,000 acres of land, and we say 500 acres of it are locally significant to us. It's going to be an outroar for so many people in the municipality. So I'll ask for a vote on it, but I think it should be as identified by the province, full stop at that point. That's it. We're not in the thing of saying what land is significant, wetlands or endangered species, unless we hired somebody to go out, and God knows how much it would spend for them to go out and look at a piece of land, which you'd have to get access onto a private piece of property to say if it's significant or not. The province has already done that years ago. There are none in our municipality. There are none in our district. If we want to go to the ministry and say, hey, Ministry of M&R, we think this specific spot here for this specific reason is an area of provincially significance. Can you look into it, ministry? And if you classify it as significant, then all these rules will apply from 16.2 through to 16.7. So I don't know what others feel on it, but I ask that the words "or the municipality" be taken out. Thank you.
So I guess that begs the question, Jamie, you might comment, but what would be the mechanism by which the municipality would designate? Because Councillor Nash is correct. We don't have any right now of our own, anything. And we don't have any, I mean, truthfully, we have very little provincially designated, but
So, through your worship, typically what a municipality would do from an environmental protection designation perspective is you would just be using the MNR wetlands layer as basically your backdrop or as your environmental protection area designation. So within that layer that mapping layer that the MNR provides, it's intended to it's all basically wetland features that exist. Unless there's been a site-specific review on a property, there's been no sort of categorization of whether the wetlands like locally significant or provincially significant. It's just like their general wetland layer. So that's usually what a municipality would use. You could incorporate into that layer things like the endangered and threatened species data that the province provides. Maybe there's some type of significant wildlife habitat that could be included within that layer. Those are the sorts of things that often may comprise the environmental protection area designation. But I think what I'm hearing from Councillor Nash is what he's saying is he doesn't want any of that stuff. He only wants features that are identified as provincially significant, which would mean just follow exactly what's in the PPS. Don't do anything more than what's in the PPS, which you can do. It's up to you guys what you want to do.
That's what I'm suggesting, Jamie. You're right on that. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Jamie, I know the province there's none in Whitestone.
So
But
can I just make sure
I don't-
you're clear on one thing? There's no identified ones in Whitestone.
Yeah.
They may exist, they just haven't been reviewed yet.
Yeah, okay. But I've lost my train of thought now. But this MNR thing, you just introduced something saying, well, it would be the MNR layers, right? I don't know what that is. It's the first time I ever heard it. So what does that mean? What's the implication of that in Whitestone? Is all the water along the side of Highway 124 that gets flooded in the spring? Is that what a wetland is, or is it 1 acre? Or is it half an acre? Is it there's no criteria here. But what is the M&R thing that you're talking about? And can we get a copy of it so we know, for instance, in the municipality, what the M&R says is a wetland?
Yeah, I can provide.
Well, I would like that before
sorry,
I'd like to at least know that before I'd make a decision on this, right?
Well,
Talking
Councillor,
hundreds of places, or are we talking, 5 places, right? I think that's significant.
We were given
Councillor
a
Lamb,
map.
when we review consent applications, those maps that we get in our council package that show but they're typically around the shore of a lake or a river, whatever, you will see little hatched areas where it says EP on the diagram. And if you go on the Parry
Yes, I know
Sound
that.
Geography Network and you ask for that layer, the zoning layer, you will see all those little things that are marked EP. Those are the ones that the province, that's what Jamie's referring to.
But
So
that's
we do see them, right?
yeah, but through you, Mr. Mayor, isn't that just on lakefront? Like we see EP all over the place? I don't know. Is it on any property, for
I can
instance?
share my screen. I'm just going to switch screen sharing and I'll show you what it would apply to because the maps are currently there.
And
So
if I'm correct, Jamie, I think you had a map at one of your presentations that showed it as an overlay somewhere. I was just trying to find it, but I couldn't find it, right?
I'm just gonna pull it up here. Just bear with me 1 second. Stop share. So this is the schedule from the municipality's OP, and it currently identifies. So we're not proposing to change anything, but in the current OP, you have this designation called environmental protection designation, which is currently there. And that's all these green areas. So these small green polygons that exist everywhere, where that originated was the MNR wetland layer. That's what that is. So I'm not talking about adding more to the map than what's currently there. I mean, I'm just going to go back to the map, back to the document for a second. What we're doing is basically saying here that environmental protection designation is on the map currently. And what I'm saying it comprises of right now is it includes features that are wetlands, water, could include water courses, could include these different habitat areas. But in general, I'm telling you where that layer comes from is the wetland layer. Like we haven't proposed to add to it from what's currently there. What Councillor Nash is talking about doing is basically taking all that green stuff off the map because you'd just be doing features that are provincially significant. So you'd take it all off the map and it wouldn't be there anymore. So my message to you is it's pretty simple message. It's that you've generally got a large geographic area, which there's many areas that do not have constraints to development at all, like do not have environmental protection lands. So the way the official plan environmental protection designation is typically used in these sort of rural lake-based areas is it's basically used to try to direct development to these areas that don't contain wetlands and that don't contain potential features. And if is a feature in an area that someone would like to create a lot or would like to do development, then they need to do a study to identify where features are or to confirm that there would be no impact on the feature. So it's basically like a yield sign or it's a stop sign, but then you may be able to pass go if you do X, Y, and Z and demonstrate it. But again, there's no additional lands being proposed to be designated beyond what's in the official plan currently.
Yeah, but Jamie, if I might, with that though, currently we don't have this as a designation of environmentally significant land. So we're adding a whole bunch of lands. Our current policy does not say all this restrictiveness on it. So instead of you're saying we won't be adding anything, we're adding a whole bunch of land, private land, hundreds, probably thousands of acres, and saying it's environmentally protected. And these are all the things we have to follow, right? Right now, we don't have those restrictions. So to say that we're not adding anything, in my view, is totally false, right? Currently in our official plan, do we have all these limitations on these lands?
You currently have this environmental protection designation on the map, but you don't have any policies that go along with it.
Right. So
Which
we are.
doesn't make any sense at all. It's like somebody missed putting the policies in the plan.
So instead of saying we aren't adding any lands, everything on that drawing that you just showed us, we're adding because we weren't using it for that data. So instead of saying we aren't adding any lands, you could have been saying we had this map and we never used anything on this map as environmentally protective, but now we're going to use everything on that map as environmentally protected, which to everybody, all council would get a different view of it. If you could just pull up, if you wouldn't mind, that map again that you had and just zoom in on Dunchurch itself. It had a circle there. And I think this would be a good exercise for everybody. If we just zoomed in so everybody could see Dunchurch, in the area because everybody knows it. All the areas in green that are hatched that are now going to have issues to it, right? And I think we had that layer on a map because it came from M&R, but we weren't using it for anything. So that's why I don't understand. Again, I'll wait until you pull it up, Jamie.
Trying to see that here.
I know you're going to be zooming in, but right now, anywhere with the dark green on there is going to be significant habitat areas, just so council knew. Anywhere that you see a dark green outline as we're zooming in is an area that's now going to be blocked off to people.
I don't
So-
think the dark green is, go back to the legend. I don't think the dark green is EP. I think it's a hatched area that is EP.
But the dark green is the hatched area, Mr. Mayor, when you zoom in closer.
I don't see dark green. I see a whole bunch of light green.
So there, I think here, I'll speak to it. So we're almost at Dunchurch
Yeah.
So when I'm looking at Whitestone Lake there, and you see
Yeah.
the circle of Dunchurch, and right where it says Whitestone Lake, you can
Yeah.
see all the white, the green, the white little hatching, the green with little dots on it around the entire shoreline.
Oh yeah.
That's what we're talking about. All those lands will be off limits. If we're looking in Dunchurch itself, if you can just scroll up a little bit so we can see the circle a bit better, Jamie.
I see all the lakes to the left there.
Yeah, basically all the areas with the green hatches are all going to be off limits to people. So areas off Quinn Road there, I see areas off Sackville Road, areas on Moore Drive, Marina Drive, Percy Lane, all these areas will have to go through all these extra things because we're adding this whole layer in and saying you can't do anything on these lands because we're going to say that they're significant now. And that's why I'm saying no, just because they're a wetland showing doesn't mean they're significant. There's a difference between saying there's a wetland there or there's type 2 shore, like that's showing a lot of type 2 fish habitat, but to them, it's still environmentally protected area. So forget type 1 fish habitat. If you have type 2 in front of your property, you're going to have to go through all these things as well. That's why I think it should be based on the province as significant, not just to say there's type 2 in the lake, because that's what that layer actually highlights all type 2 and type 1 fish habitat and anything that looks like a wetland, which doesn't mean it's of any importance. It could be a flooded beaver dam nest, which would show that it's significant. So I don't think we can just take that layer, mind me, Jamie, but take that layer and add it and say we're going to do all these restrictions because that's the layer of and if we then go to say an area protected, habitat of endangered species, and I don't think I'd have anybody that would disagree with me. Anywhere in our province or anywhere in our municipality, there could be a snapping turtle. Well, that's a threatened species now. So anywhere in our municipality could have a blanding turtle, a snapping turtle, a bat, which is a threatened species, could have a hognose snake, a rattlesnake, a skink. The list is so long, you might as well just block the entire area off because it's not just endangered, it's endangered or threatened species. And threatened, unless I'm wrong, I think is the snapping turtle now. So we're just going to blanket the entire community and say all these things need to be done. We might as well just put a green highlight on the entire map and say these are all the things, all the land could hold endangered species, which is a correct statement. So I don't know why we're doing this again. I just asked for a vote and asked that the word the municipality be taken out.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Jamie, when you say as identified by the province has all this M&R stuff, right?
Yeah, maybe I can just add a little bit of clarity here on, so if you go back, I don't know, maybe I'll go back and share my screen again, but if you recall in section 12 of the OP, there's a bunch of sections there about wetlands and fish habitat and other different features, right? Which there's no
Mhm.
currently, it's that those are in the current official plan now, and they're proposed, those sections are effectively carried forward into the new official plan. What this environmental protection quote unquote designation does is it basically wraps all of those features into a designation. So it highlights where they would be on the map. So I don't believe it's adding any additional restrictions per se that aren't currently in the plan. They're just currently hidden away in section 12 that identifies wetlands and fish habitat and other things. Whereas the new approach still has those policies, but then it also sets this overriding designation that effectively puts all those things in a basket and shows it on a map. And again, it is already mapped on the current official plan. It's just there's no specific designation that goes along. So you've got this, it'd be like having the waterfront designation on a map, but then having no policies that go along with it. Like that approach doesn't make sense. So you have two options really. Remove the environmental protection designation off the map completely and have no policies about it, or keep it on there and keep some policies that deal with it. Like, so I'm just saying it would make sense to me to leave the designation on the map and have some policies as opposed to just get rid of it. If you get rid of it, the only thing you've got left is you still do have your wetland section, you've got your fish habitat section. It's just nobody has any idea where these wetlands might exist in the municipality. Like someone comes in to buy a piece of property, they don't have that gut check first about are there wetlands on the site or not, for example, from the map, because the OP map wouldn't show it anymore. So it's it's entirely up to you guys what you want to do, but that's the basis for why it's been constructed and why we've done what we've done.
So Jamie, I have a
So-
question on that. I think it was some good information there. But I believe, unless I'm inaccurate from what I know from the M&R on this, is on that layer, any type 2 or type 1, basically all the shorelines, if you look back on that map, are highlighted. All the shorelines everywhere. So if you're going to do something, you're going to have to do all these studies, even if you're on a lake that is not classified as type 1 or type 2 fish habitat. Now you're going to have to go through all these rigmaroles in order to do something. And if you're on a lake like Lake Wawashkesh, which floods every year, you're going to have to go through all these protocols now because it's susceptible to flooding. If you're on any other lake that might flood, you're going to have to go through all these protocols now because it might flood. You might have an endangered species. You might have an endangered snapping turtle. You're going to have to do this basically for every single application that comes through, unless I'm making it sound worse than it is, but I don't think I am. These are all the protocols you're going to have to do. Is that fair to say, Jamie, that this will result in the large bulk of properties, whether they're waterfront or non-waterfront, rural or residential, of having to go through a whole bunch more things? And they're going to have to prove that there is, item 6 says you're going to have to prove that there, what does it say here? Study that the lands and or adjacent lands are not part of the environmental feature and that any development proposal will have no negative impact on the environment feature or ecological function of the area. Nothing in the official plan could be constructed to imply that environmental protection area lands are free and open to general public, right? So basically, if I have an area that's circled on the drawing as a wetland, I have to prove that it's not a wetland. If I have it circled as an area that's shown as type 2 fish habitat or fish habitat, I'm going to have to prove that it's not fish habitat at the side of the lake. Forget type 1 fish habitat, but it's just not fish habitat. I'm going to have to prove that there's no chance there's an endangered rattlesnake on my property or next to my property, or that there's not a snapping turtle in the water within 300 meters of me. I have to prove all these things wrong. You tell me how people are supposed to have development done if we're adding in all these protocols here. Again, I understand if it's downtown Toronto and there's not snapping turtles around every corner, or a wetland on every corner, or a beaver nest on every corner, or turtles or bats, but we live in the Canadian Shield, which has all of these things all the time.
Okay, we'll let Jamie answer, and then Councillor Lamb wants to speak.
I don't have any comments to provide.
So, we're going on and on this. I think Councillor Nash is making some good points that you don't want to suddenly create
Yeah.
problems and issues that we haven't had in all my time on council. But just as a flyer in terms of trying to seek some middle ground here, would it, if we put instead of in 16.04.1, where it says as identified by the province or the municipality, can we not put and the municipality? So that council would have the ability to, in applications and things like that, to say that's significant or not significant, or direct studies or whatever, right? Would that help if we put, so it's not only the province, but it's also the municipality? I don't know whether that helps or not.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Can I have my question answered first?
Oh, I thought you were going to answer. He was no. Anyway,
No, sorry.
James, let's Jamie. Can you respond, please?
Like, what's the question? Do you want and in there instead? Is that the question?
Well,
Would I
I'm just saying, would
recommend?
it help if we say and the municipality? So it would be up to the municipality to determine that's a wetland or not, or a significant wetland or whatever, wetlands. Like, couldn't we make the decision as a council versus just saying, oh, all these areas and away you go? And because there's going to be an awful lot of people, I think, who have, maybe they've done work before, but I don't remember all this. So would that help if we put and, I guess is my question. And the municipality. That's to Jamie.
Yeah, I'm reading it. I'm thinking about it.
Jamie, is your
Well,
thinking?
while he's doing sorry,
What about
while he's doing that,
Councillor? Oh, sorry.
I would just point out that I still think if you go, I want us to do this, but the assertion that most of that map that we saw was environmentally protected is not correct. It is only the areas that have the little hatch marks, the little dots in them. And if you look carefully around the shore of our lakes, you will see there's some out in the middle of nowhere where like we were following the Whitestone River, out of Whitestone in the direction of Taylor Lake. There's a giant swamp in there. And I guess they wouldn't, so it's hatched on the drawing, but around the shore of Whitestone Lake, the majority of the property was not environmentally protected. Around the shore of Awashkesh, it's not marked on that map. So I'm not sure that we're just turning the whole municipality into anybody wants to develop anything, they got to go and do one of these studies, which is going to show that yes, there's rattlesnake habitat, and there's all these other kinds of things, and they're going to say, well, it's okay, you can still build on it anyway because they're still subdivided anyway because there's they'll figure there's some way that there's some mitigation or there's enough in the area or whatever, but it's putting everybody through an environmental study, which I'm not sure is a useful exercise, Anyway, but we don't want to. The question is, do we want to do away with it so that there's never any requirement to do any of this? It's
Mr. Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Wood. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. In all honesty, that how Jamie pulled up the map there, if that was an exercise for all of council to do, I think it might change some people's opinions. Because if it's anything that has any form of the green hatched area or the neighbor has it, then you would have to do the studies. And if you just go up all the way up 124 and then all the way back out the 520 to Ardbeg and see how many green hatched areas are going to be affected, and they'd all have to do studies in order to do anything there. There's a lot of property there, a heck of a lot of property.
So Jamie, have you come back? Have you thought if we put "and the municipality," which would put the determination in council's hands?
I'm fine. Like, I don't think whether you use and or in that instance, it changes the functionality of that section. So whatever you want to put in there, I'm fine with.
Well, Ann says you need both the province and the municipality to agree.
Like,
Or says
the reason
could
it
be-
says or is that the province is required for determining provincially significant features, and the municipality is responsible for determining if they're locally significant or not. That's why
and
there
that's what I'm
ors in
saying.
there, but I'm fine with
The locally significant or locally wetlands, I want council to make a decision on. The province has significant and there are none, but they can do it. They can say that's a significant wetland. I understand that. Can't we come up with some wording that says any of these wetlands along the highways and things like that it would be council's decision as opposed to just putting all the hatched areas in the municipality under environmental protection and that kind of stuff. So,
And
So how would we do? My question is, how would we do that? How would we make that determination?
and that's where I was going to go through you, Mr. Mayor. Like right now, it's based on a layer on a map. So if we say the province and the municipality, if we have it on a map as environmentally protected area, it's on the map, but it's also not just that. We list item number 2, Councillor Lamb, environmentally protected areas contain features such as locally significant wetlands, watercourses, habitat of endangered and threatened species, significant wildlife, fish habitat, just fish habitat, period, lands prone to flooding, steep slopes or erosion. So that's every lake, that's every forest because there's a habitat of endangered species. So by adding and the municipality is what the problem is. We already have something that says if you're going to be building or doing a lot, you have to do an environmental screening on species at risk. That's already a requirement. If you're going to be doing something the way it's worded now, and there's type 1 fish habitat in front of you, you have to do a study. Instead, now we're saying it's any lake because there's fish habitat. So I think, again, by adding the word and, the definition of what environmentally protected area is so many things. And as the planner said, we've already covered those off in other sections, what we do now. If it's type 1 fish habitat, if it's an area that could house endangered species, they should do something, but not for just all water courses or prone to flooding or just fish habitat. The definitions have become so simplistic and so vague that it covers everything. Now, could
So
we?
Can we just ask our planner, what do other municipalities do with, how do they deal with this in their LPs?
Your worship, they deal with it the way I've put it into your plan.
And again, the main
Right.
thing, this is for new development. This is what we're going to do for everybody that wants to make a new lot. These are all the requirements you have to do. But if you already have a lot, go do what you want. We don't care. Right? Which is why I say there needs to
Mhm.
be zoning bylaws for everybody, not just for the person that wants to make a new lot. This stuff should apply to everybody. And as Jamie said at the last meeting, you can't do that here. These are the types of rules you should put in a zoning bylaw, not an official plan. Should be for every single person. But again, sorry, I think Councillor Woods went to say
Yes,
something
he
a
wants to
minute
get on.
ago.
Yeah,
But
Councillor Woods.
I was just gonna say I don't disagree with what Councillor Nash is saying right now. In all honesty, I mean, if we
Oh.
did, if we took the exercise and scanned the whole map and went up and down the areas that we all, like Mr. Mayor, if you went up and down your area of Wawashkesh, up and down Wawashkesh Road to your place and in and around, scanned things that you really know, or Janice, you did around your place, Joe, you did right around your place. It might open your eye. Drive up and down the 124 and up and down the 520 and everything with a green hatch mark. If they want to split a lot, do something, everything in here. Flooded lands, anything prone to flooding. Come on. All of Wawashkesh, how much water did we get years ago and flooded everybody right out? We shouldn't, it's how we're going to qualify what we see as green dots on a map. And green dots on a map, sure, it might work fantastic for paperwork, but if you went out and you actually walked the areas and you seen what would be affected by it, I bet you would change your mind. And I'm all for environmental protections, just how we're going to qualify it and apply it. And to me, this is, I don't know, it can be scary in all
If
honesty.
we simply, the question there though is, if we simply delete all of this, then there is no such thing as environmental protection for uh, then essentially there's no argument for anybody to do a study. And I thought we'd already agreed that they should do them.
through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to reply back to you as I hope I can help clarify. That's not saying that at all. We're just saying instead of using these as definitions, we can say if you have type 1 fish habitat in front of your property, you need to do a fish assessment, which is what our policy says now, right? If we remove some of this stuff, that doesn't stop what we said under the other section that we want to do studies. That doesn't like under 16.02.14, an environmental impact study shall be completed prior to any new lot creation and waterfront designation. The study shall review fish habitat, shoreline vegetation, and any natural heritage features in accordance with the policies of the plan. I think every council member said, that's good. That's great. Right? Do that. But it's not doing all these others, it's not doing a lot of the other things that are mentioned here and saying it's to do with water courses and any area of endangered species and all fish habitat and lands prone to flooding. We've added in a whole bunch more here than what we said just the section before in 16.02.14. So you're still going to have to do a way more than you used to do. You're going to have to do an environmental impact study. You don't need to prove that there's no snapping turtles in your lake, or you don't need to prove that, there's no fish habitat in your lake. That's what it says. You have to prove that nothing you do will damage any of these things based on environmental protection. We've gone like from a 1 to a 55 out of 10 on protecting things when 10 minutes ago or an hour ago, when we put in section 14 of the previous section, we'd gone from what we had to protecting things much more. Now we've gone and multiplied that by 15, and you're going to have nobody that can do anything unless they spend 30 grand and prove us wrong all the time. Right? Instead of saying they're going to have to prove wrong that that's not fish habitat in the lake. Like it's anyways.
Okay, well, folks, we've been more than half an hour on this particular
Yeah, we
subject.
beat it to death.
We need to cut to the chase here. What do we want to do? Do we,
I just have one question, just
Yeah.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Jamie, right now, all those, whatever you call them, thatched areas or whatever, people don't have to do studies right now, right? Is that correct in the current official plan?
No.
They do have to do them.
So there's no policy that goes along with the hatching because there's no environmental protection policy. However, what those hatching areas are comprised of, like what's underneath them, is they're wetlands for the most part. And the policies in the official plan currently do require reviews if you're in a wetland. So there is a requirement for
and we
studies.
have-
That's why I
Right now,
explained when I
so what
spoke
are we
earlier.
arguing about then?
But-
Why have it in there?
That's what I'm questioning. That's what
Because-
Like,
that's
why
what I
have
talked
it in
about
there?
earlier.
Excuse me.
Because right now it's
Excuse
significant
me,
wetlands.
Councillor Nash, at the floor.
Sorry.
Sorry. If it's in there now and it's kind of required now, why are we putting it in again? Like, why don't we just take it out? If they have to do it, they have to do it. They've had to do it for 20 years.
And I think
I
right
just
now,
want to know, this is the question I need council to answer. If you do not want an environmental protection designation, we'll take it away and we'll just have another schedule that just identifies where the wetlands are and things that corresponds with that section 12 of the OP. Like, I'm happy to do that. We can do that. I just need to know, do you want an EP designation or not? Because right now you got it mapped, but no policy. So we're not going to have a new OP that mirrors the old one that has mapping that with no corresponding policies. We're going to get rid of if you want the policies taken out, we'll take them out and we'll get rid of the mapping.
I think what you just said makes the most sense. Bring back a map based on section 12 of our plan and let's see what that looks like, Jamie. Because there's still going to be areas on it. It's just going to be different than this.
Councillor Brake, you haven't weighed in on this. Do you have an opinion?
Well, first of all, the map that was shown, it was very hard for me to see exactly what you were talking about. And I couldn't get a word in edgewise. So I'm still confused by it all. I do think we should have an environmental protection designation somewhere. Policy. Maybe this policy is not quite what we want. I don't know, because this is a bit too confusing, all the different views, and how we justify not having one of an environmental protection designation when, really most municipalities do. I don't understand if our planner is saying that it really doesn't, it's still there, regardless of whether we have this or not. Those areas are still identified on a map and have to be dealt with, from what I understood from our planner. So I don't understand why we're so against this. I'm very confused.
I can answer Councillor Bray on my points. Is I look at section 12 and say that is our environmental protection policy. All the things we've listed that you have to do reports for in section 12 and section 16.02.14. And that's what Jamie's new map would come back and show all those instances, not all those instances, plus a whole bunch of new ones that we might not have looked at in the past, or we might have said they had to be significant wetlands and they weren't. So I think we have it. I'm just suggesting it doesn't need to be defined nearly as wordy as it is here to stop development so much. Like I said, I'm all for, and I think everybody's for doing some reports, but there's a limit on how many reports should be done and what we deem as environmentally protected areas. Like to say it's a river, a water course is going overboard to me. That's my opinion. Or to say any fish habitat is environmentally protected is overboard when M&R says, and they still have, because I spoke to them recently, that right now M&R is still saying it's type 1 fish habitat, which is the important fish habitat that shouldn't be touched, which is what we addressed the last meeting, instead of saying all fish habitat.
Well,
Those are,
this thing through you, Mr. Mayor, we've kicked it around for 40 minutes. I don't know that we have any consensus. This whole document is coming back to us for finalization, and maybe this is an area that I like Councillor Bray, maybe need to think about it a little more and rather than have a straw poll right now and just kill it or not, because I don't understand the whole thing either, to be honest. So why don't we just move on?
Can I just have one more minute? Sorry, Counselor Lamb.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you look at my screen right now, what's up on the left-hand side is Schedule A of the official plan. So that identifies the green hatching area, for example, like around Whitestone Lake and all these little green hatches. That's your environmental protection. It is a designation. It just doesn't show up in, like, there's a disconnect between the mapping and the plan, which I've talked about. The right-hand side is Schedule B to your official plan currently. So it's Schedule B that speaks towards that Section 12 I talked about, which has got fish habitat and wetlands and different features. So I'll show you here. So sorry, I just lost it here. So you can see fish habitat is this kind of cyan color. If I move down, wetlands are a hatched area. So if you combine those two layers, fish habitat and wetland, you get the EP layer, the environmental protection layer that's on the left-hand side, which is Schedule A. So if you look on this map here, these are the same areas of the municipality. You can see the area around Whitestone Lake is the cyan color. That's the fish habitat, right? It also shows up as environmental protection here, but the reason it's environmental protection is fish habitat. If you look back further afield, you'll see you'll see the wetland areas, which are the hatched on the right side. So what I think the direction is what you guys are asking me to do for the most part, or what Councillor Nash is saying is get rid of the green on Schedule A, stick with what you've got on Schedule B, and you've got your Section 12 policies surrounding fish habitat and wetlands that requires the site-specific zoning or requires site-specific review. We don't need an EP designation to do that. I think that's what he's saying. I think Councillor Bray is saying, I'm not sure I understand all this. Come back to me with some more details, but so there's two options going forward. It's have an environmental protection designation and have Schedule B with the information on it, or get rid of the environmental protection designation and just let Schedule B stand on its own with all the features.
Okay, I'm with Councillor Bray. I don't understand it all. I want more information, and so I'm with her.
Yeah, I still don't understand it all completely. And I don't understand if we have all of these, obviously, then people that are developing around Whitestone Lake have to take into account fish habitat because of that green. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That green?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then any of the dotted areas are wetlands, and so you'd have to take into account wetlands.
Yeah.
So there was one thing you said through you, Mr. Mayor. One thing you said, Jamie, was something about people knowing ahead of time. And is that what this is for, to help them know ahead of time as to what's involved in the land that they're looking at?
Partly, if somebody's purchasing a property, but that's when an OP gets used and zoning gets used. If someone's looking at buying a property, they want to know what potential limitations are there. Secondly, it's used in evaluating when people want to change their property or do things, is what's
Okay.
the implications, right?
Okay.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, a couple things. Jamie, thanks for that comparison. I think you got what I was saying partly, but sorry, but sometimes I just get so frustrated at our meetings. Not you, Jamie, just our meetings and how we talk about something 2 meetings ago and last meeting, and then it seems like everybody forgets. The last time we spoke about this, we said we didn't want all fish habitat to be shown, Jamie. We said we only wanted to be type 1. Then you said something like, well, the ministry's kind of going towards all fish habitat. And we said, have you heard that? Because that's not what others have heard. And you said, no, we haven't got responses yet. And we said, so can we just say type 1 fish habitat? And you can say whatever you want in your official plan. You might get comments back from the province, but you can say that. So then we're going back to all fish habitat. That's not what council wanted at the very first meeting, at the last meeting, but you continue to jam it into these things, Jamie. That's not what we wanted. We also went on to say at the last meeting, what would we want to consider as Whitestone as a wetland? And I think it was talked about, is it 5 hectares? Is it 1 hectare? Is it 3 hectares? All of that's been forgotten about. And now it's just a wetland that's showing on this map. Like we keep saying things.
Mr.
Let me
Folks,
finish.
we got to put a stop to this.
Please let me finish. But we don't get the information. We've already talked about these things till we were blue in the face, and then it comes up again. But at those meetings, it wasn't, let's say it's water courses, let's say it's anywhere that might have a threatened species. Because if you're going to bring it back, Jamie, please highlight the entire map of our municipality where there could be any of the things that we said. A water course, habitat of endangered and threatened species, significant wildlife habitat, fish habitat, lands prone to flooding, steep slopes or erosion lands. And you know what you're going to see? A map that's all colored in one color. So you're taking it and saying, well, I think what Councillor Nash wants is this. No, I want it to be what we talked about, which was fish habitat is not fish habitat. Fish habitat is type 1. Flooded lands or wetlands are what we said 2 meetings ago. Wetlands are significant wetlands that we deem are over 5 acres or whatever it was. And it's not water courses. It's not areas that might have a snapping turtle. So what we talk about isn't the map that's in front of us. And it's not this stuff. So bring it back with what we talk about, not what the planner wants us to put in. When
Councillor Nash, you've made your point.
Okay, but I do have 5 minutes to talk, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
yeah, I have 5 minutes.
But
he has 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor. I know
have 5 minutes.
No, but you've used that many times already. We understand what you're asking.
Mr. Mayor, it doesn't matter. You've talked for more than 5 minutes today, too. Every meeting, you want to cut me off when you don't agree or when I'm saying something about somebody. And in this case, we've already talked about this stuff. Do you know what should have come today? Should have been a map based on, and what we should have been showing was a map based on what we'd already talked about. Here is the type 1 fish habitat on all the lakes. Here is the wetlands over 5 acres. Instead of looking at something and saying, oh, no, I think that, no, that's not what we're talking about. Get the information, get it to us. We started this in October, November, December, January. 4 months goes by. We can't even get a meeting to put this stuff together. We look like fools. I look like fools talking right now. But we look like fools as a municipality that we can't get through this plan and we just want to push the next part of it off. Let's get through it. Let's get through it properly. Let's make it so people can do development. Let's make it that you have to do more reports, but not make it so destructive. And let's get the information in front of us. All the maps we're looking at that have all been on our websites for 5 months. They've never been updated based on what we talked about at the last 2 meetings. They still sit there based on something from September. Come on, guys.
Okay, may I suggest if Councillor Nash is finished that this comes back to us and we move on to lake specific policies.
Yes, we need to do that.
And we'll get another crack at it when we look at the whole plan.
Yeah. Okay, 17.01. These are lake specific policies. What what do you, what issues do you want? It starts on page 61 of the original document. What issues do you want to raise about these ones?
Are we gonna go through it through you, Mr. Mayor, lake by lake kind of thing, I assume?
Well, I don't know what, do you have another suggestion?
No, no, if
I
so,
think, yeah, I believe that like specific sections are important, have always been important, will continue to be important. We need to, so I don't see any way around us reviewing them
okay.
and do it
So,
sometime.
no, so I'll start on Bolger. I too, just as general, think lake policies are very important, but I think a lot of what's said is also said in some other general sections of our official plan, and we can refer back to that in more cases than we have in the past. But with that said, under Bolger, just under the last paragraph, I'll call it under 17.01.1, the last two sentences reads, there are opportunities for land division by consent where a limited number of lots are created. And then it says the standard for new lots should reflect the pattern of existing development on the lake. Well, this is where I don't get it. And this is just, I'm saying this for every single lake that we come to. We already say in our official plan, you should do the character of a lake, you should do these types of things. Consents can be allowed, or plans of subdivision can be allowed. And these are the things, so you don't need to say it again here. Saying the first part about, you know, the Bolger and the CN tracts is all fine and dandy, but the whole part about there's opportunities for land division by consent where a limited number of lots are, that's all covered in our official plan already. We don't need to say it again here. And we don't need to say about the lots reflecting the pattern of existing development on the lakes because we already say that in our official plan. We're just being redundant. And if we're going to say it, we need to make sure, Jamie, if you could, to match the exact wording we have in other sections of our official plan for it. So I'm not sure what, like, it's important, just like section 2. We talk about access to Cachagoma Lake is increasing, and we talk about the access road. But then the last sentence, it needs to come out. The municipality recognized that efforts of the lake residents to maintain this access arrangement and it support this facility so long as the province continues to allow access and it is recognized that the municipality is no liability. That part needs to come right out because we maintain it and we do stuff with that. Jamie, you wouldn't have known that, but we've taken back control of that. So that whole sentence has to come out, and I'd say the same for the last two sentences of the item above. I don't know what others think of that. I think all we need to do in these lake specific is just give the really important details that are just about that lake and not about general statements, if that makes sense.
Jamie?
So these items were in these come out of the existing OP though, right?
Yes.
And you know, I understand what Councillor Nash just said, but as a practical matter, I don't know how someone would satisfy conditions of a subdivision, as an example. You know, to the comment that opportunities for land division by consent, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to say it, but it's a practical reality. The other thing is we do not maintain access to Bolger and Cachagaba. We maintain a landing, and I think what was in the official plan originally was a statement to the effect that the municipality was not responsible for people being able to get to that landing, and if we're and if we don't say that, I suppose someone could turn around and say, you municipality have a responsibility to make and to ensure that that entire trail is passable. And I can assure you that we are not in a position to do that right now, and that could have some very significant cost consequences. So I don't know. I'm trying to explain to you why I think that was there before. I didn't put it there, but that's uh, the consequence of taking it out, I guess, is
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
maybe somebody
Oh,
buying some property there doesn't recognize the fact that we do not in fact guarantee any access.
through you, Mr. Mayor. We do say though, right above that, the trail or roadway into the access point, right, into the access point is in poor condition and can often be impassable. But then later on, it goes, the municipality recognizes the efforts of the lake residents to maintain this access point. So it's talking about the roadway into the access point and then what they do to maintain the access point. That's why I'm saying the whole part about access point has to come out because we do maintain that now. And we're already saying the road's in poor condition. We don't normally say on any of the others, there's 2 public roads and 13 private roads to a spot. Sometimes it's up to residents, and in no way are we going to be liable for somebody to say, you're going to have to build a road because you took out the part that said that we recognize the lake residents to maintain this arrangement for the access point. There is no arrangement for the access point anymore. It's gone. Took it back.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
I think we're confusing access point and access arrangement. I think the word is used as an access, meaning the boat launch, but I think in that part it's talking about the access arrangement is the arrangement for the road going into the boat launch. So we're talking about the municipality recognizes the efforts of the lake residents to maintain this access, meaning the road in arrangement. And it supports this facility so long as the province continues to allow that access. And it is recognized that the municipality has no liability or responsibility for not the facility, but I think the road is what we should be talking about.
So would council prefer that it be left in and you change that access arrangement to trail/roadway? I don't know why we need it there, but if council wants it there, then change it to trail/roadway. But when it says, and it supports this facility, to me, a facility is not a road. A facility is the access point.
Yeah,
So-
I agree with Councillor Nash on that one. It should change.
Well, maybe
And-
all it needs to say is the trail or roadway into the access point is in poor condition and can often be impassable, comma, and the municipality assumes no responsibility or the municipality does not maintain it or something like that.
Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Yeah.
You know, if you want it, if that gets around your objection, I don't have a problem with that, but
It would almost be like after, Jamie, access to Cachagoma and Borger Lake is increasing. And then you'd start up again with the roads in bad condition, basically. So taking out any reference to at this access facility adjacent to the hydro land, you kind of take that out until the trail. Yeah.
So 17, through you, Mr. Mayor, 17.01.3,
yeah.
lots will require to demonstrate that adequate parking and docking is available. So I don't know what that means out at Bolger. Does that mean the marina out there, or does that mean our parking lot?
But I thought that was a one of these policies that applies to all waterfront development in the municipality.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I
Isn't
agree
it,
with
is
you.
that should not be somewhere else in a general section? I mean, we don't, it's not, it certainly applies in spades at Bolger and Kashagaba because everybody except for one resident is water access only. But we've got we apply that on other lakes already. And I think it applies wherever it applies, right? If you've got somebody that's water access, they then we insist that they tell us, okay, where are they going to park and dock?
Yeah, and we have that, Jamie. I can see it writing there. We already have that already, I think, under roads where we talk about docking facility or access to water access lots. We already have that in a section that we did the last time. So I totally agree with what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. And just going back up, Jamie, to the last section you had where you stopped crossing out at the boat parking, and it says the trail or roadway into the access point is more often. Okay, never mind. Sorry, you did it. Sorry, Jamie.
Okay,
So
can we
I-
move on to gooseneck?
So is item point 3 coming out then?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll,
But it is somewhere else, right?
yes, yeah, I'm
Yep.
sure of it, or it should be, but it is. So
All right.
for
Okay.
for gooseneck again, um, what we talked about under point 1, I think is great. Is just giving a little synopsis of the lake. Item number 2, we say much of the lake is water access. There's a historical access point. To me, we talked about, if we want to keep that there, that's fine. It talks about cash in lieu. But again, that's already part of our other policies. But if we want to leave it there, fine. And again, when we get into point 3 and point 4, a large portion of the shoreline of gooseneck has been identified as type 1 fish habitat, which would be correct. Any development proposed along the shoreline will need to comply with the fish habitat protection policies of this plan. And I guess my question to you, Jamie, would be any development proposed, be it on gooseneck or any other lake, would need to comply with any fish habitat protection policies we have in our plan. Doesn't matter if it's gooseneck, it can be any lake. Would that be a fair statement?
Yep.
Right? So that's why I'm saying I think it can come out because it's kind of like 1701.3. We already have it somewhere else and it's just a general statement. So I'm not sure what others think of that. And it's not trying to hurt the lake in any way, shape, or form. We just have it somewhere else, so we don't need it there. That's all.
Okay, what's next?
Now, I would argue if it's not a lake-specific policy, then it should be covered somewhere else, and
Yeah.
we don't need to repeat.
Yep.
We don't need to pick
Move
and
on.
choose things to repeat.
And again, I hope anybody that's listening, I'm not trying to tear lake specific policies apart. I'm just trying to make them more simplified and refer back to our official plan. But when you get to item number point 4, in order to maintain the quality of Gooseneck Lake, when new lot creation is proposed, the approval authority will carefully consider impacts and appropriateness based on the location and natural features, the character of the lake, and applying best management practices for new development, included but not limited to development setbacks, preservation of vegetation and shorelines. And I'd say we already have that in our official plan. And if we don't, but I know we do, it should be there, but it shouldn't be for gooseneck. It should be for gooseneck, Kashagama, Magnetawan River, every single lake in our community. We should be, if we as council, if we're looking at a new applicant for development, we need to, and the municipality always needs to carefully consider the impacts of appropriateness, natural heritage features, applying best management practices, development setbacks, preservation of the shoreline, which we spoke to at length today. So again, we don't need it there because we already have it in our official plan. Again, would you agree with that statement, Jamie. If we have it somewhere else, what we're saying here, it should really be for all lakes.
It's entirely up to the municipality whether you want to include these for all lakes. Like what I think has happened here is that over time these lakes have created specific policies, and now we're saying, you know what, some of these specific policies make sense on a more across the entirety of the municipality, which is fine.
Correct.
Like, we can do that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think we have some of those, like when we're doing something now, you have to make sure there's not the natural heritage features. If we're doing something now, we talk about preserving the shoreline. If we're doing something now, we talk about best management practices. And I think at the last meeting, you talked about maybe there'd be a best practice section. I just have that written from October, a best practice section general and lake policy section general, which might list some of the things that we're talking about if they aren't already in our plan.
Okay, so can we move to 1703 Magnetawan River, please?
Sorry, I still have, so are we gonna remove that section and make sure it's covered somewhere else in the plan, Mr. Mayor, item number 4? Because I think every counselor, I'm assuming, would say that's important for all lakes. I certainly would.
Yeah, I personally,
I
through you,
thought we
Mr.
did,
Mayor,
I thought that we removed 1702.3 and 1702.4.
Yeah, okay, perfect. And then item number 5, again, the municipality does not support the disposition of Crown land in the area of Gooseneck Lake except to address historical minor encroachments. Well, I think that's kind of stated everywhere that Crown land isn't normally disposed of, but I don't know why that would only be for Gooseneck Lake, right? So again, I'm saying that should just come out all together, right? We either support the disposition of Crown land or we don't support it, period. If we're going to do it for one lake, we should do it for all lakes. If we're not going to do it for one lake, and I can already see you've crossed it off, Jamie, so I'll stop talking. Sorry.
Yeah, the Crown land on Gooseneck Lake is in the Wawashkeshniskut Conservation Reserve.
Yeah, exactly. It's
So,
never going to
so the
change.
province is not going to dispose of it, even if we ask them to, likely.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so, but, so, anyway. All right, so can we move over, please, to Magnetawan River? There are only 2 items there. General discussion about what it is.
I
And,
have one question, which you might know the answer to, Mr. Mayor. For item number 2, where it talks about the Magnetawan River and the flood studies have examined the issues. I know it's important to say there, but under our hazard lands, I believe we speak to some of this already, or I hope we do. If that makes sense, maybe you probably know a lot about that, Mr. Mayor.
yeah, there is a flood elevation for every lake in the municipality, and if you go on Muskoka Water Web and pull up the lakes, and there's a whole bunch more of them than we have in our official plan here, you will see for most of them where that study has been done, there is a flood elevation, and the regulation of activities relative to flood risk is in the building code. The building code says that you cannot have an opening for either your building or your septic tank itself, which is below the flood elevation established by the province. And so those numbers are, and we don't have the authority to vary that. I have to keep reminding folks that that's the Building Code Act, that's provincial statute. This is a official plan and a zoning bylaw. So it's not, that specific thing is outside of our purview. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be mentioned because I think people looking at property have to realize, you know, before they buy it in the first place, and never mind before they try to develop it, it's actually to build on it, I mean, then they need to recognize what they're going to be able to do with it or not, but based on the elevation of it. But that isn't something that, in my view, that's not something we should put in our official plan because it's not our number. And we don't have a number here. We just have a general statement that says, you know, it talks about detailed engineering studies and so on, and I guess that's correct. But it sort of says any development along the river may need the determination of these flood levels. It's that applies to any, again, once again, I say that applies to any waterfront in the municipality.
Mr.
If you
Mayor,
don't- Yeah, yeah.
I guess the only thing when I read this was that it's significant for the Magnetawan River and lakes that are connected with it, more so than, say, Whitestone or some other lakes. And of course, we have it going down to Awashkesh, and it's important for there as well. So I looked at it as being, this is something that is significant and special for this river system. And so I would say leave it in, because people will then know and be able to look at the appropriate documents to be able to figure out whether it affects them or not.
Yeah, and I might add one more thing there. Nowhere do we really, unless I'm missing it, do we really say on the Magnetawan River that it floods yearly, right? So I think it might be important within this section, Jamie, to put that you'll have yearly flooding along this river. Would that be fair to say, Mr. Mayor? Because I know you know the river fairly well, but I think it'd be important if we wanted to be something special about the Magnetawan River, we'd want to talk about that there is yearly seasonal flooding on it.
Well, yeah, I'm in agreement with leaving this section here, because the flooding is a significant thing, and I mean we don't do a lot of development, but if you look at areas like Burnt Chutes, for example, so which is between Maple Island and Wawashkesh. They used to do whitewater rafting there in the spring because if you drive across the highway 124 over by Conneffley, you can see when the spring freshet is on, all the stop logs are at the water. It's just pouring down there. That river is flooded. And then when you get on into the summer, they put the stop logs back in, and there's almost no water going across there. And that whole area that you could have done whitewater rafting in the river practically dries up. And the same thing happens below Wawashkesh in low water. Same thing applies to Canal Rapids, down to Trout Lake, that area. It goes from too much water, really fast water, to nothing, and it does it every year. So yeah, it's a good description.
Thanks for adding that word at the beginning there, that of the sentence, Jamie. I think that hits it on the nail. Thank you.
Yeah. Fairholm Lake.
Yeah. How about Fairholm? Yes.
I might as well speak first because I'm going to speak on every lake to keep everybody fair. It says that the Lake Trout Lake is at capacity. New lot creation may only be considered in accordance with the lake capacity handbook. So 2 comments on that, Jamie. Can we
Which
refer them
section,
back?
sorry?
17041.
We're
So,
on Fairholm Lake now.
Yeah.
so, so the two things are, I know you got that email from the ministry. Can we just confirm, I'm sure it's correct, but just confirm that the ministry has deemed the lake at capacity when you check their spreadsheet or whatever it is, and if it is, then that's fine that it be there. And when it says new lot creation be considered in accordance with the Lake Shore Capacity Handbook, can we just refer to our section 1304, where I said today that's the water quality protection section, which talks about the lake capacity handbook, and I said we should include the list of the 4 items. Is there a way that we can just refer them back to there?
We could.
Perfect. And I'm not sure if it's a natural or occurring
I
lake trout
honestly,
lake.
sorry, I honestly think in this particular case that it is, there is not, I don't believe there's any additional land on that lake that is available for development. So I think it is, if you look at 17.04.2, it talks about the major development that took place on the lake and how they did it, which, so it's kind of a unique lake. But I honestly don't believe there's any more property there. So I don't have a problem saying it's at capacity, period. And I don't know why we would say new lot creation would be considered in accordance with the LCAH. I don't think there's any property on the lake left that could be developed. So
And Mr., I don't know the lake very well, but let's say somebody came who had an existing lot and wanted to change it into 2 lots. So has this been us as a municipality? That's why I questioned it, saying it's at capacity, which I'm sure we'd have to do studies for, or is it because of the lake trout? That's why I'm asking for Jamie to go and look at the MNR mapping on the lake trout and see if it's an open or closed lake or deemed at capacity. But if it is not deemed at capacity, then I think it's up to somebody to apply to us, and they probably wouldn't be able to pass the rigors that we have to say you can do a new lot if there is no room. But if they are going to do it and it's at capacity because of lake trout, then it has to be done based on the lake capacity handbook and our section 13.04, right?
Okay.
do you have any other information about it, Jamie? Yeah.
No, I don't have any details about it.
That information probably wouldn't be too hard for you to gather. Would I be correct, Jamie?
Yeah, we
Like
can look
if
into it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Am I muted? No.
No, you go ahead. I can hear you.
1704.2, I just note that a boathouse is in there. So in order to have a boathouse, you got to get the collective owners of the blocks to agree. And so long as any structures are authorized
Yeah.
by any applicable government agency. So depending on what we do with boathouses, that may change or not. I don't know, but I just point that out.
But it's an unusual thing. The reason for that is the fact that people do not have waterfront. They don't have real waterfront. The properties are all set back from the lake,
Yeah.
and you access the lake itself. And it's there are no motorized boats on it, right?
Yeah.
It's a canoe and kayak lake. So you have to go to across one of these common areas that are like, it's like a condominium. People own them. They share the ownership of them, and so that's why you
Okay.
need permission to do something on them from them, not from
Let's
us.
move on. Limestone Lake.
And for Limestone Lake, through you, Mr. Mayor, I get the first sentence, which again, general description of where the lake is, which I think is great. But a recent subdivision along the south shore has all but depleted any residential development capacity. Well, if I'm correct, at the last meeting, we spoke a little bit about Limestone Lake, and this recent subdivision is like 25 years old. So I think that whole sentence can come out. It's now irrelevant to this new official plan. And then it says, and then, if we want to say much of the balance of the undeveloped portion of the lake is water access and the shoreline is comprised of type 1 fish habitat, great. But I'd say that second sentence, Jamie, can come out. And then again with point 2, again, I'm going to get back to what I said on a couple other lakes. Additional development by consent may occur on Limestone Lake, and it goes on if it can be demonstrated that there is development capacity. Well, we're already saying that in other sections of the lake, so we don't need to spell it out again here. If not, we should spell it out on every single one of them, right? We can just refer them again back to section 1304, 1305, where we talk about capacity of the lakes, if anything.
Okay, so just to clarify something, the recent development application was a back
Yes.
lot. It was not waterfront.
No, sorry, Mr. Mayor. We were talking about road grindings in our budget meeting. And it said the recent subdivision along the South Shore. Well, that subdivision is 20 something years old.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Right,
So
so-
that's
so
just the argument. That's the argument is that there is no actual waterfront that's available for
Yeah.
subdivision, and
So-
theoretically, there might be some properties big enough to subdivide or to sever a lot, create something by consent,
So again,
which
Jamie,
this does, right? But there's no room for any major development. It's virtually at
So-
capacity.
where it says a recent subdivision along the South Shore, I think that can get scratched out, Jamie. Second sentence
Okay,
of.
that part I would agree with you. I don't.
Yeah, right
but I
above
would-
your red line now, Jamie. Yeah, right
Good,
there.
let's move on.
And then I think the second item, as we talked about, can come out too, because we're just following the other plans. And then for Lorimer Lake, if I might,
Does anyone have anything else on Limestone? Okay, Lorimer.
Okay,
Sounds
so
like it.
for Lorimer, I think it's important, and we talked about this, so you might have it here now, Jamie, but I think it's important that we say Lorimer Lake is managed as a put in and take out lake trout lake. That might not change anything, but instead of as a lake trout lake, it's important that we note there that it's a put in, take out, which M&R is now confirmed. So that's the very first sentence there.
Through you,
The-
Mr.
The designation that you're referring to is put dash grow dash take is actually the designation that they use. And what that means, and yes, Lorimer is one. Wawashkesh isn't. Wawashkesh is a natural trout lake. Trout Lake is a natural trout lake. Anyway, but a put grow take, all that means is that the M&R stocks it. The rules are exactly the same in terms of what you can do or what you can't. Doesn't matter whether it's natural or put in, and that we have that in writing from the M&R. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
not.
No,
So
it
I
is
don't
not-
know why it matters which of those two things it is. It has
Well,
no
and-
bearing on our official plan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reason I suggested we put it there is I think it's important that people know that it is a stocked lake. And if there's people that fish out there, anglers, they would understand if they read put, grow, take, that that's what it is. Doesn't change other things. I'm aware of that.
Through you,
then-
Mr. Oh, sorry.
No, go on, Councillor Lamb. I was going to
Yeah,
say
through
something
you,
after
Mr.
that.
Mayor. I thought we were, as I recall, the last meeting in the first 50 pages, we took out put in or lake and just left it that it was, at capacity in a trout lake. And that's what I'd like to see. I don't want to put in or whatever. They put 1,200 lake trout in every 2 years is what I read, I guess, this week. But anyway, I disagree with Councillor Nash on this. I don't think we should highlight that, but I guess the majority of council will decide that one.
Yeah. Could we have a stop poll on that? To me, it's important that if it's the only lake in our district that's noted as a put, grow, take lake, I think it's important. If it's a lake specific policy, that we know it's not just a lake trout lake, it's a put grow take lake trout lake to me. So I'd ask for a straw poll if we could.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I remember the last time too, as Councillor Lamb has said, that we had just left it as a lake trout lake, and we were treating them all the same accordingly as we had the information we had. So I would say leave it out.
Yeah.
And I think we did that already in the first 50 pages, so I don't know why we're revisiting it.
Because we're through you, Mr. Mayor, we're not talking about Lorimer Lake in the previous 50 pages. We talked about lake trout lakes in general, not about Lorimer Lake. And we said any lake trout lake needs a setback of 300 meters. So we've made
we're not
so
talking
many
about
more people do so many more things to do with development by saying any lake trout lake has a 300-meter setback to see if it's going to affect the lake. But that has nothing to do with put, grow, take for Lorimer Lake itself. We're not talking about development. We're just talking about what the lake is. It's a lake trout lake that's put, grow, take. But
Okay,
think
so
we're
we've got,
talking about two different things.
yeah.
no, I realize I didn't say anything about 300 meters. I said we made the decision in the first 50 pages, maybe for all lake trout lakes, that we weren't going to put in or whatever, right? And so I don't know why we're revisiting it, but anyway, if you want a straw poll, I'm against that, and I think Councillor Bray is too. So I guess we need to hear from.
And so am I, because it just, and I simply because, as I said already, it does not change our policy with respect to the lake. It doesn't matter what kind of lake it is. We're not doing anything special about Lorimer because it's a put, grow, take lake. Or even, you know, the 300 meters has nothing to do with the fact that it's a lake trout lake. The 300 meters has to do with the assertion that that it is in other ways at capacity. So I don't.
We can.
We're not. You know, we're not treating it differently than
we can move on. We're not putting take, grow, take because it's going to make some people on a lake association happy not to have those three words there. That's fine. We're doing injustice to the rest of the public. So be it. I don't care. Next item. The new law.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I find that offensive. Thank you.
So do I.
Yeah, okay, let's just stick to the discussion, please. We don't need to
Decisions made. So what's next on Lorimer Lake?
So it says new lot creation shall only be permitted in accordance with the lake capacity handbook assessment. After that handbook, I think again, just like we did for the other lake trout lake up above, we need to refer back to section 13.04, which talks about the 4 criteria. It has been deemed to be at capacity, right? But it's at capacity based on the lake capacity handbook, based on the water, the oxygen level. But it's not saying you can't do anything. So when we say in accordance with the lake capacity assessment handbook, I think it's really important that we refer back to our section, because in that handbook, it tells you about the 4 items you can do to allow development to happen. So you'll be able to do the same wording there, Jamie, as what you did for, I think it was Fairholme.
Yeah.
Okay. And then again, I think it needs to come out. We say after that, it says, and where sewage disposal systems are a minimum of, just scroll back down, up, Jamie, sorry, you're one ahead. Keep going. Yeah, it says, and where sewage disposal systems are a minimum of 300 meters from the lake. Well, that's not what the Lakeshore Capacity Handbook states, because there's a bunch of caveats to that. So I'm going to pull out that email that I'd read from earlier today. So just bear with me when I get it out. And this is from the MNR, and the mayor had sent it around to all of us, and then I followed up and they sent us some more information. So I think that sentence has to come out, because again, we're just following the lake capacity assessment book guidelines. Why are we going to add for this lake, it's 300 meters for a septic, but not other lakes? And what it says
I'm
is,
gonna take a look at the Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Handbook and that correspondence that you've provided
perfect.
separately, so I don't think you need to go
Yeah.
through it right now.
Well, and
Yeah,
I just wanted to make it, if I could, Jamie, just so the public understands, where all new tile fields would be set at least 300 meters from the shoreline of lakes, or such that drainage would flow at least 300 meters to the lake. And so it's not that they have to be 300 meters back, right? So that's why I think for now, if you strike out that 300 meters um, until you can read it, because again, if we're taking the exact wording from the ministry, where all new tile fields would be set at least 300 meters from the shoreline of lakes, or such that drainage from the tile field would flow at least 300 meters. And there's many ways that people can make the drainage flow 300 meters. You can wrap up a hose, wrap up a pipe. That's why it's important that we note what it actually says, and not just everything has to be 300 meters back. And since I've been on council, there's been subdivisions or consents approved there that weren't the 300 meters, because they referred back to this newer modeling, which talks about more than just the 300 meters. It's kind of pulled out of context.
that is, everything that Councillor Nash that you're saying is correct. But the thing that I think is important here is what triggers this with respect to Lorimer Lake, and not with respect to, for example, Wawashkish or Trout Lake. And the thing that triggers it is that, and it says the lake has been identified as being at capacity. Why? Because of low dissolved oxygen, right? The low dissolved oxygen, the dissolved oxygen at the depth where the lake trout inhabit is lower than the threshold to make it sustainable, right? And so that's what triggers the 300 meters, or that special thing. And it triggers it on Lorimer Lake. It doesn't trigger it on the other lakes that are not, where the dissolved oxygen is healthier. So I think we should be clear. You can argue whether or not you want to, I guess you could say new lot creation may only be considered in accordance with the LCAH, but because of the low dissolved oxygen, it kicks in this 300 meters business, which would otherwise not be there. And I'll argue eventually, when we get to it, that it kicks in in terms of what the minimum lot size is for waterfront, the minimum shoreline, which I would argue should be 150 meters or somewhere up like that. That's more than the 90 or whatever you think the default is.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I thought I heard Jamie say he'd look at it in light of the emails that have gone back and forth. So let's let him look at it and
all right.
go on.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think we should explain to people why it's different, so we don't get into an argument about why it's different than, say, Trout Lake or something.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. And again, I just point out, I think you want 150 meters. Again, it started 150, went down. I think the association said 120 and 90, and it comes back to this whole 100 thing that I talked about.
And if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor
Sorry,
Lamb.
I was still talking.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Let Councillor Lamb finish, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, it's 100 in my mind, and I guess we'll come back to it when the final version, before it goes to the province, and we'll debate it and decide. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Through you, and sorry about that, Councillor Lamb. All I was going to say is, I don't think that we even need that sentence. All new lots shall have a minimum lot frontage of 150 cross to 90. we're going to decide on something in the official plan itself, and be it at 90 or 100, whatever it is, it sounds like we're probably going to have something across all lakes, and it sounds like it might be 100. So I don't think we need that there because it's going to be somewhere else in our official plan. That's all.
Well, I don't know that we can assume that. I think there may be justification for altering it from having it vary from lake to lake. So
And I guess I have the same
you're going to have to
question.
put that stone now. I mean, you can put it in the zoning bylaw. I understand that, but we could decide to do that. But just anyway, I don't it doesn't. I'm okay with it not being here, but there may be we may be putting a variance somewhere, right?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if we were going to put a variance somewhere, doesn't need to be under Lorimer Lake specific, right? It could be somewhere else. So would we agree that we can cross it out of here for now and make sure it's covered somewhere else when that amount comes up? Is there anybody else that would agree with that?
Uh,
I don't even know where. Oh, okay. Oh, you're talking about minimum lot frontage now. Okay, yeah, I see it.
I've just highlighted it and said we may
Yeah.
need to revisit it. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
think Jamie, you can figure out where the best. Tell us where you think the best place to put it is if there's variances from it, and we can have if you want, we can have a standard in a general section, and say, you know, it's this much, whatever it is, 100 meters, as Councillor Lamb suggests, or as or sub but it may be varied in the zoning bylaw on a lake specific basis, or it may be varied in a lake on a lake specific basis, and then we can figure out where to put any variances. Okay, does that work for everybody?
no, just hold on. I was muted. Jamie, is this the only area where it's 150 meters? Or are there other sections in the plan where it's 150 meters?
I can't recall, but I think this is the only one.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the next section talked about the 30 meters from the lake, the setback. But again, we talked about it earlier today that, I think this is covered in general areas of our plan, and we don't need it to be lake specific here. The setbacks that we talk about are setbacks for all lakes, just like the septics are for all lakes. We said 30 meters where possible for septics. I don't think we need to say on this lake, you need a dwelling further back, only for new lots, but existing lots, that's okay. So I think that can be crossed off. That's my take. I don't know what others think.
I would not support a general 30 meters, 100 feet back on some lots because of the contour and elevation of the lot. 100 feet back would prevent the people from seeing, because it's up high, would prevent the people from seeing the shoreline or seeing their dock from the building or whatever. I think it's a function of the topography of the lake of the particular lot. So I don't know that you can apply that to every property in the municipality, every waterfront property. It just
Well, no,
we don't have that 30 meters now, right?
no, we have standard through you, Mr. Mayor. We have standard setbacks. And that's what I'm saying. Whatever our standard setbacks are in our zoning bylaws, which say your front of your cottage or house needs to be setbacks X from the lake, it should be that for everybody. And Lorimer shouldn't be treated differently with the greater setback. Like you said, maybe they wouldn't be able to see the lake if it's 30 meters back. So whatever we have in our zoning bylaw should be standard throughout, so therefore this item can get scratched out.
Well, I thought you were trying to make it so that it's 30 meters for every lot.
No, for some reason it's
For
been,
every situation. I don't know. I mean,
no, for some reason it's been added in, but it wasn't there before, so I'm not sure where it came from. That's why I'm saying I think it should get scratched out.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, elsewhere it's 15 meters, right?
Now, you know, that's
Roughly
what
50 feet.
I'm just going with what I'm used to, and
Yeah.
arguably that's with working with things on Washkish mostly. But anyway, okay. I
So
I think
is there um a consensus to have it take it removed so that line is not there? I believed it was, but
but if we needed it, we would put it somewhere else. Is that true, or
I think
no?
we already have it under our zoning bylaw, all our setbacks for side yard, front yard, backyard, lakefront, right? We already have it all
They're
in
not,
there.
but they're not lake. They are not in general lake specific, right?
No, because they're
Or are
all
they?
the same. For every lake, it's the setbacks are the same.
I've got a comment here to look at
Yeah.
it, so I think we can carry on. I
All
say
right.
here that it is referenced earlier in the document, but I'm going to double check it. So
Okay,
I'll just
go on.
lake specific setback.
3:30, we've got a half hour.
Yeah. TBD.
And
Thank you.
again,
That's
I've been the bad person all day, so I'll be the bad person again. I have no idea why section point three is in here. I don't understand why we have this in here to say that this is how, this has come from the Lake Association. Let's call a spade, that they want one new lot, and then, you need 3 meters of undisturbed soil and all these things. Again, if the lake is open for development, even if it's an at capacity lake trout lake, and you meet one of the four criteria, which Jamie's going to look at when he reviews the M&R information, why would we be limiting it to one new lot? And why would we make this lot or this lake that you need 3 meters, 12 feet of undisturbed soils beneath where you're going to put a septic system? Like, to me, come on, 3 meters, 12 feet. When if you look at um, the conditions in the M&R email about, again, if you have these four criteria, that all you need to do is make sure it's a totally different measurement with the M&R suggesting, which is more like, I think it's like 4 feet. I'm trying to find it here. I think it's 4 feet. Um, and that's it. And you can do that by bringing in um, different types of soils into the lot. So what M&R is saying isn't nearly the same as what's being said here by the Lake Association that wants it. 12 feet of soil. This is here to say that somebody won't be able to build because in most spots you don't have 12 feet of undisturbed soil. So let's put this in here to stop development from being allowed to happen. And again, I'm going to trust that Jamie will go back and look at all the information from M&R when they talk about this and talk about the depth of what the sand should be if it's an at capacity lake. And hopefully we use that. But again, this can be taken out. What do others think?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm on
No,
through you. Yeah, Jamie's going to look at it, but I remember on my term on council, we used to have limits of new development on Lorimer Lake. I thought it was one a year for 5 years or something.
yeah, and then we were going to stop it.
And then we what? Then we
And
were
then
going
we
to
were going to
never,
stop
but
it.
but there used to be
Yeah.
a restriction on development. That's my only point, just for information.
Yeah. I think, I mean, if it's covered off somewhere else, I don't understand where the 3 meters came from, so I can't comment on that. But uh, I think Councillor Lamb is correct. The general consensus 10 years ago was that um, it was at capacity, and that's been sort of that requirement has been trickling away slowly as people come up with applications that have all kinds of that do meet the more stringent requirements of the LCAH
And would it be fair to say, Mr.
or other
Mayor?
engineering studies, but that might happen depending on the topography of it. Like there's there's some areas of it that are where the shore is almost like wetland or marshy and so on. And so you're going to have problems developing that kind of property in a safe manner.
Through
So I
you,
don't,
Mr. Mayor, would it be fair to say that I think, what we've done as past council, this past council, they've been approved because people have come forward to do applications. And I think most of those applications have passed with the far majority of council members. But with that being said, that if we say something in here that you need 3 meters of soil, or it's deemed at capacity and you need 300 meters, then what we do is we prompt people to say, we're going to make you, the municipality, spend tens of thousands of dollars, and we, the applicant, are going to spend tens of thousands of dollars, and we're going to take you to the OMB, or what I'll call the OMB, and we're going to fight you to say that M&R says you only need this much depth of soil, and M&R says that it's not 300-meter setback. So you're doing more than you need to, and we might lose that battle. What we need to do is put in what M&R says for the most cases, and I found that section. It says an unsaturated zone of at least 1.5-meter depth exists between the tile bed and the shallowest depth extent of the water table. So basically, you need 5 feet between the bottom of your filter pit and the water table. That's what M&R asks for, right? So again, that's why I've said what I've said there. I just couldn't find it before, Mr. Mayor, but I was able to find it now. So.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, the depth of 3 meters or whatever is beyond my pay grade, so I'll leave it up to the experts. In terms of all this on Lorimer Lake, a lot of this came out of a case years ago that I recall, and I think the name was Robbins, and it was passed by council, and there was a great debate that I recall. Anyway, my question is, can we get supplied what McDougall did? We forget sometimes that the other half of the lake, or I don't know whether it's 2/3 or whatever, is McDougall. So what kind of lot creation is in the McDougall official plan, which I think was done in 21 or 22 or something? If council or if staff can supply us with that, I'd appreciate it, just for information. And to Jamie, thank you.
okay, thank you. That's a good suggestion.
And hear you, George.
I said, thank you. That's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Can we move to Manson Lake?
Mr. Mayor, could I just say
Yeah.
something really quick
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Woods.
about Lorimer Lake in general? The 3 meters is a little bit over the top. That's as tall as, halfway up the gable end of pretty much any house that was built here in the last, I don't know, cottage, waterfront property, 1-story bungalow. It's halfway up the gable end of your roof. It's about 10 feet of undisturbed soil. That's hard to reach in most places in the municipality, especially anywhere around the water, because we're in the Canadian Shield. But I like what Councillor Lamb just asked. What is it that is happening on the other side of the lake with the other municipality when it comes to development? Because I just saw a post the other day on a Facebook page, someone in McDougall asking for advice on who to call for a septic design and installation for a new development on Lorimer Lake. So, I mean, we write rules, but we don't pay attention to what the other guy's doing too at the same time, right? So I like finding out exactly what McDougall thinks about this as well, and
They have
what their
the same
requirements
general
are.
rule. Yeah, sorry, Councilor Woods. They have the same general rule that we do, which says it can be it says subject to the LCAH, right? So but there might be other details in there. I still think it would be good if our staff did get that report and see what, or get that plan of theirs and see what they do.
Just for information for everyone through you, Mr. Mayor, I asked yesterday what McDougal's lot size was for new creation, and I think it's 150 meters. But that's what I read in the documents that were sent to me. So again, just for information. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know that's what was asked for.
I think it's in the McDougal plan, but we don't have to do what McDougal does, and they don't have to do what we do, right? So,
Yeah, but still, we should. It's useful information. Can we move on to Manson Lake? And I'm not totally sure why Manson Lake is in here. There's other lakes that I guess I would expect to be here, but however,
where is it?
well, it's
There.
down towards McKellar.
Take Balsam, and don't stop until you hit the town line.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the right there?
Joe, I took you there. Remember that boat launch we pulled up to? And then there
Oh,
was, yeah, right there.
Okay, I know it now. Yep, thank you.
Anybody, and I think 1702 is a bit odd. It says will allow a limited number of consents to recognize the desire by some property owners to create a parcel for a family member. Well, I'm sorry, but we don't say to you, well, if you're creating a parcel for a family member, it's okay. But if you're creating it to just sell it to John Q. Public, no, it's not okay. I mean, I don't think we're allowed to do that. So that might be, that argument might be a bit specious, but anyway, any other things that you think are?
If I might, I think this might help through you, Mr. Mayor. Just when the last two people were speaking, I looked up the official plan for Lorimer Lake, and their official plan states trout and Lorimer Lakes are at capacity for additional lot creation will be subject to the guidelines as set out by the Ministry of the Environment Lake Capacity Assessment Handbook. So that's what it speaks to, that you'll follow the guide of the Lake Capacity Handbook.
Okay, thank you. So this particular one, Manson, it's also, there's a suggestion that we have the same sort of argument or same sort of rationale, but in this case with respect to what McKellar is doing, because part of the lake's in McKellar. That's what 1707.3 is trying to say. And then at 1704, municipality, I don't know where this came from. I do not know anything much about this lake. I'll be on, I mean, I know where it is, but not. It says we might adopt a strategy that discourages heavy fishing by removing or limiting access to the lake. So I don't know. Like I'm just looking at things that I think are problematic here, but some of you who may have more sense of what the issues are with that lake might want to comment. Councillor Woods, do you?
I would agree with you on that point, Mr. Mayor. The 07.4, that probably shouldn't be there.
Well, in fairness to our planner, this is stuff that he inherited from the last plan. What do we actually need to say about this lake?
Like to me, there's nothing in here that's really land use planning related, but
Well, that's kind of what I thought when I first saw it, but
Would we take it out?
anybody else? I mean, the thing that does maybe make sense is the 17.07.1 and 1707.3. I think those are, and it's because the original wording is perfectly good, the good English, because the lake is partly located within McKellar, the municipality will, rather than saying we encourage its neighbor, we'd say the municipality will attempt to coordinate its policies with respect to this lake with McKellar, right? But those are the only two things I think actually that make any sense here. If you're going to put something there.
So then therefore, Mr. Mayor, are we taking out 7.2 and 7.4? Those are getting scratched out totally, which I'm in agreement for.
Well, that's what I would do. Others can weigh in please weigh in if you have a contrary
it.
view.
Do it.
Do it.
So,
Let's move on.
yeah.
Take out 2 and 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that could be good. How about Shawanaga Lake / Shawanaga River? I don't hear anything. Everybody
Oh,
okay
sorry.
with them the way
I
they
was
are?
just going to say through you, Mr. Mayor, the last sentence of item number 2, new development should be available on a limited basis to recognize the crowding that is occurring on the lake. Well, again, I think that's going to be covered off when we talk about what carrying capacities are, right? Unless we've done a study in the past and we know that for a fact, I don't think we can make these statements anymore unless it's data proven. And again, if somebody comes and does an application and meets all the check marks and it's showing that the lake's not at capacity or that the lake is not at a carrying capacity, they should be allowed to do it. So I don't think that needs to be on there, that last sentence. Again, we've done that for all the other lakes, taken those little comments out because it's up to our policy itself, right?
Yeah, and I think as long as our general policy recognizes the contour of the lake and the capacity for boating on it, I would agree with that statement.
Yeah. And then
Because
for
that could apply to other, well, it applies to other lakes.
Mhm. And I think
I'm sorry.
In my opinion, it applies to other lakes. So we talked earlier about a lake that's a canoe and kayak lake, no motorboats. Right? So
that last sentence on item number 2 will come out. And then I believe, Mr. Mayor, that under point 3, the first sentence or the first part of the sentence, there is a limited land available for additional development on Shawanigan Lake for new lot creation. But then it says, although the lake is considered to have excellent water quality, if we want, I think we can just say the lake is considered to have excellent water quality and leave it at that. But again, I think until we do our own testing and stuff, it's hard to say that. So I think this whole, item 2, the last sentence comes out about new development, and all of item 3 comes out. Because if we're going to say it has excellent water quality, we should do our own testing to make sure before we put it in. In new development, well, again, that's the same thing as item number 2 above, right? Which we're taking out. So.
The only other thing through you, Mr. Mayor, is that Shawanaga Lake is a shared lake. There are properties in, I think it's McKellar, who are on that lake too, eh? Because remember, we had a plan where someone wanted us to enshrine their parking and docking at Beach Road there.
Yep.
I don't know whether that's important to say, that there are properties from McKellar on there too.
well, Ferguson and Burpee are McKellar, right?
Oh, are they? Okay.
Sorry, no. Ferguson is McDougal.
Oh, McDougal. Okay, yeah, it was McDougal.
Sorry,
Okay.
that's
So maybe similar through you, Mr. Mayor, similar to the lake above, we can just say that Shawanaga Lake is shared with another municipality and list it for
Yeah.
Ferguson there.
yeah.
Or put Ferguson in brackets, McKellar or something, or McDougal.
Yeah, it's McDougal.
On Sorry, I'm confused where you guys want. Oh, here.
Well, those like Ferguson and Burpee are geographic towns, and Hagerman are geographic townships. They're not municipalities. They're not incorporated. Ferguson is part of McDougal, I'm almost certain.
So you
They have
could
a
take them
fireball
out,
that's in Ferguson.
you could take them
They
out and
Google
say in Whitestone and McDougal. Take the
Mhm.
three out and just say,
Part of Burpee is us, and part of Burpee is somebody else, and I don't know.
oh, there's another municipality?
Yeah, I just don't know which one it is. It might be McKellar,
Oh.
it might be McDougal. I'm sorry. I could
Okay.
bring up a map, but I'm not going to take the time. We can sort this out offline and figure out exactly.
And
what
then,
it is.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, but just since I see the cursor blinking there, where it says there is potential for additional development along its shoreline, I say that can come out. We talk about development. Each of point 1, point 2, point 3 says something different about development. So I think there is potential for additional development along its shoreline. Again, totally irrelevant to us talking about this because you either have it or you don't in the official plan. So if that's crossed out, then you go to the next section, Jamie, point 2, the second sentence of point 2, where it says new development should be available on a limited basis. Again, that comes out because we're covering that on other parts of our official plan, right? Do you see where I'm?
Yeah, I don't know, like I'm in your hands. I understand though. I think what they're saying is that this lake, because of its narrow shape, it gets impacted more by recreational boats than lakes that aren't a narrow shape, and therefore development should be is available, but on a limited basis.
Which
And you need to consider the crowding. So basically, how I would see that playing out is if you're doing law creation applications, like maybe what we should say is larger law frontages may be required on this lake, for example, because of the narrowness of it. Because that's usually what you would do. If you have a narrow channel or a narrow lake, you're going to require larger frontages to prevent that overcrowding. Like what this
but
policy says is there could be crowding, but doesn't tell you how to address it.
and also, Jamie, it doesn't tell us if there actually is overcrowding. This is just what somebody said, and this would have come from lake associations or the public in the past. If we want to say that it should be on a limited basis because of crowding on the lake, I don't think we can say that until we've done our own study to say that yes, it is overcrowded, which is why we are trying to support as a municipality to do some of those reports. But until that time, I don't think we can put handcuffs on people to say that we might do X, Y, or Z until we have the data ourselves and not rely on third parties to say if a lake is crowded or not, in my opinion. What does the majority of council say about that last sentence of paragraph 2? Then we can move on just quickly because we only have 10 minutes left.
Any comments from anybody?
The,
Who
the,
hasn't
the second sentence in 08.2, I thought we already talked about that and everybody said that it was getting removed. That's what I got that, just wrote that down in my notes a couple minutes ago here.
Well, again, I mean, I think this is an opportunity to say what things are concerns on a particular lake, but we do, as long as in our as long as in our capacity discussions that are general to the whole plan, we say that things like the topology of the lake and the boat traffic are issues that will factor into the capacity. I mean, I don't care where it is in the plan so much, as long as it's there. But if it's not there, then I think we have a problem. If we say, well, it only matters about, water quality, phosphorus and dissolved water, dissolved oxygen and whatever, and we don't take into consideration and fish and so on. We don't take into consideration the general nature of the lake. We have to do it somewhere.
If you, sorry,
that-
Mr. Mayor, if you remember, we did have a whole section of that today, which is called recreational capacity, which Jamie was going to look into and write some more, right? So we did address that. earlier in the meeting today, right? So there is a whole section on that, which has, I think, 2 bullet points, and Jamie was going to be adding some more to that, right? So that's where it would be addressed now.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I would be for the wording that our planner just spoke of, that has to do, it has a more planning approach from it on this one, because it is specific for this lake. I think that it doesn't, again, we are supposed to be focusing on things that are unique to the two lakes. And so perhaps maybe we don't talk about the, necessarily about what we would do about recreational boating, but on a planning process in being able, once, I'm sorry, Jamie, I can't remember what you said, but it was about, dealing with it, in terms of, capacity. Anyways, whatever that wording was, I liked. Sorry. I'm sorry I can't repeat it because it's been a while. It's been a long time since it was said.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with what Councillor Bray's saying there, but the only part I don't fully agree with is it shouldn't be under Shawanaga Lake. We talk about narrow lakes. Snakeskin's a narrow lake. Dubois is a narrow lake. There's little nooks and crannies in many lakes that are narrow. So it's not specific to Shawanaga. It's specific to all narrow lakes. It would be specific to all things like that. And that's what we talked about at the last meeting. And if you remember, we talked about how there's some bays and inlets, and that was covered at the very first meeting back in October about how some of those things may impact things. So again, we don't need to say it on Shawanaga, because if you're going to say it on Shawanaga, then on Whitestone Lake, you might want to say there's some narrow bays, or it should be limited, or the narrow area should be limited. Then you start saying the same thing in every lake when it's standard to every lake that's narrow, or every lake that has narrow bays, right? That's where I think we keep getting caught up to say, let's put something in for each lake to make them feel good, but we already have it in our plan somewhere else, which talks about it for everybody, to treat everybody equally that's on a narrow lake, and not just Shawanaga versus Snakeskin, for example.
okay, so,
Sorry,
I don't know.
I was muted.
What's that?
I was muted. Sorry, I had something to say.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I suggest we just leave it. If the other lakes come up and they're narrow, we'll put in that they're narrow. And no, we're not going to go in Whitestone and say, well, that section is narrow or whatever. But I agree with Councillor Bray. So that's 2 against 2, I think. So George, what do you say? And let's move on.
Well, I don't know. I'm okay with it, because I think we're slowly eliminating these lakes. We're slowly cutting these lake specific things down to the point where we don't say anything about them. And I actually think there are some other things that we could put in about some of them that are relevant to that are planning relevant, that are about characteristics of the lake. So I don't know. I guess
What do you want? It in or out? Left in or out?
I'm okay with leaving it the way it is for now, I guess.
Perfect. Let's move on.
So we got our 2 biggest lakes are left, and we have 2 minutes. Whitestone Lake. What do you
I got a couple things since I lived here.
yeah, go ahead.
And they're very minor, actually. We have 2 good access points on Whitestone Lake. We have Farley's Road that we improved, right? And all the parking, and we have, of course, in Dunchurch, right? So that has to say 2.
Where's that? Which section?
17.093. There's only 1 good public access located on Whitestone. There's 2, actually.
Can I just say there are 2 accesses located in Whitestone Lake?
There are
Or
only
did-
2 good access points. Yeah, you could say
Only
that.
2. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the other one? Are you
Dunchurch.
you're
Dunchurch.
considering the main beach as a,
Yeah, the main dock is 1, and the second one is Farley's Road.
so there's nothing, I guess the one on Shirley's not public, right?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
That's the only two that I'm aware of on Whitestone. We have a road allowance off of Farley's Road,
Yeah.
in front of somewhere, but that's, I guess, the public
But
could
it's
go down there,
it's
but
reasonably close to where the
Farley's
real
is.
the real one is, the real boat
Yeah,
one.
it is. So that's my point on there. 17.904. I just question, council will the last line, council will undertake measures to impose speed limits and promote safety on the lake. I'm not against that in general, but we don't control that. We don't control speed limits. I always thought it was the Oceans and Fisheries or M&R or somewhere like that. We can't make a rule and say through that area, you can only go 10 kilometers an hour, as far as I know. We don't control it, do we?
No.
No, we don't control
And
it. We can apply to them to do it. It's a lengthy process, but we can say we want you to do that. But you being Fisheries and Oceans or whoever, but
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I had that one circled as well, Councillor Lamb, but what I had it circled for was council will undertake measures to impose speed limits and promote safety on Whitestone Lake. I think we'd do that again for every lake, but the official plan is about new lots. What does that statement have to do with new lot development? Absolutely nothing. If we want to put that in, again, it goes into a new zoning bylaw, not into our official plan, because it has no purpose being in our official plan. That's what we've been told at a lot of the last meeting, right? It's to do with development, and speed limits have nothing to do with development. So can we all, because I know we're going to run out of time, it's already 4. Do we all agree that that should come out? Sounded like you were thinking it might,
do
Councillor.
you agree, Jamie, that it doesn't belong here?
I'm fine. Whatever you'd like to do.
And going back to the item above that Councillor Lamb spoke to, when you said too good access, public access is located.
Yeah.
I don't think we need the last sentence. Council will attempt to secure additional access points for the public on Whitestone Lake. I don't think that needs to be there, because one of our major things in our official plan that we already talked about today is that we promote new access points on all lakes, right? Okay, if we're going to put that there, put it on every single lake we have here.
Okay,
So
I have no problem with that coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one more through you, Mr. Chair. The first item, number 0.1, there is very little privately owned shoreline that is capable of being subdivided into additional lots on the lake. The water quality of Whitestone Lake is good, and council will take whatever measures are necessary and appropriate to protect the water quality. Well, again, if we want to say the water quality on the lake is good, I think that's fantastic to say. But the next part, that we'll do whatever we need to promote the water quality, I think throughout the meeting today, we've all said we want to do water testing. We've all said for all lakes, we want to make sure we protect the water quality. Why does Whitestone have something specific? The council will take whatever measures are necessary and appropriate to protect the water quality there, when we say it for every other lake. So I don't think it needs to be there. Would you be okay with that, Councillor Lamb? Because we say it everywhere else, but it's good to say that the water quality of the lake is good.
Yeah, I don't have a big problem with that.
Okay.
I have a problem with sorry.
No, so I was just going
Problem
to
with
say,
the line before it, saying there's very little privately owned shoreline that is capable of being subdivided for additional lots on the lake. My God, once I go through the Narrows on Whitestone Lake, and you know, to the right, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards of developable land. So I don't get that, but
so would you suggest, Councillor Lamb, that comes out, that sentence that Jamie just highlighted there?
yeah, I don't think it's true, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So I don't mind it coming out, because I don't think it's true, right? We just had, for instance, Carby Huey open up 8 lots, right? At the end of Carby Huey Lane.
And
So 8 lots,
And
7 lots, whatever.
And I'm okay with that through you, Mr. Chair, but I agree with when you say, Councillor Lamb, taking it out, because I think we're covering it in different spots in the official plan already about it in general, right? So I like the way that we've updated that Whitestone Lake, to be honest, and what it now reads. I think it um, reads much cleaner in a way, but still says very much similar points.
So the next one, unless someone else says something else, is Wabash. I see a few
Sorry,
people on the call have been waiting all day.
just before, yeah, just before you walk away from this, I I'll say as an outside observer, meaning that somebody who doesn't own property on Whitestone Lake, I would I would suggest that statement you're talking about taking out is maybe it's not exactly true, but I'll tell you, I have a concern that there hasn't been any look at the capacity of the lake. And part of this, what you're complaining about with boat traffic going too fast and all these kinds of things is in my view, a a a recreational capacity issue. And I think Whitestone Lake is pretty close to recreational capacity. Uh, and that's purely an objective assessment because I haven't done a study, but um, I think we should get a study. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I really think we should get a study because if we just keep going with what we're doing, which is every time somebody finds finds 90 meters or whatever of shoreline with nothing on it, they say, give me a severance, right? And once one of these days, I don't know when, but one of these days, folks on the lake are going to discover that the lake is at capacity and and they're going to be upset about it, and you can't walk it back. You can't go back to people and say, sorry, we made a mistake, we should not have allowed you to create that lot. And we've seen that happen in areas to the south of us. So I just I will I you can argue, you could convince me that it shouldn't say what it says right here, but somehow or other, just having a good definition of what we mean by recreational capacity, um, we're going to have to do some studies, or somebody's going to have to do some studies to determine so that we don't end up getting into a situation where we wish we could undo it after the fact. That's my
And
message to you.
through you, Mr. Mayor, I totally agree with what you just said there, but I just don't think this is a spot. I think we've addressed it in other spots in the official plan to say that we support carrying capacity reports. I think we need to put some money in our budget. I think Jamie said we could do a GIS or something for it. I'd say if we're going to do it, you put something out to tender. You have a consultant that specializes in that do it. Unfortunately, as much as I believe that Whitestone Lake is busy, or people would say that um, Wawashkesh Lake is busy, when those studies have been done on Lake Wawashkesh already, what you hear is between the upper and bottom part of the lake, you can do 3,000 more lots. And what we're going to get is information that the public doesn't want to see because the carrying capacity that the professionals use, our lakes are so underdeveloped compared to the south. There's no comparison. Now, do we want it to be like the south? No. But if you're using modeling that the government and everybody uses to say what's busy, the information we get is going to say we can even do more lots than I think what council think is a good idea. So I think we have to be really careful on that. And like you said, maybe it's on what we define as busy in our own terms, right? But I don't think
Yeah, we
that's
get to decide. I agree. We get to decide that. But anyway, I'm sorry, because we're running out of time. I want to just want to just see if we can finish off Whitestone Lake, and then
Well, George, through
have
you,
to wrap.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I'm going on observation, right, of land that I know is privately owned that I know someday someone, and as one owner, is going to probably want to come and develop it, right?
Yep.
Over the years, the only thing that I can remember, and maybe there's one or two more, but in my 19 years in Whitestone, I think the Carby Huey and Ted Greenwood's properties, the only lots that have been developed on the lake in all my time. But again, I stand to be corrected, but there's certainly not very many. So, and I'm not arguing that it's not, at capacity or whatever, but that would have to be determined, I guess, by a study. Where the people on Whitestone Lake get upset is when, the Whitestone Resort, for instance, wants to put in timeshares and 200 units or something, and that would overstress the lake, right? So anyway, those are just general comments, but
What? Through you, Mr. Mayor, one last item in closing under point 4 of the Whitestone Lake. Jamie, the last 4 words that aren't crossed off under item 4, where it says in unsafe boating conditions, what does that have to do with planning, and why would that be an official plan? And I know you
We said
didn't
we
put
were
it
going
in.
to take it out, didn't we? Yes, no? I thought we agreed to take that out.
The whole paragraph?
Yeah,
Sure. I thought we just
for
agreed
the
to take
for the
it.
reason that
yeah.
Councilor Nash is.
Okay. So
It's
perfect.
not a
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Wawashkash.
Just do Wawashkash, then we got to wrap it up. Wawashkash, what do you want to change in Wawashkash?
Through you, Mr.
Most of the wording was there before. There's
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the one thing I brought up at the last meeting, I think it's important for Lake Wawashkesh. We talk about the freshet and the 3 to 4 meters above the flood dam and the diversified fishing in the first bullet. I think it's really important in here that we mention what that flood elevation is, because it makes so much more items that we need to talk about for development, for a new lot, for the new septic system. But again, hopefully when we get to our zoning bylaw, we'll make sure to put it in so anybody doing a septic system on Wawashkesh and not just a new property owner. So somewhere there, Jamie, I'm not sure if it's a new bullet. I hopefully have council's majority of people to say that somewhere in here, I think it's important that we either reference back to or mention what that flood elevation is of the dam. And we just note it right in here in the official plan.
I don't know. I mean, I guess you could have it in an appendix or or somewhere. I'm not disagreeing that it shouldn't be there. It's just that once again, I don't know why we wouldn't have it for other lakes as well, where there is a floodplain established. Because there are for some other ones, I would think. Whereas for the Magnettowon River. That's
And then-
all.
Yeah.
Any comment, Jamie?
If we have flooding information, such as what the elevations are, then we should include it.
Where, here or in the zoning bylaw?
I think you should include it here and in the zoning bylaw.
Okay.
And
Well,
then
we can put it here. You know what it is. Yeah.
And then through you, Mr. Mayor, I had some modifications. I know some items have been updated on, sorry, I was just grabbing it so I could read it a bit closer. On 10.2, some items have been crossed out of it. But it says the water quality in the north and south basins of Lake Washkesh are sensitive to additional shoreline development. And then where it starts now, the residual development capacity will be changed in the future as more up-to-date scientific approaches are used to determine the appropriate level of development capacity. Well, again, That's what our whole official plan is talking about, is what development capacity is based on lake capacity, based on environmental factors. I don't know why we have it there, but the biggest concern that I have there is it says the water quality of the north and south basins of Lake Washkesh are sensitive to additional shoreline development. Why do we state that when myself, yourself, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bray, and Councillor Woods were at the annual meeting, and it was told to us that the water quality on Lake Washkesh is great and it's in good. Why do we say that, and then in here that it's sensitive to additional shoreline development? That's because we've taken something that people wanted to say without too many facts to it. If you look at the lake capacity handbook based on the Dillon model that our previous planner, Jackson, said, again, based on the water quality before we changed it, would have 3,000 more development lots on it. Why do we say it's sensitive to additional shoreline development? I don't know if that's an accurate statement. So I don't know how we can have it here unless it's proved to us that it is an actual statement. When in fact it should say the water quality of the north and south basins of Lake Washkesh, we can say, are subject to upstream conditions. That would be fair to say, because the water flows downstream and what people do in other lakes might affect us. But we're told in a public meeting where all the residents of the lake that are members that the water quality is great on the lake. And they had a presenter for it, if I believe correct. So I don't think that should be there. I don't know from the others that attended the meeting if they remember hearing that the lake had good water quality.
I'm going to support leaving it there because the fact of it is, if I look at things over the time that that I've been on that lake, the water quality has in many ways deteriorated. Let's face it, we used to drink it without untreated. We used to drink it untreated for 20 years or so. And that's, the water has flowed through agricultural land and so on through all of East Parry Sound District to get to us historically. If you look at, for example, when they pull boats out of the water, the ones that spend their time in the upper lake are more contaminated than the South Lake and so on. There's a lot of turbidity in the water and that sort of thing. So, I mean, from a phosphorus point of view, from a dissolved oxygen, that's correct. It's okay. So it's not killing all our fish and everything, but it's still sensitive to development. And the idea that you could create 3,000 new lots, that would totally destroy the lake. Totally destroy it. I mean, that's an idiotic idea. I don't know who came up with it, and I don't care what models they use. That's not appropriate. We cannot adopt that in our official plan, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not saying it's.
So I would argue that water quality is an issue on every lake, that just about every populated lake that we have. And I think that the population on the lake definitely has an impact in a lot of ways, not just septic systems and that sort of thing, but a lot of ways they contribute to stress on the water quality. So, if you want to make it a general statement, I'm okay with that. But
and through you, Mr. Mayor, that's where I was going. Yeah. We already have this as a general statement throughout our official plan in numerous areas. And do I think personally that Lake Washkesh should have 3,000 more lots? No, of course I don't. And I hope everybody listening hears me say that. But with that said, if you're going off what the ministry considers to be sensitive from a water quality point of view, that's what the Dillon model and the lake capacity handbook tells you could have. So I think this whole section comes out. because we talk about it in other parts of our official plan and every single lake. I think nobody on council would want to see, be it Lake Wawashkesh or Bolger Lake, have bad water quality. I think everybody here would like to see good water quality. And when it says the last part of this bullet point, the residual development capacity will change in the future as more up-to-date scientific approaches are used. Well, of course, and that's the same for everybody. That's why we're updating our official plan. That's why the lake capacity handbook now has 4 other criteria, because things are always evolving. So you don't need to put it here because that's the whole premise of our official plan. So would I have consensus to take this out because we're going to ensure this is written in other areas of our official plan, which it already is, and it should be covered off, but just in other areas of the official plan?
So through you, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
we're
We'll take a couple
we're
comments and we'll-
420, 425. I have to get off the call at 4:30. You had a hard
do
stop
too.
at 4. You had a hard stop at 4. My comment would be this. I've got all the comments here, as I did in October, of all the lake associations and whatever. And here's all the emails that I have from Wabashkesh. And there's a whole bunch of things in here that people have concerns about. And I just want to make sure, Jamie, that we're addressing them in whether it be machine shops or development charges or voluntary septic inspections or many of the things in here, flood elevation, the lot size. There's all kinds of things in here, right? And maybe you have looked at all those and they're reflective in what we've done. Maybe you need to look at that again, what the comments are, and if we need to put anything from a Wawashkesh specific policy in there, if anything applies, I think we should. But there was a whole bunch of emails, as there was for Lorimer and a bunch of other things. So I tried to go over them again today. I reviewed them in October, and I've got them all here. So I don't think we're going much further today on Wawashkesh, but please make sure that all the comments that are made, because you could probably group them into 6 or 8, sort of general topics and address them at the next meeting and say, doon, and we could, at least be responding to ratepayers' response or input. So that's, I guess, my general comment, but I think we got to wrap her up for today, unfortunately. And what I'd also suggest is, before we leave, that we get a date today in the next week or so, if we can, and carry this on, not wait 3 months and we're into April or May and saying, well, here we go again, we're starting on page 86 or something, right? Like, can't we just do this next week? Or I don't know. If it were me, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be carrying on and finishing the doggone thing. So, but anyway, thank you.
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think a couple of the points you said there, Councillor Lamb, are good. But I think there's a couple items here. I've already said what I think about the one item.
Sorry, Councillor Nash, we've got 7 minutes and we have to go back into open session to wrap up the meeting. So I will have to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Okay,
we cannot go over the 4:30.
Okay, I'll be really quick here, because I have 2 questions which will be very quick and I think it'll help. So the one is on site plan control for Wawashkesh, Jamie, 1710.6. It talks about site plan control. That's already covered off somewhere else, because we talk about site plan control for all waterfront lakes. That shouldn't be in here anymore. And Councillor Lamb, you'd mentioned about shoreline in the distance. So what would you like to see, Councillor Lamb, for the shoreline for Lake Wawashkesh at meters? 100 meters, 150 meters, 120, 90. You're saying you've read everything from everybody. What would you like to see for Lake Wawashkesh?
Well, I've said all along that, again, I don't know why we're having this discussion, because I think we wrapped her up for the day, but I've said, as my information is, the north end was 100, the south end was 90, and I'm suggesting the whole lake be 100, but it's coming back at another meeting for discussion. So, and I'm open to listen to people, right? Which I always am. So, so I guess we'll see. To be determined, I guess, is my answer.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to reconvene into a regular meeting, please.
I'll make the motion.
I can
Thank you.
second that motion.
Okay, moved by Counselor Lamb, seconded by Counselor Nash. All those in favor, please. Wave
Counselor
your
Woods,
hands.
yes.
Okay, thank you. We are now in a regular meeting at whatever time it is, 4:25 it looks like. All right, so normally coming out of a meeting like this, we would have a resolution. And the one that I think we should be considering is the following. Whereas the Council of the Mist Valley Whitestone has reviewed draft 1.3 of the official plan dated September 29th, 2025, be it resolved that the Council of the Mist Valley Whitestone receives for information the memorandum from Nigel Black, CAO Clerk, dated January 21st, 26, the memo from MHBC Consultants, and draft 1.3 of the official plan dated September 29th, 2025, and draft 1.3 of the official and draft 1.3 of the official plan dated September 29th, 2025. Sorry, that's repeated, I guess. Need to say it twice. And that staff are directed to schedule a subsequent meeting to complete the review of draft 1.3 of the official plan dated September 29th, 2025. So basically, we're receiving what we've got and we're asking for another meeting to finish
Please,
it.
Mr. Mayor, through you, please don't make the meeting 2 months from now. Surely to
Well,
God, we can make ourselves available.
I was just going to say the same thing. I don't think it's our availability that's been the problem here, but anyway. Can I get a mover and seconder for the motion?
I can move, Counselor Nash.
Counselor Nash,
I'll-
thank you.
I'll
Seconded
second.
by Counselor Bray, seconds. All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor
Okay.
Counselor Nash,
I
yes,
heard you,
but I do
Counselor
have
Nash.
one question if I could ask of Jamie and staff. I agree, let's get this meeting done as quick as we can. I think we owe it to the public. I don't think we have too much left that's going to take too long, but I guess I'll ask our planner a question. Jamie, if we made ourselves available and you came back, be it in a couple weeks or 3 weeks or whenever it works for you, would it make sense if we wanted to have that follow-up meeting about what we've already updated, that you take some of your time, you update everything up to this section that we're getting to, so we can do that quick review at the same time, and then maybe at the end of this next meeting, we pass it and it goes to the province? Would that make sense from you if you take all the comments that you've received up till now, you include them in the new document, at that next meeting would finish off this section plus confirm everything you did up until this section? Would that make sense to you, or would you rather just have a quick meeting just to finish off the last one or two sections and then come back again?
I'm open for whatever council wants to do. And for the record, I think it was a combination of finding a date that worked for everybody. I
Yeah,
did
I
provide
agree
a lot
with
of
you,
dates
Jamie.
available in December. So
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that was kind of
Yep.
throwing you under the bus there.
Okay,
Yeah, so
We need to
maybe,
get on it and get a date in the next 2 weeks to do this. And if we want to, and the other thing is, I think we should plan our schedule so we don't have hard stops, right? We're on council, we have these big, long meetings once a month or whatever, and this is a long meeting, but I don't think we should artificially say it's 3 o'clock. I got something, I just don't believe in that.
and
okay, thank you, folks. I
and
need a mover and seconder for the
just one
confirmatory
second.
bylaw, please.
One
We
second,
don't
Mr.
have-
Mayor, I know we have 1 minute, but would the rest of council like to see Jamie come back with the updates that have been done so far at that next meeting, so he knows what we're looking for? It's just so if we as council have an opinion on that, he's doing the will of council, I'll call it. I know I'd like to see that. How about others? Then it will help him plan.
I guess I feel that there's a ton of work that we put on him today and in the first part, so it would really be up to him how he could, organize his time in order to come back with the document that you're speaking of.
Yeah, I'm concerned that it will mean that the meeting will be even longer in the future.
I mean, we can do it if you want to, but I mean, the first part is to go through the rest of the lake-specific policies and finish it off, right?
Yeah, and that's only 2 more lakes, I think. So we're almost done. That's what I mean. We're so
But
close.
there's a bunch of other material after that as well. There's an hour or two's worth of discussion to finish what we started. Anyway, I need a confirmatory bylaw. The mover and seconder, please.
I'll move
I
it.
can,
Councillor Lamb,
I
seconded
can
by,
second.
was Councillor Nash.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
And
Jamie, thank you for putting up with us and for all the hard work you've done so far today. I know these are long meetings
Oh,
for you, so I
mover and
appreciate it.
seconder to adjourn, please.
I'll move.
I'll second Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bray moves, Councillor Woods seconds. Thank you. All those in favor?
Counselor Woods,
Nash,
yes.
yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Thank you. Have a good day. What's left of it?